good, baby?
Gracias, Federico.
Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. We'll whack him and his kids and call it bad timing. You got an awful lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. Niggas mad we out of jail when we back rhyming. I just fucked a nigga bitch and now we back crying. Like a recovered street skater, bitch, I'm back grinding. I got too many hoes, I feel like Frankie Lyman. You done birthed a real nigga, so I'ma thank you, mama. I can't fuck with broke niggas cause I hate the drama. Your old lady give me sir, but it ain't your mama. I can't fuck with broke niggas cause I hate the drama. Your old lady gave me sir, but it ain't your mama. The plug. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in them white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.
Nigga catch these bullets, bitch, I'm Matt Ryan. I'm cool today, bitch, don't make me go get back violent, flatlining. Rami got me back icy. You could be a grown man, just know I slap minors. Can't play me up in Inglewood, okay, that's fine. We'll see how long that lasts with this Mac 90. 223's got LeBron and Jordan back fighting. What's with all the pillow talking and the backbiting? I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper. I keep me a street sweep cause niggas trash by me. His chain only 10K, he got a whack jumper.
Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying. Gang in this bitch, don't get flatline. That's an awful lot of stinks and we back violent. I can see a lot of clouds up in the white diamonds. And if I flood my other wrist, they gon' be back crying.
Go crazy, I'm ready. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy, they should put me in a straight jacket. Like I'm running on a Greyhound, I'm hearing voices in my head, I'm going crazy, I don't know who to trust. Chrome hearts are hearted broken, I don't know who to love. I'm holding united on the road with a suit and tie. Everybody putting work in when it's do or die. One orange chicken or bologna, I let you decide. I keep a Big Mac on me, yeah, that's supersize. Go crazy, I'm riding around with 2 Drakeys. Wayne Gretzky, the ice on me, don't test me. I won't let you a fuck about probation. I'll spray with these cake clips, play with me. Go crazy, I'm ready. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. I might be crazy, I got 2 chops, my shit a baby, don't got it all. If it's blood on my shoes, I'ma wipe it off. I don't know, cause your friend, I was not involved. I might just crash a performance, just might shoot shots off assumptions. I'm Michael Myers on Halloween. Shit can get tactical, I nod my head when I'm carrying this fiend and knock off dreads. If you see me on the 10, it's bop blade him. Left all these toppers in the street, yeah, my mia. Say why your comments from the gram, I'm not gonna see him. Go, go crazy, I'm ready. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy.
We Japanese style. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. This y'all shoot the hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me. But can't help but watch me. We back again, man. It's a Japanese Friday. Today, we gonna chill. You know what I'm saying? We gonna chill and sit back and watch my bro Abuski kill. So Abu recently did a few videos, covering different topics. One dealing with Sister and Cats. We're gonna cover that tonight. He did another one dealing with Garfield. Just interviewed the Sock Den guy and the guy who pretty much passed the ruling, or he's a part of the congregation that passed the ruling that Igbos were considered Jews. So he covered that. And there's another video we want to get into tonight. Outside of Abu, we're going to be dealing with a video from Israelite group called Something United. We'll get there, y'all. So today is going to be an easy going Friday. Like I said, today we're going to chill and watch my bro Abu, a.k.a. Alonzo, kill. Y'all already know how we rocking, man. I'm going to tell y'all right now, Abu could really scorch earth the whole community because the brother is sharp. You understand? I was watching. Oh, that's the other video by him. It's a video dealing with linguistics. And I was just watching him, amazed, and awe-inspiring of him breaking down and showcasing his skill set and his knowledge of language and his grasp of certain languages is just amazing, man. Like I said, a lot of you pseudos, man, y'all should fear my brother Abu, man. Like he can really drop the hammer on y'all at any time. I feel like he be sparing y'all, bro, because he really could. He can really throw you real quick. Like I said, the brother's very bright. He knows what he's talking about, and he's going to deal with the information. He's going to deal with the source material meticulously. And when he does it, like I said, he goes in for the kill, goes in for the juggler, and he's going to kill you with kindness too. So, it's something to try to model yourself after. The brother is sharp. So today we're gonna be reviewing his footage for his past 3 videos, his most recent videos, and then from there we're gonna transition and review a video that an Israelite group made about race. And I think my brother Ramal Yahoo sent that to me. He wanted us to review that. So tonight, that's the mission. That's the plan. So without no further ado, let's introduce Alonzo.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
All right. So, like I said, man, if he really wanted to, he can scorch earth the whole BHI community, bro. Fast, bro. Like, it won't even be a competition. Like he can just have several debates set up. He can just knock down your top people in all these little pseudo groups. ISUPK, Teo, the folks that be on Bereans, signing the studios, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I put my money on Abu any day, bro. All right, first video, the Igbo Sock Den 1 year later. Let's get it.
Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Yeah, you want to get shit done, you got to get it done yourself.
Shout out to Abuski, Alonzo of the community, man, putting in that work.
In this video, I want to discuss the Obadiah Alliance's Psak Din on the Igbo. And that ruling, that Psak Din, was first released in January of 2022. So it's now more than a year old, at least according to the Gregorian calendar. However, on the Hebrew version of the ruling, a date on the Hebrew calendar is given right at the top. And that date was Yud Bet Shvat, or the 12th of Shvat. And that happens to be today's date on the Hebrew calendar. So according to the rabbinic Jewish calendar, today is the 1-year anniversary of the publishing of that ruling. And therefore, I thought it might be an auspicious time to discuss the ruling 1 year later. And auspiciously, Garfield Reed actually just interviewed the author of that Psak Din, Rabbi Yehonatan Elazar de Mota, earlier this week. It was a 2-hour discussion, and it was quite interesting. Rabbi de Mota is an interesting and impressive gentleman, and quite the scholar. And some of what they discussed had direct relevance to understanding the Psak Din in question, or at least it had direct relevance to the portions that I personally found interesting. For those who want to see the full interview, Garfield will be airing it on his channel next week. But he gave me permission to show a few brief excerpts in this video. So this video will be divided into 4 sections, covering 4 different topics. The first section will be on the scope of Piskei Din in general. Then after that, the second section will be on Y-DNA amongst both Igbos and mainstream Jews. That will be followed by the third section, which will be on a related question of more specifically priestly lines and their, the paternal lines of priestly claimants. And finally, the fourth section will explore the Igbo Psak Din's implications for those in the African diaspora and the Americas who have Igbo DNA. So jumping right in, let's begin with that first section on the scope of Piskei Din in general. And by the way, that phrase Piskei Din is the plural of Psak Din. And I have a previous video on this topic, and the question I tried to explore in that video was the scope, reach, or authority of any particular Psak Din. And Garfield asked Rabbi de Mota about that topic, precisely the question of the scope and authority of a Psak Din, in general, not of any particular Psak Din, but just the question in general. And the rabbi gave what I thought was a very helpful answer. So this clip, which I'm going to show, will run for a little over 1.5 minutes.
What is the scope of Psak Din within Judaism? Is it obligatory for all Jews to defer to its conclusion, or is it limited to those under the authority of the signatories?
Oh, that's a very good, awesome question. I love that question. So, a Psak Din, or a legal ruling from Bet Din, is not obligatory for all communities to accept. However, traditionally or historically speaking, when a particular community in one region issues a Psak Din, that becomes the law for that community. Mm-hmm. So what happens is then, if someone travels to another community from, let's say community A travels to community B, that Psak Din doesn't necessarily transfer to that place, because that's not how Jewish law works. So Jewish law, you have the laws in the Talmud, which are stipulated by the national court or the Supreme Court, the High Court of Israel, which we haven't had since the 5th century Common Era. What that means that everything that's in the Talmud and the laws that have been established therein are laws for all Jews, no matter where you're at. But when it comes to a Psak Din, that's outside of the realm of national law. So it becomes a local ruling. That's what Psak Din is.
Okay.
And now I'd like to switch to the second section, which is with regard to the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews, and the parallels that might exist between the two communities' respective paternal lines, or the question of whether there's overlap between the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews. And as I touched on in a tweet, which I posted roughly 1.5 months after the Psak Din came out, the following rather interesting statement can be found in the text of the ruling. Quote, "The data of the majority of those who have reported their autosomal and Y-chromosome DNA supports that their ancestors migrated from the Levant Basin into East Africa and then settled in West Africa," end quote. Now, for me, that's intriguing. Now, I'm more interested in the Y-chromosomal DNA than I am about autosomal DNA, because, a paternal line can change its autosomal DNA rather dramatically over time as it moves into new areas. And that's actually a subject that Rabbi de Mota brought up in his discussion with Garfield. But I was curious about what precisely was being referred to, and when it comes to the Y-DNA, and what studies the author of the ruling had consulted. Well, about 1.5 weeks later, a member of the Obadiah Alliance replied to my tweet and recommended a book. They recommended specifically Remy Ilona's book, Hebrew Igbo Republics. And later on, I got to take a look at that book, or more specifically the night.
Whoa, wait a minute. That's what he was referencing? Remy Iona? Man, I thought he was following. All right, I'm gonna let it play, y'all. Come on, man. God damn it. God damn it, man. You gotta be kidding me right now. Boy, are you serious, bro? That was their smoking gun? I gotta take this off the key card off the work, but golly, man, you gotta be kidding me, bro. We reviewed Remy Iona's book on DNA, man, and the DNA, like, I agree with certain elements of his argument, right? Um, I agree with certain elements of his argument, but certain things I feel like he's off. And we're not, none of us are perfect, none of us are omniscient, so we're not gonna get 100% everything 100% right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't fault him on that. And he even admits that he's not really a science guy, but I did not know that they were using this guy's work as primary source material to make this claim. So I don't know, man. This is just weird to me.
Chapter, which deals with DNA, but I did not find anything that really got into the overlap between the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews. And now, to be fair,
right, Abu, you're actually right. He does not use Y-DNA as an argument. He uses autosomal DNA, as we covered on the channel. And he says his autosomal DNA paints the picture that they originated in East Africa, and then they made their way to the Levant, and that's why he has percentages from the Middle Eastern parts. And then he traveled down into West Africa. His ancestry traveled down into West Africa, and that explains the West African DNA or the Nigerian DNA. And while I was doing the video, at the end of it, oh man, more. I saw that part. I heard that part. I played this on my way home, on my commute home. So I heard that part. I didn't hear this part, bro. That's crazy, man. I did not know that it was this book and that this was the primary source that they were leaning on. Man, that's bad, bro. That's bad because like the argument is solely based off his autosomal understanding, man. Y'all need Yap, bro. Y'all need Yap, man. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some Yap up in it. Yap.
The statement that I quoted wasn't only about Y-chromosomal DNA, it was also about autosomal DNA. So perhaps the book recommendation was made because that book deals at least with autosomal DNA. The section of the book that I looked at did indeed appeal to autosomal DNA, more specifically to Remy Ilona's own autosomal breakdown as per the MyHeritage DNA platform. But, I honestly...
See, there it is there. So Remy Iona, which we read the entire book on the channel. If you guys haven't seen that, check it out. Actually, I got to start making playlists so you guys can just go through playlists because we do a lot here. Our page is very diverse. We hit a lot of topics here. So what he says is the 92.9% Nigerian comes from his people migrating to Nigeria and mixing. But the start point is East Africa because he has a little bit of Kenyan DNA. So he says, okay, that makes sense because they say my people, or the clade rather, E1B1A. I guess that's when he incites the Y DNA, right? Starts in East Africa. And he says, hey, I have 1.2% Middle Eastern. It's because at some point my ancestry went to Middle East. And I don't disagree with that, but I just don't like the way he argues it. Just solely off of his autosomal breakdown and nothing to corroborate that. That's the problem with me. I don't disagree entirely because I have the same hypothesis that there were E1B1A carriers in the Levantine region, right? Because we definitely found them in Corsica. We definitely found them more north in France. We definitely found them there in Corsica's island outside of Italy and France. And they were associated with you can associate them with the Pan-Mediterranean expansion, which goes through the Levant, through Anatolia, through mainland Greece, and parts of Europe and the islands that surround it. So I don't disagree totally, but I just don't like his methodology and how he goes about doing it. I think it's very weak, just to it's a skeleton, it's a skeletal argument. It's just bare bones. So he says, yeah, East Africa to the Middle East, and then Nigeria. is his explanation. Right, Safik, that's my point. We have to have better arguments than that. That's my gripe. And then he says, "Oh, the Yoruba people are not his people genetically." I'm like, yes, they are. But that's a whole nother bag. We'll get into that some other time.
He was more interested in the Y-DNA question. Interestingly, Garfield also interviewed Mr. Ilona himself a couple of weeks ago, and it's my understanding that that interview will be public next week as well. Whatever the case, in their discussion, Garfield asked Remy Ilona about the Psaq-Din statement on Y-DNA. So here's the relevant portion, which will run for a little over 2.5 minutes. Here you go.
The Obadiah Alliance's ruling on the Igbo stated that the Igbo have Y chromosomes, which reveal links with Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. When asked about the statement, Rabbi Demoda directed those interested to you. Can you elaborate on the Y-DNA connection between Igbos and mainstream Jewish populations?
Much of my work has been based on culture, religion, and history. I've only used DNA to support what I just mentioned. I think the best person to look at the issue of the relationship between the Igbo DNA and the Jewish DNA would be the chairman of Obadiah Alliance, who has spent more time studying DNA and how it works. My interest in DNA was only to find if Igbo people's DNA matched the DNA of people who are living in the land of Israel, and it matched. And I did not go beyond that.
Okay. Because he's saying to come to you. He's saying we should go to you. That's what the person who gave me the question is saying. That's why they're asking. But let me ask you this. Let's use a simple example, because I think in the past I do remember you referring to your personal DNA. Have you put that out in the public before, if I remember correctly? Your personal DNA?
Of course, my personal DNA is even is on the cover of one of my books. I used the map produced by MyHeritage to make a front cover of one of my books. So it's out in the public domain. MyHeritage produced a map of what they found in my DNA, and the three greatest concentrations, the three places where the greatest concentrations of my genes are found are the Levant, Nigeria, and East Africa. Of course, getting into GEDMASH and doing deeper analysis, I have distant cousins in Latvia.
Okay.
So after seeing that, I'd have to say that the question of specifically the overlap between the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews remains open and perhaps inconclusive. The topic of DNA also came up in Garfield's discussion with Rabbi Demota, but specifically Y-DNA was not really discussed in detail. Now, let me put forth the disclaimer that this does not mean that the statement in the ruling is...
Real quick, y'all. Let me share this before we go back to the video. This is actually Remy Allen's book that we covered on the channel about a month or two ago. And this is what he says on page 19 of Igbos and Abraham's DNA. He says here, it also supported biblical narratives, as we have seen from examined results. Igbos are West Africans presently, but in antiquity they were Mesopotamian and also Israelite. So that's his argument. And he's using the autosomal DNA to make that claim, right? That's what he's using. So he will say, oh, the Middle Eastern means that we have forebears there, which you can make that argument, but we just need more. Not just that. See right here, he makes the argument, second possibility is that some individuals and groups join the Middle Eastern forebears or Igbos as they spread or migrated to what we know as North Africa presently. So that's the arguments he makes in this book, and it's all based on, as he said, his results. This page here. It says the history also crucially links Igbos and even the Jews called Ashkenazi presently. GEDMASH reveals that the genes match European early farmers. MyHeritage Inc. Genetic history of Igbo males shown above also tells two other stories. It demonstrates that many Igbos, or more appropriately, their very ancient forebears, migrated to a region of the modern country called Nigeria. And it also says that the forebears of Igbos emerged or evolved with what we call humans because prehistoric man was not tied to ethnicities in the area what is called East Africa. So that's how he's interpreting the East Africa thing. It had to do with E1B1A. I thought it was E1B1A. But he said that's where humanity comes from. That's why he thinks he has East African DNA, because that's where humanity comes from. So moved from there to what is called the Near East presently, and from there migrated to what became West Africa. So that, again, that's where he's driving. He's deriving his argument. He said Igbos are lineal descendants of the early Hebrews who became Israelites. Again, this is page 8, and this was page 9. So Igbos are lineal descendants of the early Hebrews who became Israelites. The DNA history below, prepared by MyHeritage Inc., illustrates very clearly that Igbo genes match those in the gene pool in the Middle East. But the crazy thing about it is he's using his modern DNA, and then he even talks about he spoke to people in from MyHeritage, and they said, "Oh, that comes from Islamic introgression," and this is why you need YAP, because actually we have older Eurasian admixture, but that's for a whole nother bag. Y'all know how we rock it, man. Let's get back to this video. Booski, man.
Is therefore false. But I do think that there needs to be more discussion about the degree to overlap between the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews remains open and perhaps inconclusive. The topic of DNA also came up in Garfield's discussion with Rabbi Demota, but specifically Y-DNA was not really discussed in detail. Now, let me put forth the disclaimer that this does not mean that the statement in the ruling is therefore false, but I do think that there needs to be more discussion about the degree to which the haplogroups of these communities overlap. On the other hand, however, from a rabbinic perspective, and that's the paradigm that Rabbi Demota and his ruling, his psak din, work within, from a rabbinic perspective, it ultimately might not matter, right? Haplogroups don't really matter within a rabbinic perspective in light of Rabbinic Judaism's acceptance of converts and also Rabbinic Judaism's emphasis on matrilineal descent, which is actually going to come up again towards the end of this video in section 4. But one place where patrilineal descent can still remain important is in the third section of this video, which is where we explore the question of priestly lines, of the paternal lines of priestly claimants, of Kohen claimants. Something which stood out for me in the text of the ruling when I first read it was this portion here. It appeals to the argumentation which is found in an earlier rabbinic text regarding Anusim, which is to say the descendants of Iberian Jews who were coerced into embracing Christianity. And that source had argued that just as no one questions the priestly lines of mainstream Jewish communities, so too no one should question the Kohen lines amongst the Anusim. Then the psak din on the Igbo builds upon that argument and proposes furthermore that the same reasoning could be extended to the Igbo priestly lines. And that struck me as a difficult passage, as it captured how we're approaching this from rather different vantage points, from rather different starting assumptions. If I can steal and reappropriate a line from Thomas Kuhn, we might say that this question is being approached within incommensurable paradigms, right? I have a previous video on mainstream Kohen lineages, and I'll share a link in the video description. But as I touch on in that video, I take a very different view on this topic of mainstream Jewish lineages amongst Kohen claimants. For me, from the available genetic evidence, I'm under the impression that perhaps half or more of mainstream Jewish Kohen claimants do not descend patrilineally from Aaron. And so for me, the logic reverses. I lean towards a line of reasoning that goes in the opposite direction from what was proposed in the ruling, which is to say a line of reasoning in which we can doubt a great many mainstream Jewish Kohen lineages, and thus we're under no obligation to simply trust Kohen lineages found amongst the Anusim, which then extends to us not being required to trust the priestly lineages amongst the Igbos. But as I just alluded to, my secular genetic approach works in a different paradigm from that of the rabbinic halakhic approach, which was taken by Rabbi Demota in his ruling. And interestingly, he did briefly touch on this in his discussion with Garfield. So I'd like to play this clip, which will run for a little over a minute.
What I did with the ruling, just for you to understand legally how important this is, the ruling, I cited at the end of the ruling, I cited various authorities, Ashkenazi authorities, Sephardic authorities, but I cited at the end a very important Ashkenazi authority who's known as Hazon Ish. And what the Hazon Ish does in his commentary on the legal presumption of those who descend from the lineage of Aaron, the brother of Moses, as priests, he basically says all priests today, all the Kohanim today, are Kohanim based on legal presumption. Why? Because no one can trace all the way back to the time of Ezra and all the way back to the time of Moses and say, yeah, I am a legitimate descendant of this lineage. And now we have genetics, and what we have seen is that, according to genetic studies, 70% descend or have what's called the Cohen modal haplotype.
Right.
Not 100, 70. So what does that mean? What that means is that some people adopted this lineage without being an actual descendant. That's what that means.
Now, I must confess, when I saw that portion of the discussion, I found it very impressive and thought-provoking. You see, when I first read the ruling, I honestly thought that perhaps Rabbi DeMolta had not considered the genetic concerns, which I just alluded to. But in his interview with Garfield, he showed that he clearly was well aware of the genetic concerns. Now, we might not agree on the precise percentages. Like, honestly, I think that a majority, as I said, as alluded to earlier, perhaps a large majority of mainstream Cohen claims don't descend from Aaron, but the general idea here remains the same. However, he also makes clear that a rabbinic approach is not necessarily dependent on a genetic approach, hence why I describe these as two different and potentially incommensurable paradigms, right? It's fascinating, and I honestly hope there can be more discussion on this in the future. But moving away from that, we now come to the fourth and final section of this video, which is on the Psak Din's implications for members of the African diaspora, particularly those in the Americas, who have Igbo DNA and thus partial Igbo heritage, partial Igbo ancestry. If we start with the conclusion of Rabbi DeMolta's ruling, which is to say, if we begin with the assumption that the conclusion of Rabbi DeMolta's ruling is true, right, which is that the Igbos are Israelites, right? If we begin with that premise, what implications might that have for such persons as we just mentioned in the African diaspora in the Americas, right? If we start with the premise of the ruling, which is, or the ruling's conclusion, if we assume that the Igbos are Israelites, what does that mean for people in the Americas who have partial Igbo ancestry, right? And Garfield and Rabbi DeMolta discussed that, and I'm going to play part of the rabbi's answer. So this clip will run for about 2 minutes, but in the interest of brevity, I cut out a long portion in which Rabbi DeMolta discussed the issue of the descendants of mamzerim, right? And just for the record, for anyone who's interested, Rabbi DeMolta defined a mamzer as one who's conceived in either an incestuous or an adulterous relationship, right? But those who are interested in the finer details of his discussion on mamzerim, you can see that when Garfield releases the full interview next week. But for now, I want to show the rest of his answer to the question. So here's the clip.
Can those in the African diaspora in the Americas who have Igbo DNA automatically consider themselves halachically Jewish? Or would you say some of them still need to undergo a conversion process to fully join the people of Israel?
This is an excellent question. And this is a question that I am considering and asking myself as well. And that's the biggest question that when I look at this case and I take distance and I say, okay, if someone is a descendant, 100% sure, being a descendant of Igbos, basing and working from the premise that they are Israelites, can they be automatically Israelites? I will have to say no. That's my ruling. The Omanana elders, they will differ from my ruling, but I'm speaking from the point of view of Jewish law. I'm speaking from the point of view of Jewish law. So from this point of view, this person would have to, it cannot be automatic. I would say the following though. There are certain ports in the United States, so in the colony of Virginia, where we know the majority of slaves that came there, and this is all recorded. You can go look at it in the records. Many of them, the majority, were Igbo slaves. So if someone can trace their lineage going back there maternally, if we're speaking from the point of view of Jewish law, maternal link to an Igbo woman, then this would make this person Igbo and Israelite or Jewish according to this premise.
Okay, so the gist of that was that not just anyone with Igbo DNA will fit Rabbi DeMolta's rabbinic notion of an Israelite, of a member of the nation of Israel. And while I understand that some might initially feel scandalized by that, consider this analogy. By the same token, a person can get a percentage for Ashkenazi Jewish in a DNA test like with 23andMe and still not be halachically Jewish, right? Still not meet Rabbi DeMolta's rabbinic notion of a member of Israel, right? In other words, even though Rabbi DeMolta recognizes millions of Ashkenazim as part of Israel, you could still have a situation where a person might get 25% or 50% or 75% Ashkenazi Jewish DNA in, like, for example, a 23andMe test, right? And a person could get something that high, 75% Ashkenazi Jewish, and still not be halachically Jewish on Rabbi DeMolta's view. Now, you might be wondering, how could that be possible? Well, imagine if such a person, right? Like, imagine a person who's 75% Ashkenazi Jewish, according to 23andMe, right? Imagine if 3 of that person's grandparents were full Ashkenazim. But also imagine that his maternal grandmother, which is to say his mother's mother, was not Jewish at all. In other words, it's not just a matter of lineage. Rather, on the rabbinic view, which Rabbi DeMolta holds to, a question of maternal lineage remains important. Hence why Rabbi DeMolta referred to those who can trace their maternal line back to an Igbo woman. And hence why he alluded to how those of partial Igbo ancestry who cannot do such, who cannot trace their lineage, their maternal lineage back to an Igbo woman, hence why he said that they would still need to undergo a process of conversion. Now, I understand that some might balk at that, but it works within the logic of the rabbinic paradigm. Some Hebrew Israelites might wish to declare that they don't care about the rabbinic paradigm, and that would take us back to the issue of different approaches, different starting assumptions, and, as I said, incommensurable paradigms. One is, of course, free to reject the rabbinic view. I myself am outside of the rabbinic paradigm, but to be fair, if one is going to undermine the rabbinic approach, one risks undermining the Igbo Psak Din in the process, as it clearly works within the logic of the rabbinic paradigm. So I only ask for consistency when attempting to explore this question. Now, there's a lot more to be said on this topic. One particularly interesting topic, which was not addressed in this video, is the ruling's reference to correspondences between rabbinic Jews and Igbos. In his discussion with Garfield, Rabbi Demota said that a letter from the Vilna Gaon addressing the Igbo can be found on Sepharia. I have not found that particular letter yet, though there is a perhaps related letter from the Ashkenazi community to the 10 Lost Tribes. I'm not sure if Rabbi Demota had that in mind or if he even considers them related. But that aside, Rabbi Demota also recommended a book by Daniel Lis, his last name spelled L-I-S. And I think he was referring to Lisa's book titled Jewish Identity Among the Igbo of Nigeria, but I may be mistaken about that. I haven't gotten into these sources yet, so that's why I don't have much to say on them at this time. Perhaps I'll return to the topic in a future video after I've got to look at the different sources. But for now, suffice to say, there is more discussion to be had on this topic. That's the point I'm trying to get across here. So I'm going to close this video here by saying that I really appreciate Rabbi Demota taking the time to sit down with Garfield. It was a great discussion, and I definitely recommend others check out the full interview when Garfield makes it public next week. But like I said, there is more discussion to be had, in my opinion. And on that note, I'm going to close this video here. As always, any comments, questions, corrections, criticisms, or objections are most welcome. As I like to point out in a lot of my videos, I do not censor anyone here, so please feel free to share your thoughts, whether they're positive or negative. And God bless.
I mean, this is why.
Cats.
Hold on, Alonzo.
Some people
Hold on, Alonzo.
really tired of the cats.
Hold on, man. You know what I'm saying? He like a pit bull on the chain. You gotta hold him back. You gotta pull the chain back. Hold on, Alonzo. I know you want to attack some more, brother. Yeah, I want you to get it in too. But like I was saying, this is why the community needs less. Religiosity is good for certain things, right? For practices, cultic practices like keeping the high feast days, stuff of that nature, right? And worship. But y'all need Yap. Y'all need Yap, man. That's what y'all need. Y'all need a group that's going to go in and look at things and try to rationalize some of these arguments, and see what we can glean from the scientific community, see what we can glean from anthropology, see what we can glean from archaeology, so we can articulate this thing a lot better, man. Y'all need Yap, bro. Just trying to poke at this thing with your religiosity is not working. Trying to piece it together with just having your religiosity there is not sufficient. We need to build, again, like I always tell you guys, what is a hypothesis? A hypothesis is an unproven statement. What is a theory? A theory is an interpretation of facts. We need to build upon a theory that's based off the facts, that we interpret facts. It's okay to have interpretation, but it has to be fact-based. All right, so let's move on to the next video. Actually, let's do Sister Irrational last. Let's go to his channel. Shout out to Abu, by the way. And I want you guys to view interpreting images in the Vidal Mayor. Because it seems that as if, this community that we're associated with, the BHIs and whatnot, they will post pictures, man. And yes, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but if the picture got a description by it, you need to be able to read that description. And that's what we're going to learn here. And Abu, like I said, Alonzo of the community is about to go. This boy is about to go in, man. And completely smoke a BHI argument. Flawless victory, man. Finish him.
Greetings. I was recently looking at this Facebook thread by Rudy Heinrich in Jacob Israel's Jews versus Hebrew Israelites forum, and I'll share a link to the thread in the video description. The thread started out discussing depictions of Jews in the artwork which is found in medieval Spanish Haggadot, and one man objected that the images had been changed, so I joined the thread to explore his reasoning. And unfortunately, the relevant gentleman who had raised that initial objection didn't stay long on the topic which he himself had introduced, as he started introducing a myriad of segues and topic changes. Among the various things placed on the table were these two images, which you see on your screen, which the author declared to be depictions of Sephardic Jews. For example, as you see at the top of your screen, one image was described as depicting Jews being persecuted by a king, and that's this image right here. This image is presented as a depiction of Jews before a certain king. And then there's this second image, which was described as depicting a Spanish Jew being converted by Catholic monks. And here's a close-up on the relevant image. Now, unfortunately, the gentleman who presented these images did not provide any sort of source or link, something clarifying from where he got these images, for anyone who might be interested in looking into the matter a bit more. And honestly, I suspect that he merely got the images from someone else on social media, and thus I suspect that these images will continue to float around the internet and resurface in discussions from time to time. And therefore, I wanted to make a quick video addressing this topic, just to have as an easy reference for whenever this topic comes up, for whenever these particular images come up, under those sorts of descriptions. And but before we jump in, however, let me offer the disclaimer that this video is not arguing against the existence of dark Jews, whether today, in the Middle Ages, or at any other point in history. My goal here is to interpret specifically these images by looking at their source and bringing in a bit more nuance. But again, this video will not be denying the existence of dark Jews, dark-skinned Jews, or Jews who fit American notions of quote-unquote black. But with that, let's first note that the source of both images is a work known as the Vidal Mayor. It's an illuminated legal text from Spain, which was composed at the end of the 13th century. And on your screen is a page from that work. And again, I'll share a link in the video description to, a place where you can take a look at the Vidal Mayor. Now, this is specifically the page in which one finds the second of the two images that were shared, that being the baptismal scene. This image because it's the one which by itself is the most open to interpretation. Now, in this corpus, each image comes with a caption of sorts, right, in the form of a section heading, which is in red text. And often so too, there will be subsequent discussion in black text. So what I want to do is look at the accompanying text alongside each image. Now, the section heading above each image will be in red, and these headings will have bilingual text. They're bilingual section headings. They'll state the topic first in Latin, and then they'll offer a clarification in an old form of Spanish. And each clarification in Spanish will begin es a saber, roughly meaning as is known or is to know. I'll be translating es a saber as to say. That's a little bit of a loose translation, but the point is that that phrase is introducing a clarification of the Latin text in Spanish, in an older, form of like 13th century Spanish. So in the red heading currently on your Chinese baptizandis, when Jews and Saracens to be baptized, and here Saracens refer to Muslims. And there's the translation into Spanish. Es a saber de los judíos y de los moros que vienen a baptismo. That is to say, on the Jews and the Moors which come to be baptized. In short, as this section is discussing the baptism of both Jews and Muslims, the person depicted is not necessarily a Jew, as it could be a Jew or a Muslim, in a vacuum. I suspect it was intended to depict a Muslim, not a Jew. And in an attempt to clarify why I suspect that's the case, I'd like to move on to the next image, which I feel will offer some interpretive scope to the first image. So here's the page that has that other image. And one thing one should know is that the heading in red text reads in Latin.
This is what I was saying. Like, if Abu really wanted to go on a rampage, if Abu really wanted to go scorch earth on the BHI community, if Abu really wanted to go DEFCON 3 on the BHI community, he could easily do it, bro. He could easily do it. He's active on social media. He's aware of you guys' fallacious arguments. And how you do this, like this argument here. Oh, there's a dark-skinned person there. Oh, automatically Jew. And he just turned into your flesh right now, man. You leaking, you bleeding, you all over the place, bro. Your eyes swollen. You know what I'm saying? Your veins popping out your head. You're on the ground. Your heart palpitating. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, he letting exactly. Abu is letting cats. If he really want to go scorch earth on the BHI, if he really want to go DEFCON 3 on the BHI, he could easily do it, bro. This man is a linguist. This man is a scholar. He's going in and he's deciphering this. He's giving context. He's letting you know what is actually being said on this paper. They out on their feet, don't even know it. They laying on the mat looking up at the lights. Don't even know it. Our boy ain't no joke, man. He can really single-handedly take down the whole BHI community by his damn self.
De Saracenis fugitivis, on Muslim fugitives. And then it states in the Spanish clarification, es a saber de los moros fuidizos, that is to say, Muslim fugitives. In short, this text is unambiguously referring to Muslims, and the subsequent text in black reads as follows: Cuando quiere y do quiere que judío o cristiano levare al moro sin voluntad, roughly when and where a Jew or a Christian seeks to take a Muslim without permission. And so the image is not depicting Jewish captives. Rather, it's referring to Muslim captives held or transported by either Jews or Christians. And the text also apparently has in mind Jews or Christians who help Muslim captives escape to Muslim lands, as the text refers to those taken a la tierra de los moros, to the land of the Moors, of the Muslims. And the text goes on to state that if such is ever intercepted, quote, el moro que así es levado sean esquillados de todos los sus bienes, end quote. The Muslim that is taken will be stripped of his goods, of all his goods. By the way, a quick technical note on one of the words that's used here. It's a bit of an archaic term. As Gunnar Tillander notes in his work on the Vidal Mayor, which I'll also reference in the video description, that word espuillado corresponds to the Spanish word despojado, which means to be dispossessed. Now, regarding this text, Brian Keene writes the following on page 187 of his work, Toward a Global Middle Ages. Quote, the fuero forbids Jews or Christians from secretly employing or transporting Muslim slaves and threatens to confiscate the goods of anyone hiring a Moro or taking him to the Tierra de los Moros, the land of the Muslims, without the owner's knowledge, end quote. From that, I suppose the portion which read sin voluntad referred to the will of the captor of these Muslim fugitives, not the will of the Muslims themselves. And Keene notes that the depiction here parallels the depiction in the other image we looked at, hence why this image provides scope for interpreting the first image we looked at. Now, I realize that at this point, some might want to object that the word Muslim is a religious designation, not a genealogical designation. But I would add that so too, when these medieval texts refer to a Jew, it's not like the author checked any particular Jew's lineage across millennia. What is meant is a practitioner of Judaism. Now, of course, being a Muslim does not mean one necessarily does not descend from Jacob. But so too, being a Jew, which is to say a practitioner of Judaism, does not necessarily mean one does descend from Jacob. Either way, these are ideological references, not lineage references. And the two images we looked at are depictions of Muslims, not Jews. That said, I'd like to jump to another page and another depiction. Here, the heading in red text reads in Latin, De Judeis et Saracenis, on Jews and Saracens, which is to say, Jews and Muslims. And then the Spanish clarification reads, Es a saber de los judíos y de los moros, that is to say, on Jews and Muslims. So the accompanying image is depicting either Muslims or Jews. The subsequent text in black refers more explicitly to a Jew, judío, and refers to specifically one who deals with vestidos algunos, some clothes, right? So the man holding up the garment in that image is a Jew, a Jewish merchant who deals with clothing. And I wanted to note this as it brings a bit more nuance to the question of how Jews are depicted in this document, the Vidal Mayor. And now I'd like to turn to another page, this one having what might be a bit more of a controversial depiction. Nonetheless, I wanted to do this because, like the image we just looked at, it helps to add a bit more nuance to the subject of depictions of Jews in the Vidal Mayor. And here, in this case, the heading in red text reads in Latin, de dolo, on deception. And then the Spanish clarification reads, es a saber de engaño, that is, on deceit. The subsequent text in black reads, quote, el cristiano acreedor que recibió el vaso de plata y del judío empeños, el cual vaso era de falsa plata.
So Abu just showed y'all these people that are depicted as being white, the white boys were on fire, the white boys were on fire. Those are the Jews being depicted in this particular work here, man. The white boys are in town. The boys are back in town. Man, man, this brother said he's surgical with these shits, bro. He's going in, deciphering the language. He's giving you context. He's telling you what's actually being depicted on the work here in question. All you guys did is saw a black person there and then ran with it. This is real scholarship. This is true methodology. You understand? Shout out to Abu, aka Alonzo.
You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake.
A Christian creditor receives an apparently valuable vase or goblet, and the Jew pawned a vase which is of a false silver or a false gold. Basically, it looks like it's made with a precious metal, but it's not as valuable as it seems. In other words, when the heading referred to a certain dolo, a certain engaño, a certain deception or deceit or trickery, it was referring to a person attempts to deceive a Christian creditor. Now, I hope you'll forgive the controversial nature of that scenario, but I wanted to clarify what the text was referring to make clear that the image here depicts a Jew and a Christian involved in a transaction. So before closing this video, if I can sum up what we've seen in this brief video, the darker images in the Vidal Mayor are depicting Saracens, which is to say Muslims. The work also includes unambiguous depictions of Jews, which are not terribly different from their Spanish Christian counterparts. Now, again, this video is not arguing against the existence of dark-skinned Jews or Jews which fit, American notions of quote-unquote black, right? It's not denying the existence of black Jews, right? This video is merely clarifying what the images in this particular work actually depict. And if it as a witness to white persons in 13th century Spain, it would then be a witness to the existence of lighter-skinned Jews in 13th century Spain, without, of course, precluding the existence of dark-skinned Jews. And with that, I'll close here. I hope you found this interesting. Like I said, I just wanted to have a quick video on hand as a resource for whenever those images might come up in discussion with the sort of descriptions that the gentleman at the start of the video had employed.
You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake.
As always, any comments, questions, or objections are welcome. I don't censor anyone here, so feel free to share your thoughts, whether positive or negative. And God bless.
Yo, like I said, dudes smoke them dudes' boots, man. Why am I playing the live that I'm actually in right now? Stop it, YouTube. Look, YouTube something else, bro. But Abu pretty much dismantled that argument completely, man. Completely destroyed that BHI, man. Completely. Like I said, y'all don't want no smoke, man, with Abu. Y'all don't want to see him in the ring. Y'all don't want to see him at all. Y'all not going to even address his actual arguments. You guys are going to petty fog him because he knows his stuff. He's very analytical, man. He's very surgical with this shit. You know what I'm saying? The true Alonzo of the community, man. But the brother made another video on his Facebook. And I'm gonna share this, bro, because the brother's on a hot streak right now. He might win the chip. He might win the chip, bro. This is ridiculous.
We'll take it from.
This is ridiculous. Benaniah, your videos suck, bro. This is your type of argumentation. You charging about $75 for this? Come on.
Just wanted to really quickly show an example of the level of scholarship found in Benaiah Israel's documentary, Reclaiming the Throne. So consider this part. And as you watch this, remember that this was a paid documentary. You had to pay to see this.
You will even find the pronunciation of the name Yah hidden in some of the names of the countries where people will take it from. Like Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Eritrea, Tunisia, Zambia, Namibia, Gambia, etc.
That was amazing, but it left me wondering why stop there. They neglected to mention some other places like Russia, Chechnya, Georgia, Albania, the former Yugoslavia, which itself got divided up into Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, and let's not forget my favorite place of all, the true land of the true Israelites, Khazaria.
Hey, this brother got the ring for sure, man. He gonna win the chip out that one, man. Khazaria. Hey, Benaniah, you're really going around talking about some Gambia and all that. That's supposed to be a theophoric in nature. That's supposed to be theophoric in nature. Get the hell out of here, bro.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump. No, I don't want to jump. Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack? Yes, sir. You know what that does to you? Huh? No, sir. It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells. Now, when you're destroying your brain cells, you're doing the same thing as killing yourself. You're just doing it slower. Now, I say if you want to kill yourself, don't fuck around with it. Go in and do it expeditiously. Now, go in and jump. Jump. No, I don't want to kill myself, sir.
All right, this next clip is the Tail Ministries, the BHI quote, saying that I guess the second Exodus will happen by this coming Passover. Hold on, man. You ain't learned your lesson yet. You ain't learned your lesson yet. God. Anyway.
Now you got Russian ships on the coast of American land. Chinese ships on the coast of American land. Surrounding this nation. Sounds similar to what happened when they went into Ukraine. And just so happens there's going to be an exercise in February, right before Passover. What's that scripture I read in the other day? And the Exodus is supposed to happen on a Passover, according to the Septuagint. Is that Jeremiah 28 in the Septuagint? I don't believe in that. I don't believe in coincidences. Guess we find out really soon who's correct. That's right. Don't believe me. Ain't no 400-year prophecy. Stay in your delusion, if you will.
Hey, man, he's saying that we in our delusion, and you up here saying or alluding to that the Passover, this coming Passover is going to be the second Exodus. Oh, boy, you guys are crazy. Let's watch that Yah video one more time, man. That one was for the history books right there.
Just wanted to really quickly show an example of scholarship found in Benaiah Israel's documentary, Reclaiming the Throne. So consider this part. And as you watch this, remember that this was a paid documentary. You had to pay to see this.
You will even find the pronunciation of the name Yah hidden in some of the names of the countries where people will take it from. Like Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Eritrea, Tunisia, Zambia, Namibia, Gambia, etc.
That was amazing, but it left me wondering why stop there. They neglected to mention some other places like Russia, Chechnya, Georgia, Albania, the former Yugoslavia, which itself got divided up into Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, and let's not forget my favorite place of all, the true land of the true Israelites, Khazaria.
Just perfect, boy. He slam dunking on y'all, man. He slam dunking on y'all. Let me see this one here. See, Abu run the game, man.
Some people tell you Esau is not the white man because the white man is white and Esau was black because Israel is black. But the world is more complex than that. Personally, I think you still have some black Edomites. I do. I think they're right there in Africa. I think some of them are called Esan. That's my opinion. Esau, Esan. I think, they are the Edo people, Edomites, right? Edo. That's just my opinion. I think some of them are. But I don't think they're like some of their cousins. That's just my opinion. I think the other half of the Edomites, which is, the white man who's, some of them, not all of them, who interfaced or mingled with the nations, right? Some of the Edomites mingled with some of the nations, and we're going to talk about that.
Wowzers. Everything's about skin color, man. Everything's about skin color now. Yeah, yeah, he's one of those white people that interface with the nations, that intermingle. He's a product of that. He's talking about himself. He's talking about himself. He got a bunch of these. Get this one right here.
I know what's going on. I already see it. That whole how they doing black casting. That's how they doing Yap Gang. They want all of them. Anything that's going against the gender, the echo chamber and the handlers. Y'all can't fool me. Y'all can't fool me with this. Y'all can't fool me with this. I've been on the block too long. I see what's going on here. I ain't gonna touch it. I'm gonna leave it alone. Let them go ahead and manipulate and use and do what they want, because I don't want to stop nobody bread. Let them go ahead and do what. So I said, so people hit me and say, yo, you seen the other video with Orthodox more in the pews and all of that stuff, and Black Tastic hit me with some. I ain't even getting into it. I ain't even getting into it, because I know what them handlers want. I know what's bread awakening. Alone. A lot of folks in awakening don't want no truth.
Yeah.
A lot of folk in awakening don't want no truth. Go ahead.
Brother Berean talking like he missing his two front teeth. Well, that's cool. He banging on them, so that's fine. I'm just gonna ignore that. Let me go back over here, bro. Let's go back to Abu. Anyway, we're not here for Berean. We're here for Abu. So it was a video he did here. I forgot to cover this right here. Let's watch this one. So Abu marathon tonight, man. Yeah.
Go on a quick Yeshua from Zap Gang put up this provocative Facebook post, which you see on your screen. And it was, like I said, it was very short, and it reads, quote, DHI cult wants to be the ADL, end quote. Now, I concede up front that I don't speak for Yeshua. I can't speak for Yeshua, but I am nonetheless confident that I think I know what he's referring to in that post. So I'd like to nuance it a bit and offer some comments, and perhaps even offer a bit of corroborating evidence. First and foremost, as a bit of a disclaimer, it needs to be noted, for those who don't know or those who might raise an objection, it needs to be noted that Yeshua was not applying that statement to everyone in the diverse Israelite spectrum. Rather, he's alluding to a subset within the Israelite spectrum, right? And regarding the ADL, which is to say the Anti-Defamation League, some critics of that organization have argued that it has sometimes overstepped certain bounds by employing accusations of anti-Semitism, which is to say of anti-Jewish bigotry, to unfairly shut down legitimate arguments or criticisms, right? So with that accusation in mind, Yeshua's post was alluding to the inherent irony, which is found among some within the Israelite spectrum, the diverse Israelite spectrum, right? Some within that spectrum who will echo precisely that criticism of the ADL while simultaneously aspiring to successfully deploy precisely those tactics which they decried, right? Now, that might sound a little strange, so let's consider some examples, right? Just today, the We Woke Now channel.
Real quick. Excellent assessment. I was targeting these cult members, man, because they'll complain about how the ADL has power to shut down certain voices, certain black voices, but they want to do the same thing. They want to shut down every voice that offends them, every voice that opposes them, every voice that challenges them. They want to be the same thing. They want to be the ADL times 2, hell, times 3. You know, I'm a Dragon Ball Z guy. I grew up on Dragon Ball Z. They want to be perfect cell. Okay. The ADL is not perfect. They're imperfect cell, right? They're not perfect cell yet. They haven't absorbed Android 17 and Android 18. They haven't did that yet, right? So they haven't perfected it yet. But these guys, these BHIs, they want to become perfect cell. They want to be ADL 2.0. They want to be able to have the power to shut down. They would love to shut down my channel. They would love to shut down everybody that's going against their narrative or dare to speak or have an opinion against them. If they feel offended by what you're saying about them, then you must be shut down. And you got to sign petitions and get people taken off of the internet. These people want to be the ADL. They want to have the power that they think they're seeing with the ADL. They want to be able to do those things, bro. Yeah, ADL Kaioken times 20 Super Saiyan God. Ultra Instinct ADL. That's the level they want to bring it to, bro. because they want to rule with an iron fist. They got support. A lot of these BHI codes support the idea of fascism, man. That's a whole nother bag. So I'm gonna let my bro cook, man. Hibachi.
Put out a video titled "Is the ADL a hate group?" And in that video, the man who runs that account complained about the ADL raising charges of bigotry against Ron Dalton. Right? Here's an excerpt and fair use.
The ADL. You have to really deal with the ADL, because I saw that the ADL did a very ugly, nasty, deceptive post on their website about Ron Dalton. Same thing that Southern Poverty does when, did with our community, this awakening, starting with the Black Hebrew, not Black Hebrew, but the Black identity extremists. We got to, a lot of stuff out there. A lot of junk is out there. See, family, the hand nasty, deceptive.
Hold on real quick. So you're saying, are you saying that Ronald Dalton is not a black extremist, black identity extremist? Come on, man. We read his book live. The man is saying that white people come from aliens, pygmies come from aliens from Sirius A and Sirius B. Allah is an alien from Sirius A, Sirius B. White skin comes from aliens interbreeding or intermixing with humanoid women, right? Yeah, you forgot about that. That's not extreme to you. That is very extreme. It's very racist, and he deserves to be called out. You deserve to be called out. Everybody deserves to be called out on their racist shenanigans. So don't even start, man. Like, you full of shit. You look like that cartoon character from Hanna-Barbera. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Droopy. Nigga always look like Droopy, man. Why you always sad? Like, you perpetually sad. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. Let me get back to this, man. Hibachi.
Really deal with the ADL, because I saw that the ADL did a very
right. Just today, the We Woke Now channel put out a video titled "Is the ADL a hate group?" And in that video, the man who runs that account complained about the ADL raising charges of bigotry against Ron Dalton. Right? Here's an excerpt and fair use.
The ADL. You have to really deal with the ADL, because I saw that the ADL did a very ugly, nasty, deceptive post on their website about Ron Dalton. Same thing that Southern Poverty does when, did with our community, this awakening, starting with the Black Hebrew, not Black Hebrew, but the Black identity extremists. We got to, a lot of stuff out there. A lot of junk is out there. See, family, the Anti-Defamation League, you guys better start doing your homework. Don't just start.
Now, that show, that video on the We Woke Now channel is actually what inspired this rant that I'm going on in this video, which you're currently watching right now, because it struck me as capturing the sentiment of Yeshub's post from a few days ago. You see, the man who runs that We Woke Now channel is honestly notorious bigotry. In fact, one of my earliest interactions with him, I won't call it a direct interaction, but in the sense that it was an interaction in the sense that he was responding to a video I had made, gently responding to a video he had made, right? And this was 3 years ago. He had actually threatened to sue me for defamation, literally for defamation, like the word that the D in ADL stands for. He threatened to sue me for defamation.
See, caught red-handed. You want to be ADL Jr. so bad. You want to be ADL. This is you, what a Pastor Kelly. The hell? That's who you are, Kelly. Look, this is who you are, Kelly.
You know what? I'm the hero. You know what? I'm happy. You know what? She's my girl. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm happy. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a mad dog. You know what? Haste makes waste. You know what? I'm jolly. Tip, tip. You know what? You cheated. You know what? Cheaters never win. You know what? That's not sanitary. You know what? The hero always comes out in the end. You know what? I'm the hero. You know what? That makes me mad.
Look at Baby Kelly.
You know what?
Oh, go back to Baby Kelly. Go back to Baby Kelly. Look at Baby Kelly. Look at Baby Kelly.
I'm the hero. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm gonna slay you. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a mad dog. And he is too.
Hey, tell me that nigga don't look like Droopy, bro. You know what? I'm happy. We got Shawn Michaels in the building, chin checking motherfuckers. What's going on, Shawn? I guess my brother Shawn and walked away from the computer, y'all. Yeah, shout out to Dr. Droopy. That's who look like Droopy. Hey, man, they tripped me out. They had Baby Kelly right here. Look at Baby Kelly.
I'm the hero. You know what? That makes me mad.
Baby Kelly on there. Hibachi, nigga. Hibachi. Oh, man. Let's go back. All right, little sissy. Wow, he's so full of hate. He's so full of hate. Man, save it for them niggas. Wait. Let's go.
Simply because I had disagreed with him on the methodology for interpreting markings on some pews in the church in Savannah, Georgia.
And technically, if I wanted to go legal on these guys, I can literally take a legal case out on them because they're what? Defaming my character.
Correct. Now, I might be tempted to call that gentleman an aspiring one-man anti-defamation league, but he's not by himself. He's not alone in this matter, right? There are actually others around him with a similar line of thought, right? With a similar thought processes. Right? Like, for example, 2 years ago, he was on a show with one of his supporters, and he was co-signing a plan to try to get videos which disagreed with them taken down by having them flagged for alleged anti-Semitism. They were literally plotting these huge videos, which had nothing to do with anti-Semitism, of being anti-Semitic just so they could get them flagged and taken down, right? Here, consider this clip. And again, fair use.
I was talking to Dante. Dante said, it's all right. They do some flag them. And that's that's plain and simple. Because if you flag them, guess what, y'all?
Shawn Michaels.
I'm here. Pardon me, man. I'm sorry I'm late. There was company in the house tonight. But what's going on? I know I missed a lot because I haven't even been listening. But I just read a few comments, so I know you're going in. Shalom.
Let me ask you this question, bro. You ever seen Kelly's baby pictures?
No, I haven't, bro. But I'm sure you do.
You got him as a baby right here. Look, there's a little video that he got when he was a baby.
You know what? That makes me mad. You know?
Yeah, shoot, yeah.
You know what? I'm happy. You know what? Well, every time I see him, I say, bro, that's Droopy, bro. That's fucking Droopy. You know what? Look.
You know what? Cheaters never win. You know what? That's not sanitary. You know what? The hero always comes out in the end. You know what? I'm the hero. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm gonna slay you. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray.
Yeah, you shoot. When did you get the time to do all of this, man?
When have you
When
ever
did you
seen
get
Kelly? When have you ever seen Kelly smile, bro? He just like a, you know what? I'm happy. That's him, bro. You know that's him.
Yo, oh,
I'm
man.
happy.
But not for nothing, you're not the first one. I've heard other people say that, you know, over the years. They've compared him to Droopy. So, when did you get time to cut all this up, yo? When did you must have did that shit today?
I didn't cut that up. I just went to YouTube, man, and looked up Droopy. Every time I see him, I be thinking of Droopy, bro.
Oh man. Oh, you know he blocked me.
Droopy?
Yeah, I made a comment in the
Look, what'd he tell you? He said, you know what? I'm gonna block you.
I dropped a comment. I dropped a comment in the short he did on Tyree. And actually, it wasn't. It was a community post about the brother that just got killed by the 5 black or 6 black cops. So I don't know how many of them it was, but yeah. So I commented on it because he made a post, a community post, saying basically that there was a white cop that tasered him first. And then, you know, he never got charged, but they finally charged him, or he's suspended or whatever. So I dropped a comment saying, listen, I don't care, and people are going to take this wrong, but I don't, you know, whatever. I said something to the effect of, I don't care that, you know, this white cop may have started it, but the mere fact that all of them, you know, we seen the brothers on TV killing this man, so they're all complicit. So it's kind of neutral what I said. Blocked.
You know what? You know what? Get him the fuck out of here.
Oh man.
Oh shit. Hey, find it. Where that post said he was talking about some the white man was able to reproduce chimpanzees and humans with. We need to go over that too.
I dropped that in the in our
yeah, let me go.
Yeah, check your Telegram because I'm on my phone, so I can't grab anything. But check it out, bro.
Yeah, I grab. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna show you what Droopy, Dr. Droopy shared. But right now, Avery, Abu is exposing these guys as hypocrites because secretly they want to be the ADL. They want to have the power to shut down anybody that opposes them, that offends them, that says anything they don't like, just like the ADL. But they want to do it. They want to be 2 times the ADL. You understand?
Well, back in the days, back a couple of years ago, that's what they was doing. They was trying to get you know, using the anti-Semitic thing, trying to get people doxxed and you know, for brothers and sisters to stop dealing with certain people, you know, because they was talking about the pews and this, that, and third. And if anybody say that you're not Israel, they're anti-Semitic. They even wanted to go as far as doing lawsuits against people. So yeah, they're basically doing ADL stuff.
Exactly. And he Abu made comment on my video where my post when I said BHI Coates wants to be the ADL. And it's so true, bro. They want to shut people down. They want to silence them. They want to silence everybody that tries to that has a different opinion or oppose their will or their, you know, what they say. Like they want to get rid of you.
Fair use.
The old way of doing things is about, it's about done. You know, there's still people, you know, especially, you know, people around our age, well, my age and around their age, You know, they still holding on to these old BHI tropes and old BHI way of doing things. And you know, you young cats is y'all resetting the whole situation, and they don't understand that there's going to be young people following y'all. You know what I mean, they, you know, they don't feel the brunt of it right now. Give it another year or so.
Big facts, big facts. We're gonna let Abu cook, man. Hibachi.
Some pews in the church in Savannah, Georgia.
And technically, if I wanted to go legal on these guys, I can literally take a legal case out on them because they're what? Defaming my character.
Correct.
Now, I might be tempted to call that gentleman an aspiring one-man anti-defamation league, but he's not by himself. He's not alone in this matter, right? There are actually others around him with a similar line of thought, right? With a similar thought processes, right? Like, for example, 2 years ago, he was on a show with one of his supporters, and he was co-signing a plan to try to get videos which disagreed with them taken down by having them flagged for alleged anti-Semitism. They were literally plotting to accuse videos which had nothing to do with anti-Semitism of being anti-Semitic just so they could get them flagged and taken down, right? Here, consider this clip. And again, fair use.
I was talking to Dante. Dante said, it's all right. They do some flag them. And that's plain and simple. Because if you flag them, guess what, y'all? They get shut down. So we find out they doing the video, the UA community, that's them. Flag them. Let's shut them down. And that's key. We are going to have to make a concerted effort that if you do our videos like the way you've been doing them, we are going to flag you. And we will get that video shut down overnight. So that's why I said, family, if you are a mod, please make sure you are on point in this chat on Sunday. And if y'all see videos, start flagging them as anti-Semitic, plain and simple.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you said that.
And they wound up trying to deploy that tactic against videos which, for example, merely disagreed with them on language-related questions, right? And they also went on to promote a change.org petition accusing a diverse spectrum of people of anti-Semitism. And all of those people were just happened to be folks who dared to disagree with them, you know, on one or more of their public claims, right? And more recently, roughly a month ago, the We Woke Now channel put up a community post insinuating that if you got Igbo in a DNA test, you could then combine that with a psak din, a rabbinic legal ruling, which concluded that Igbos are Israelites. You can combine the two and try to bring hate crime charges against your critics. You know, I mean, seriously, I could make a whole video on the convoluted logic of that post. You know, for example, I would want to ask if the host of the We Woke Now channel thinks that the halachic status of Ashkenazi Jews within the rabbinic spectrum somehow entails that anyone who gets Ashkenazi Jewish in a DNA test is therefore magically exempt from criticism, right? Is that how he thinks that works? And does he want that imaginary power to be transferred to him? I don't know. But perhaps that's a discussion for another time, right? Getting back to my rant right here, and the topic is this pattern of aspiring to be like their stereotype of the ADL, right? It's also worth noting that just a few days ago, the We Woke Now channel put up yet another community post, and which once again shared his desire, this a long-standing desire to bring litigation against those who dare to disagree with him. And the post shared a video from the Boom Church account, which is closely related to the We Woke Now channel account. In that video, the host of the Boom Church channel claimed that certified letters had been sent from some unnamed attorney to a popular Christian apologist who disagreed with both of them, with the Boom Church and the We Woke Now channel. Now, if these men would like to publicly share the content of those certified letters, you know, these apparent legal documents from some unnamed attorney, I'd love to look them over, as I must confess, I'm honestly skeptical about how much substance or teeth might be found therein. Now, I'll concede up front that maybe they'll claim that for legal reasons, they're not at liberty to publicly post the letters, the content of the letters, right? And that's fine, right? But aside from that, I'm also curious about the law firm that sent the letters. Does this unnamed attorney have or work for a particular practice, you know what I mean, like a particular law firm? And if so, can we be informed about that law firm and its location, right? Or will that be kept a secret, just like these gentlemen have kept the assorted scholars and doctorate bestowing institutions that they've invoked over the years secret? I don't know. Whatever the case, ironically, that video on the Boom Church channel went on to complain about past videos by a certain Catholic bringing up legal bluffs, right? And that would be in reference to me. You see, these men actually have a history of making legal threats against people who disagree with them. And to date, those myriad legal threats of litigation, you know, they have not panned out so far, right? And just to bring up one example, there was an instance back in December of 2020, when the host of the We Woke Now channel threatened to bring federal and international charges against assorted Christian apologists in Florida, Chicago, and Arizona. And here he meant, you know, Christian apologists who dared to disagree with him, you know? And now that was nearly 2 years ago, and he currently does not seem willing to discuss how those cases are coming along.
So who's the agent? So who's the agent?
Okay.
Internet.
All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Yo, Abu was pushing y'all melons in. He was jellying y'all biscuits, beating the hell out of y'all, and this is what y'all did. That's why I told Abu a cold man. This is a cold ninja, bro. This brother had y'all doing all this.
And to be honest, there was a time where we didn't even rock with Abu. Like, you know what I'm saying? We had issues with Abu. And to think that, you know, we're going over all of the the different situations that happen between the apologist communities, BHI and Christian alike. You know, all of a sudden it seems that we have a better understanding of proper methodology and all of these things than these people who, you know what I'm saying, these brothers and sisters in Israel that have been doing this for the longest. Nobody knows how to like have a real discussion. It's crazy.
Right. Hey, if he take me to court, I'm gonna present this to Discovery.
Yeah, he said he was going to get international. What did Abu say? He said international and federal. What did he say? Who he getting? He might as well call Mossad too.
Bro, if he go, if he talk about I'm gonna sue Yashu for defamation, I'm gonna say, Your Honor, Exhibit A.
You know what?
But we the agents.
You know what? I'm happy. You know what? She's my girl. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm happy. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a man. You know what? Haste makes waste. You know what? I'm jolly. Tip, tip. You know what? You cheated. You know what? Cheaters never win. You know what? That's not sanitary. You know what? The hero always comes out in the end. You know what? I'm the hero. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm gonna slay you. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a mad dog. And he is too.
The judge gonna throw the case out then.
Yo, you killing me with this, yo.
You know what? I'm gonna take your black ass to court.
He killing me with this, you shoot. Yeah, you had to put that together today. You had to have.
No. You know what? This nigga, man. I can't take this guy serious. Until I see him smile and look regular, I can't take him seriously. I'm sorry. But Abu's absolutely correct. You guys are the ones that want to be ADL. Y'all want to be ADL. You know, y'all pseudo ADL right, quasi ADL members right now, trying to shut down everybody, threatening to sue them, take legal action and all this other BS because they beating up your doctrine. Get your goofy Donald and Mickey head ass up out of here. Get your Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, Mickey Housc head up out of here, nigga. What's wrong with you, man? You know what? Get your goofy ass. Get your goofy, droopy looking head ass out of here. What's wrong with you?
Law, right? Those federal cases and international legal cases, right? And I have a video on that pattern, you know, discussing that and other legal threats. And I'll link to the video, amongst the sources which I list in the video description. But suffice to say, there is a certain irony in this crowd spending years making a variety of legal threats and then complaining that some had wondered if those threats might have been mere bluffs, right? And then on top of that, trying to add yet another legal threat onto that pile of legal threats, right? Oh man, whatever the case, the ultimate point here is that the man running the We Woke Now channel and some of his supporters don't actually disagree with the unfair tactics which the ADL is sometimes accused of employing, right? This crowd doesn't actually disagree with trying to shut down disagreement via accusations of bigotry and threats of legal action, right? Rather, they themselves openly fantasize about deploying precisely those tactics against folks, who dared to diverge from their preferred narrative, right? And analogous to the heavy-handed pressure deployed against Kyrie Irving, this cohort wants to punish thought crimes committed on social media. In short, they aspire to become their own version of the way they perceive the ADL. In short, one might get the impression that perhaps they desire to establish their own sort of Hebrew Israelite anti-defamation league. You might call it the HI-ADL. Oh, and by the way, if more astute observers wonder about my including the tet in the Hebrew text, I did that because in that same video from today, that We Woke Now channel's video about the ADL, the guy from that channel repeated his insistence that he's an Israelite, not an Israeli, unwittingly preferring a Greek and Latin prefix over a Hebrew prefix, based on something he read in an English source. And I have a past video discussing that as well. But that aside, I'm about to close this video. However, before I do so, I want to stress the irony in this crowd decrying infringements on free speech, or the infringements of some people's free speech rights, yet simultaneously wanting to themselves infringe on the free speech of others. I mean, if you want to be free speech maximalists, I'm all for it, right? I myself have posted my own disagreements with the pressure which has been put on Kyrie Irving, for example. But if you're going to be a free speech maximalist, you shouldn't be out here trying to shut down discussions with accusations of racism and anti-Semitism, or by pushing petitions accusing people who disagreed with you of such, or by trying to get videos flagged and trying to intimidate folks with a myriad of threats of litigation, right? Just a few days ago, the guy from the We Woke Now channel was on the Moxie Approved channel, and they were reviewing Ron Dalton's film, Hebrew to Negroes, right? And the guy from the We Woke Now channel was engaging in what would popularly be considered Holocaust revisionism, right? He was arguing for a significant reduction in the number of people who died during the Holocaust. Now, if he wants to say that too should fall under free speech, okay, there are very serious academics who would agree, like most notably Noam Chomsky. But if free speech covers that, then so too it should cover the trivial disagreements he and his followers have tried to punish, right? It's absurd to argue that criticism of the popular understanding of the death toll in the Holocaust should be protected under the right to free expression, but somehow criticism of claims made in videos on the We Woke Now or Boom Church channels cannot be afforded the same protection and right. I mean, think about how absurd that is. But reality is that this crowd doesn't agree with the tactics they accuse the ADL of employing, right? On the contrary, as Yeshub alluded to in that Facebook post shown at the start of this video, this crowd aspires to employ precisely those tactics. They only disagree on who should be employing such tactics. They simply want the power to shut down dissent transferred to them. And on that note, I'll stop with this short rant. And, as always, I look forward to the comments of others. God bless.
Then we because comes out to say, hey, we are the people of the book. Now there's a lot of things that has to be undone. That means that whatever is being set aside for the Jewish community, and we know them, that means that each one of us are entitled to that.
Hibachi. Well said, my brother. Well said. I told you, Alonzo's putting cases on all you bitches, man. You understand? You see how he exposed Droopy like that?
And he's been doing this for years.
Yeah. He been putting cases on y'all.
All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Well, Alonzo. Well, Alonzo, he in the comment section. Tell him to come up here and he has to explain himself. You got to explain yourself, brother.
You too surgical, man. You too goddamn surgical.
I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay.
But we're gonna have to take a brief intermission and deal with what Droopy said on Facebook, man. And then we're gonna get back to another video made by Abu. Okay, so Droopy on his We Woke Now page, he shared an article, and it says Chinese researchers developed the first human-monkey hybrid in a lab, sparking ethical debate. Then he put up another post here. Chinese scientists have apparently shocked the globe by successfully creating the first human-monkey hybrid in a lab. See, I try to educate y'all, man. At the end of the day, yeah, we have fun. We crack on niggas. But at the end of the day, I try my best to educate y'all. And there's something called zingers, bro. And there's something called shock value. There's something called clickbait. He shared this with his peoples. And I could just imagine what the comment section was like. I could just imagine what he was trying to imply here. Because again, you niggas don't read. So you'll get caught up on a title saying Chinese researchers developed the first human-monkey hybrid in a lab, sparking an ethical debate. And then you see this image here. Oh, there it is right there. That's what they created. They actually created a crossbreed. Oh, Esau is about to, bring the evil 100%. He about to turn his evil all the way turned up. You understand? And I could just imagine what the BHI, why even post this or what the thinking was. But if you actually read one of the articles referring to this, it's not talking about it's not the image, bro. It's not what the image is showing. Human monkey hybrid embryo created by joint China-U.S. scientist team. And it's about 2 years old. For April 16, 21st is when this was going on, when they were reporting on it. So it says a team of scientists from the U.S., China, and elsewhere have developed embryos that are a mix of human and monkey cells for the first time in history. So he chose the articles that sound the most exotic, the most jaw dropping. They actually created a hybrid of human monkey. No, they didn't. They did not. It says the embryos, which were detailed on Thursday in the scientific journal Cell, were created for scientists to uncover new ways to produce organs for people who need transplants. The researchers injected 25 stem cells from humans, known as induced pluripotent stem cells, or ISP cells, into embryos from macaque monkeys. The scientists then grew the mixed embryos in test tubes for up to 20 days in order to study how the animal and human cells communicate with one another. The idea behind the research is to determine whether or not monkeys could eventually be able to grow human organs for transplants. According to the team of scientists, thousands of people die every year waiting for such transplants. In recent years, some scientists have been experimenting with injecting human stem cells into sheep and pig embryos to see if they become capable of growing human organs. However, that research has so far been unsuccessful, according to NPR. Now the team of scientists chose to experiment with monkeys because they are much more closely related to humans genetically. The researchers reported that after 1 day, they were able to detect human cells growing in 132 of the injected embryos. However, most of the embryos died during the 20-day experiment, and those that survived only retained 4 to 7% human cells, according to the South China Morning Post. Nonetheless, the scientists found that the research represented significant progress of this type of study. So you actually read this article, it's not saying they created a damn human chimpanzee hybrid. It's just saying they experiment with these embryos and they had a little bit of success. See, they're trying to look at the half glass full. No, 4 to 7% of those human, those that survive only retain 4 to 7% human cells. So it actually was a failure, but it was better than what they got with the sheep and the other animals they tested on. So they looked at it as a significant progress. I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat. That's what that article actually says. But once you go to his polls, of course, his followers are just looking at him like, oh, taking it from face value. We're too damn gullible, man. Y'all need Yap, bro. Y'all need Yap.
I think what the excuse is going to be, going forward is that not necessarily that it happened, but the mere fact that they're playing with these things. This is what, I'm saying, they're playing with, they're playing God. They're trying this and they're trying that, like the days of Noah. So, even though he posted it, we see what he said. you know, or how he posted it and made it look like they actually, you know, were successful in doing this. The mere fact that they're even trying it is enough to trigger them.
Man, they know exactly what they're talking about, or what they think they're pushing. Man, they know what they're pushing. Then it's
Yeah,
gonna
we
say,
know.
oh, this is what the Nephilim were doing.
Right. And so, you know, as the days of Noah was, it will be in the last days. And you know, I mean, you know, most people will take it for what it's worth. You know, they've been trying these things. You know, they was doing it. We hear about you know, or rumors about during the during well with Adolf Hitler and his scientists and the things that they were trying to do and stuff like that. So, you know, they're just continuing to push that narrative.
Yeah. And here's a quote from the article that I was just reading from Newsweek. It says here, our goal is not to generate any new organism, any monster, Belmonte told NPR. And we are not doing anything like that. We are trying to understand how cells from different organisms communicate with one another. You know what I'm saying? Just take out the time, the 5 minutes to read shit before y'all go spreading it across social media land. You know. But let's go back to my brother Abu. I just want to share that with you guys, man. Sean showed me, and I was like, you know, they trying to take this and run with it and say that this is proof of some kind of prophecy or so, you know, like you said, as the days of Noah's were, you know, they back then they was gene splicing, and even though there's nowhere in the scripture, but they were gene splicing and creating new creatures out of two creatures and having sex with different, like, nah, bro, that's not what this is. So if you know, most of y'all guys clicked off the video. No, hell no, he ain't gonna disrespect my Nephilim theory. Let me go back. Let's see what else we got from my brother, man. Abu. What's this? Genetic proximity to ancient Israel. Oh no, I already saw this one already. We already played this one live. This one he was dealing with the Brown situation.
Yeah, did you cover the because I wasn't listening earlier. Did you cover the video, the recent video? I think he did it within the last 24 hours with the Sakden.
Yeah.
Sakden. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I started with that one. Now let's do the discussing cats with Sister E.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Orthodox more on. Oh, wait. Did we see that one? We'll watch that one next.
Greetings. Earlier today, and right after I finished there, someone in the live chat informed me that Sister E had gone live on her channel and that she had mentioned me among others. So I went over to Sister E's channel and I left a comment in the live chat, and that's the comment that you see on your screen now. And she invited me onto her show to discuss the cats controversy. Now, I feel that our brief conversation offered some helpful clarifications, so I'm going to play it in its entirety here. Before I do so, however, I wanted to also show something else from Sister E, which I have not previously shown on this channel, and it's what she said back on December 21st, 2020, in the immediate wake of the cats controversy. You see, my initial video on the cat sock puppet dropped on December 20th of 2020, and Pastor Kelly promised to go live the very next day. He wound up canceling that evening show, so Sister E went live instead that evening. I think this clip provides an interesting look at the sort of mix of uncertainty and trust in the good doctor that was swirling around in her at that time. Also, I think it provides a helpful bookend of sorts where we can juxtapose what it was like at the start with how things are now, a little over 2 years later. So this clip will run for a little less than 2.5 minutes. It's actually a compilation of 2 clips, so I'll post the timestamps noting the precise places where these clips can be found. And of course, I'll also share a link in the video description. So let's watch this, and then we'll get to the discussion that Sister E and I had today. And fair use.
The pews. Y'all in these pews, but y'all shall see. The fight is not over yet. That's all I got to say. I'm not saying nothing else. They have sworn me to secrecy. I am not telling the secrets. So you all, I am not. Stop getting me to tell the secrets. I'm not going to tell the secrets. Stop it. Y'all don't have to wait. I am not finna tell the secrets, but it's very interesting. So just wait. Pastor Kelly's thing I think it's gonna be good. That I know of. I haven't seen it yet, so but I know it's some decent information. Y'all, my throat. So y'all know we don't walk away without fighting. That's all I gotta say. Not telling the secrets. Definitely not telling the secrets. I will get voted off the island if I tell the secrets. Put it like this, there's a reason why I'm tired right now. And I was not gonna go live today because I thought Pastor Kelly was gonna go live, and I said I'm just gonna sit in the chat. And then he says, hey, not going live. I said, wow. Well, I saw it just like y'all. And then y'all just said, hey, Sister E, go live. I was like, I don't even know what I'm gonna talk about. But just know that the fight is not over. Oh wow, this world is amusing. Was Abu caught lying about something regarding the pews? Y'all keep trying to get me to tell all the secrets. I'm really, they keeping it as Kelly's not telling me a lot either, though. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know as much as I normally. Not that he's not telling me. It's just been a busy day that I have not really got a chance to talk to anybody. Because everybody's trying to wrap up from work for the holidays, so I'm in the office. Oh, God.
Okay, so having seen that, we can now jump into the discussion which Sister E and I had today on her channel. The discussion lasted about 12 minutes, and I'll play here the entire discussion, like I said earlier, including a portion where I briefly share with her the idea of me playing the discussion on my own channel. Now, quick technical note, on a couple of occasions, I mentioned a correspondence I had with Yeshaya Ma'arab, also known as Mr. Blacktastic, and checking that correspondence after the discussion, I see now that it was slightly different from how I remembered it and how I described it in the discussion. So at a certain point, I'm going to put the whole discussion on the screen so those who are interested can see precisely what was said and contrast it with how I remembered it. But whatever the case, I found this brief conversation between Sister E and myself helpful. I found it helpful and valuable. You see, Sister E makes clear that she did not intend to give the impression that Benaiah Israel's argument about cats had somehow settled the matter. And I have a previous video about, how confident Sister E seemed about Benaiah's argument in the past. But in this discussion, she makes clear that she was not convinced by Benaiah's argument. So I appreciate that. And interestingly, she even proposes that perhaps Benaiah himself did not consider the argument as definitively closing the matter. Now, I'm not sure where Benaiah himself actually stands on that, but either way, as I say in the discussion, I think this takes Sister E out of the cats discussion. In my opinion, the only thing that ever put her in the discussion in the first place was her apparent defense of the sock puppet. The one time she seemed to confidently assert the existence of cats was in that show from April of 2021, but today she stated that that was not her intention. She made clear that she was not and is not as confident as she might have seemed. So in the interest of charity, I'll accept her at her word. And so with that, like I said, I'm going to play the entire discussion, and this will run for about 12 minutes. And then after our discussion ends, as a bit of closing audio, I'll also play some statements that she made on the Berean TV a little less than 3 weeks ago. And with that, enjoy the discussion, and afterwards, share any comments, questions, or criticisms you might have. And as always, God bless.
Yes, Abu. So I want you to come up here, and I want you. Oh, yes, I mentioned you. So come on up here. Not afraid to talk to you. See, I think the problem with you, Abu, come on up here. Only give this to Abu to come up. Abu, you're welcome to come up. This will be your first time. This will be your first time, possibly your last time. So nobody's scared of you. So come on up. Yes, and I'll be respectful and polite as well. So, Abu, so are you saying that I'm lying and I said I know cats?
I'm not sure I even mentioned you, but no, definitely not.
So I have a question. Have I ever mentioned cats? Said that I know cats or I've talked to cats? Have I ever said that I met cats?
No, I definitely, nor did I say you said you met cats.
Okay, so what's your point with cats to me? Let's go ahead and hash that out.
Okay, well, just to be fair, if this is a reaction to what was just on Berean, I don't think I mentioned you. I was talking about where certain other people went, and I can get to you and cats in a moment, but it was where other people went with the cats thing, where it wasn't just cats by itself. It was then the claim that cats had to go into hiding, and then the claim about, government watch lists and all this kind of stuff, But as far as you were concerned, I think the one time where you did weigh in on the cats thing, where you did seem somewhat confident, was when you had Benaiah on in April of, was it 2021? Yeah, April of 2021, where he put forth the argument that Katz is this guy in Georgia who's a scholar of Gothic languages. At that point, it did seem like you were co-signing what Benaiah was saying. Now, one thing that's interesting to note, recently I had a correspondence in some live chat with Blacktastic, and he came to your defense on that. He said that people need to understand that even if it seemed like you were agreeing in that moment, sometimes we can be roped into something, into agreeing with something that maybe we don't fully understand what we're agreeing with, or something like that. Nothing disrespectful to you. The point is, he was saying that if it's a one-off, we can't center everything on it. I think that's an interesting point by Blacktastic. So, maybe I shouldn't hold that against you. That was his argument. But yeah, that was the one time that you did seem confident. Otherwise, you've mostly been silent on it and would redirect it, as you said.
Okay.
Now,
So,
if I could say one last thing, forgive me, I
okay.
apologize for interrupting. I have never argued that the cats thing has to be put on everybody, right? As far as I was concerned, in the beginning, I was even willing to say that even Kelly was exempt from that. You know, I remember when it first broke, Kelly had a very interesting community post about deception and stuff like that. But whatever the case, so I was even willing not to put it on Kelly. I think, and so I definitely wasn't going to put it on you. And I'd never claimed that it has to go on the entire Israelite spectrum. I think it only applies to people who attempt to defend it, who put themselves into the conversation. And I think where your name came up for me was then in April of 2021, when you had Benaiah on and you seemed to be co-signing his position. And go ahead, I'll yield. Sorry about that.
So I was more so co-signing the fact that he discovered some information. But far as co-signing, saying that that's cats, do you think that I was 100% backing him up, or was I just agreeing with the conversation that we had? Said, okay, yeah, that's good information.
You want my honest impression? My honest impression was at the time, now I could be wrong about this, my honest impression was that you were saying that he was correct in shutting down the argument, that all the cat stuff was nonsense, and that now people owe Brown an apology. You know, it seemed to me like you were agreeing that he shut down the whole argument, not that he was bringing an interesting point that needs to be considered in the debate.
Okay, so ultimately, when we had that conversation and he brought that up, I was agreeing with the fact of he said that he discovered who cats was. Still not saying that that was cats. I would just say, okay, cool. If that's true, and I maybe not have said if, I should have said if that's true, then yes, they do need to apologize to Brown if that's cats. But far as me saying beyond a shadow of a doubt, that's cats, and I know that's cats, I've never said that. And I've never hold that position. Now, am I in agreement with all the stuff that transpired? No, I am not in agreement with it. That's why I've always said, take it to Brown. Brown is the point of contact when it comes to the cats conversation. We only went off of information that was provided to us, but never any of us had ever said, we've met cats, I know that's cats, I know that is cats. None of us had ever said that. So I will need you to do this, Abu. When they do bring my name up on Marianne's channel, as pertains to that, as if I am pushing the argument, I need you to make them aware that I've said, and I've said it numerous times.
Yeshu, hold on for a second.
I'm only agreeing with the conversation at hand to say, okay.
So they never fact check any of this stuff? They just went off of what each other say. This is what they do continuously. Just go off of what each other say. Nobody fact checks anything or each other.
Remember what she said about Teo? I know Teo ain't lying. I know them.
Right.
Wasn't based
No
off
fact.
Nobody, nothing. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Continue, bro. I'm sorry.
All you gotta do is be cool with each other. You know, go along, get along.
That's cats. Let's proceed from here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll say this, and this ties back in with Black Tastic's recent defense of you. If your position now is that you were not necessarily saying it's...
Don't say
no, I'm
now.
saying... okay, what I'm saying... Okay, let me try to phrase this in a more, polite way. I apologize if that sounded disrespectful. That wasn't my intention. If you're clarifying that you were not saying that Benaiah's presentation shut down the discussion on cats, then that's fine. Honestly, it takes you out of the discussion, because that's the only time I can think of where you seem to be involved in it. So if that's your explanation, that takes, in keeping with Black Tastic's defense of you recently, I think it takes you out of the conversation. So yeah, I'd be happy to say that. And if you want, I can even, if it's okay with you, I can even put this conversation on my own channel, and link back. Anything I take from your channel, I always link back to the video I took it from. So that way people see the fuller context.
And I understand that, but I will say this much, Abu, at times you'll do play it like, see, that's what she said. Understand that, you know how you went on a conversation with someone and they bring some information to you. You say, okay, yeah, if this is true, yes, they do need to apologize to Brown. But I have never, ever, ever held to the argument of that's cats. Benaiah said he found the information. I was good with the information. If we find out later on down the line that there is no cats, I am good with it. Either or, that does not destroy me, because never once have I stood in solidarity and said solidarity with the community to say I've met cats and I know that's cats. I've never said that.
Well, just to be fair, though, I don't think anyone was saying that you claim to have met cats, just to be clear.
Yeah. But the thing is, I've had numerous phone calls today within the past 15 minutes that the argument on Berean's channel is being spun that I'm lying, and I know. And I saw when you said in the chat, because I saw it myself, when you made I guess the notion that I might be lying. That's not fair, because I've never said that I've known him.
I'm not sure I remember that. I'd have to see what
that's the one when
did someone send you a screenshot?
No, that's when I saw when Black Tastic said I honestly believe. Well, you tell me, when Black Tastic supported my argument and said, no, none of us knows cats. Why was he saying that?
What I was saying is that it seemed like you clearly believed. Well, let me rephrase that. What I was saying was that when you had Benaiah on in April of 2021, it seemed to me that you were clearly, this is what I was saying at the time. It seemed to me that you were clearly co-signing his argument. Blacktastic was saying just because it seems that way, that doesn't mean that she actually agreed with it. You have to understand that these conversations, when they're going live, sometimes a person could say something and, you know, not intend it the way it seems and stuff like that, you know? And so, yeah, so it seems now you're saying that what you intended is different from how I interpreted. That was Blacktastic's argument. Okay, I'll accept it. But yeah, I was merely saying that you seemed quite confident. So here's what the contrast was. The contrast was between that presentation in April of 2021 when you had Benaya on, and what came out with the private conversation with a portion of the Yap Gang, where you said you're 95% certain that the cats thing was a lie, right? And so I was contrasting the two things and saying she seemed basically 100% certain when she was with Benaya, and that's when Blacktastic stepped in and argued in your defense that I shouldn't build too much. And so, by the way, I hope you'll at least say quietly in your heart, credit to Blacktastic. He was saying that I shouldn't build too much on that one video, because sometimes, you know, when we're in these live discussions with people we're friends with, people we're cool with, sometimes we just sort of go along and things that aren't intended, impressions that aren't intended may be given. That was his argument, and you seem to be corroborating to some extent his argument.
And before you all go do hit pieces on Benaya was not saying that he met cats. He said that he found.
No, of course not. Nobody's saying that's the argument.
I want you to make sure that y'all. I'm sorry, you're good. I want to make sure that you do not go and do that as well, because what's going on is there are credible people that's just as, I don't want to say in the dark, but still have never met cats, and I don't need them to be drugged in the mud as if they're lying. Well, that's not denying. Oh, his device got disconnected. So it says device not connected. So I guess something happened to his phone. I'll wait for him to come up. Hold on one second.
Sorry.
All right, Abu. You're good.
What I was gonna say is I don't think anyone claimed that Benaya or Kelly or you or anyone else was saying that they met cats. What the issue is that, and honestly I found that very unfortunate. I think if anyone looks at my videos where I mentioned Benaya before April of 2021, I spoke about him very glowingly and respectfully. I think that was an unfortunate turn. It seemed to me that he clearly, unambiguously, not claiming that he met cats, but claiming that, you know, here it is, the argument is being shut down. You know, that seemed to be his clear argument, that it's being shut down by pointing to this guy in Georgia who doesn't seem to have any background in Hebrew. You know, it's a person in a completely different continent. It was an unfortunate turn. And so, but yeah, the argument was never that people were claiming to have met cats, although Kelly recently claimed that there's an audio clip of Katz's voice, and that he also said he somehow confirmed cats. I don't know what he meant by that. He kept it kind of vague. Whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm good. Anything else?
Was that all you wanted to discuss? I mean, I'm happy to. I know there's a lot in the chat. I can always jump off if you want me to jump off.
Well, I'm getting ready to close. I just want to clarify what was going on Brian's channel. That's not true. Like I said,
okay. Hopefully, Brian keeps it up. We can listen closely to what he said. I don't think you were brought up within. Okay. I certainly didn't mention you explicitly with cats. At least I don't think so. But we'll see. We'll check the replay.
Okay. So just make sure that when they say that whenever they try to pull that subject point up, that you clarify that we've had this discussion and we should be good now. So. Ultimately, I do want to see, do they have those 10 sources yet? I would love to see Blacktastic and Dante debate.
I don't know about that. I haven't been following that controversy too closely.
Okay. I would love to see that debate. So, all right. Well, I'm getting ready to close because I got to get back. I just got off of lunch. So, all righty. Thanks
for having me on. Good conversation.
Yeah, and it's an ugly topic too. And the reason why people are like, well, why don't you blast him? Right now, our community is still rebuilding from this incident. Me blasting Majors publicly, because again, I'm 95% sure think that Majors is live. You have never heard me say, yes, there's a cat. Yes, I know there's a cat. There's a cat. Has anybody ever heard me say
you didn't. No, you didn't.
So with that being said, with them saying that I said 95%, yes, have you ever seen me and Brown rock together? Other than when he wanted to present cats.
Not as much as Kelly Brown.
I only rock with Dante, Teo, and different people in my community. I can't call anybody a liar until I fully have the information. Do I trust him? So be it. No, I don't. If I don't trust him, that's me. And again, I'm not saying anything. I'm not mincing my words. I said what I said in the private conversation with Yap. Let's call that out. I will never mince my words. I said it. Yes, I said 95%. And I'm going to stand on what I said. I said it in a private conversation with Yap. Let me emphasize this. A private conversation because I felt some kind of way. Y'all niggas can't talk my niggas home. Y'all niggas can't talk my niggas home. Y'all niggas can't talk my niggas home. Y'all niggas can't talk my niggas home.
Don't mention Yap.
Yeah, but hold on. We'll be dealing with confidence because see, this is why I like Abu with certain things. You know, this is why I like Abu when he deals with things. Confidence rates. what I'm saying? What is a confidence rate? Right? So we're going off of the evidence that we find, and that evidence builds a case. And then you have a confidence rate. You ask, what I'm saying, or even if you're building a model, before you present it, you want to have a high confidence rate before you present it. Her confidence rate for Brown lying or being untruthful was 95%. It's a very high confidence rate. Why do you have to be 100% sure? You're going off a confidence rate.
This is true. 95, that is high as hell, sister E. You understand?
When we build our models, on anything, when we deal with the evidence, we deal with no different if you go to court. You go to court, before they even indict you, before they take it to the grand jury, they have to have a confidence rate. I'm saying they have to. They have to be able to get, like, we're 85% sure that this crime happened, this person did it, and so now we're going to move forward to take them to court with it or indict them. Everything is built off a confidence rate.
Yeah. Hey, we got the savant from Levant in the building. What's going on, Ivory?
Hey, shalom. It's good to be back on the show. Just got done watching Black Panther 2, so whenever you're ready to do that movie review, do that. But what did I miss from Abu's video?
Let me show you what you missed. He was talking to Pastor Kelly. And
no, I'm talking about the one. Did you review the one about the West African Jewry or whatever, Obadiah Alliance?
Yeah, I did, but let's talk about what he revealed about Kelly. So he's got to be on Kelly, right? This brother
kind of do look like him. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? I'm the hero. You know what? I'm happy. You know what? She's my girl. You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm happy. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a mad dog. You know what? Haste makes waste. You know what? I'm jolly. Tip, tip. You know what? You cheated. You know what? Cheaters never win. You know what? That's not sanitary. You know what? The hero always comes out in the end. You know what? I'm the hero. You know,
Avery, look at baby. Look at baby Kelly.
Oh man.
You know what? You're back.
You know what? That makes me mad. You know what? I'm gonna slay you. You know what? I'm happy. Hooray. You know what? They think he's a mad dog. And he is too.
That's what that's what Abu brought out.
Dang.
No, we'll watch it again. We'll watch the clip again. Hold on. Let me bring it back up.
Hold on. I'll be back in a few minutes. Gotta take care of something, and then I'll watch the clip.
All right, yeah. When you get back, I'll play the clip because Sean gotta see it too. So all right.
Oh, he missed as well. There you go.
Yeah, both of y'all missed it. I did it at the beginning of the show.
Oh, okay. I'll be back. Hold on.
Okay, here's another one. Since we're talking about Droopy. How does We Woke Now define a hate group?
Greetings. A super quick video here as I saw something that struck me as too ironic not to share a brief comment on it. On your screen is a recent YouTube community post from the We Woke Now channel, and those of you who are familiar with my channel are probably likewise familiar with our friend who maintains the We Woke Now channel.
Pastor Kelly, you know, the good doctor.
So our friend over at the We Woke Now channel put up this community post disagreeing with the idea of designating IUIC, or Israel United in Christ, a quote-unquote hate group. And I'm actually sympathetic on that point, as I myself am not a fan of throwing these sorts of labels around. You know, I'd much prefer that we just focus on debating ideas rather than trying to shut debate down with these sorts of designations. But the opening line of that community post struck me as ironic. You see, our friend wrote, quote, IUIC is called the hate group. They haven't killed anyone, end quote. So our friend is now insinuating that murder has to be committed in order for a group to be designated a quote-unquote hate group. However, that seems to be a new development in our friend's thinking, as he didn't seem to hold to that view back when he was pushing a petition to designate so-called urban apologists a quote-unquote hate group. You see, back then he seemed to feel that merely disagreeing with his public claims made one, you know, a member of a quote-unquote hate group, right? There didn't seem to be any requirement for physical violence, much less murder back then, at least not in his thinking. So I'm going to close this video with a short clip from that time when our friend was pushing
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
petition, and I'll share a link to the petition in the video description. And this is going to come from a video which aired on the Sister E channel. I just wanted to juxtapose the community post you just saw with this clip that you're about to see, documenting what is at best a change in thought for our friend, and at worst an obvious inconsistency. Honestly, I sometimes feel that the only consistent pattern with our friend over at the We Woke Now channel is that of a double standard, which is to say one standard for people who dare to disagree with him and a different standard for people he still likes. Whatever the case, enjoy the clip and fair use.
So what are your thoughts, or, you know?
Well, for me, the work is not done because for those that are not aware, with the petition, we need to come together and make sure that we all sign that petition that Dante created to recognize the urban apologetic community, that term, that group, and everyone associated with it as a hate group, because they are.
Man, like, these people.
So what would that make them? What would that make them?
A hate group.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, man. Like, come on, man. They constantly stumbling over themselves and falling on their own swords. Did I see this one here? Let's check this one out while we wait on Ivory to get back in the fold.
Greetings. So last night, there was yet another interesting show on the Genesis 49ers channel, covering a variety of topics, as shows on that channel typically do. And as it was a long show, and I often feel with the long shows on that channel that there are certain things which I find particularly interesting, which, you know, at risk of getting lost or buried within the larger discussion. So now there were a few different sections from that show that I'm tempted to clip and share. But in this particular video, I wanted to share a brief portion in which the Orthodox Moor shared some intriguing thoughts on certain Israelites whom he calls Darbyites, because he feels they are largely influenced by the late Stephen Darby, and thus, in a sense, they are doctrinally descended from Stephen Darby Ministries on a number of points, at least. Now, the individuals that the Orthodox Moor had in mind have been called moderate Israelites, or moderates by some, but Moore and Ivri argue in this clip that they may be more immoderate than some might realize. And in my opinion, the especially fascinating portion is what Moore had to say about that stream's changing approach to DNA after revelations about some of their paternal haplogroups. Now, at the very least, I found all this to be thought-provoking, and, you know, a good portion of this was new to me and perhaps even revelatory. So I'm going to share a clip which runs for a little less than 7 minutes. And of course, comments, questions, and even criticisms are welcome, you know, in case anyone wants to offer an alternative understanding of the relevant history, which Moore is about to share. I'll share a link to the fuller show in the video description. And since Moore is going to make a passing reference to a show he did on his own channel about Stephen Darby's views of Israelite haplogroups, I'll also share a link to that show as well. And as you can see on your screen, we're going to pick this up about 3 hours and 45 minutes into the video. So enjoy the clip, and God bless.
Like, so she's on here talking about, like, she agrees with the concept that it, like, everyone that came off the slave ship is an Israelite. She's on Berean's show saying that day, right? Like, that's on the video they played earlier on my channel, right? She's saying that everyone that came off the slave ship is an Israelite. It doesn't matter what your haplotype is. Okay, then you're saying it's just because you're black at that juncture, right? It's just because you're black. You're making the same case that the Taylor twins are making. That you need to have Negro DNA, i.e. the Negro phenotype via alleles, how they said it specifically on their channels is. And if you don't, you're not an Israelite. Now she's gonna say, well, I'm not here saying I'm not knocking nobody. I'm not knocking nobody. You know what, sis? You and I both know you don't think that European Jews are Jews or Israelites. You and I both know we've had that conversation between you and I, sis. Now come out here and prove me a liar and tell me that you do. Come out here and prove me a liar and tell me you believe European Jews are DNA. I'll apologize right now. Or Europeans can be Israelites. I'll apologize. I'll apologize. But you know you don't believe that. And I've heard you say it. I've heard you say it. So stop with all the nonsense. You know what time it is, and you're making the same argument the twins are. You need to be Negro in order to be an Israelite.
And that right there is the reason why people got to stop calling them moderates, because they're not moderates. If anything, we're moderates, but they're not.
Yeah, exactly. They're they're just as extreme as the camps, man. You got the camps and you got the Darbyites, because all this is the remixed Darby. So again, she's going to take issue with us for having a haplogroup model along with an autosomal model, right?
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, she takes no issue with Benaiah Israel for having a haplogroup model, no issue for Ron Dalton for having a haplogroup model, no issue with Pastor Darby for saying that you got to be E1B1A.
Benaiah Ben Israel.
No, yeah. I said that part, but I'm saying it goes back to Pastor Darby. He's the first one in there. Like, so these are so you might not be familiar with Pastor Darby, right? Pastor Darby is the birth of these people here, right? So you're talking about Dante, Sister E, Teo, Benaiah, we woke now, but like that. We're talking Darby right now. We're talking Pastor Darby, right? So Pastor Darby, like, I don't know if you actually watched my video on the one I put out recently, where I'm pointing out the fact that she's trying to, like, they're trying to act like we're the only people in the world that talk about haplogroup, but the people on their side that are pushing the E1. So again, we don't say E1B1A is the Israelite haplogroup. We do not say that, but multiple of their people do.
Most of them, most people on their side say that. It's only Teo who disagrees.
And truth be told, the word on the street is like so when you understand Pastor Darby, whatnot, Pastor Darby was having them all believe that so Ibri, when you go study Pastor Darby, you can see where they get their arguments incorrect and how it all started from, based upon how the information was introduced to them. So when they were told by Pastor Darby that about E1B1A, they were told by him that every African American male is E1B1A.
Oh,
100%. So when they were all out there getting, this is why you have people like the Benaiahs and them and all these guys showing you the autosomal test, but no one's showing you a haplogroup test, because all of them were assuming that they all have E1B1A. Right. And they were all doing that until certain people found out, oh wow, I'm haplogroup G. I'm haplogroup. You know what I'm saying? Now we got the remix doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Now you just need to be a Negro with that. You know, but now when it comes to DNA, you just need the autosomal DNA of the Negro with that. You know what I'm saying? And so what's crazy about it?
Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
So when Pastor Darby is again has an Irish last name, right? He shows his daughter's autosomal DNA, not his, and says she has my DNA, she has my haplotype, right? It's like, wow.
Wait,
no, that's not how. Right, exactly.
Unless that's
right. And so he's assuming, like, so he's like, so you just got to know everyone in this is E1B1A. Cool, got you, right? Again, like, got people confused, male and female. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness.
But it's showing that she's 20% European, mostly British, Irish, or whatnot, right?
Oh.
So they got this large chunk of European within them and whatnot, right? And that's the daughter. Like, how much does Pops have, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
That's how much his Pops have. On top of that, what's his haplogroup? Because he's that much European with the name Darby, fam. And it's every time we run into these black blacks who are super racist and whatnot, we find out they got European haplogroups every time.
Yep, for some reason.
So the likelihood of your man being R1 is like up there. Is like up there, fam.
Does he have a son?
I have no idea, but he's passed it with it. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's a. If he's done his DNA, he never showed his haplotype what his haplogroup was. You know what I'm saying? But if you looked at it, you'd be like, oh, I'm looking at all kind of phenotypical stuff to where your admixture could prove otherwise, that you're not what you claim, and how you got wrong that all African Americans are E1B1A, right? Like what would Darby have done if he found out he was G or if he was R or he was, you know what I'm saying? He'd have to remix the doctrine just like they're doing, right?
Delete the video and say something.
Man. But see, here's the thing: is when Darby passed or whatnot,
emotional, damn it.
They picked up the mantle, right? So all these people's channels, like, you can see them picking up when Darby passed or whatnot. Like Darby, like his joint is like he passed like 5-6 years ago, something like that.
Did they ever collab?
No, but some of their first videos are let me give an RIP to Darby and send an RIP to his wife type stuff. Like, so they're trying to cloud chase off the YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But they're literally Darbyites, man. I ain't calling them moderates anymore. Y'all are Darbyites, man.
Yeah, they're not moderates.
No, not at all. There's nothing moderate about you. Y'all are racist. You're just as racist as the camps. There's nothing different.
Yeah, you want to get shit done, you got to get it done yourself.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake.
All right. Avery, are you back yet? My brother Avery, man. Deal with Avery. Oh, he got me holding up the show. We're gonna find some more, man. Abu dropped so much, man. He's very subtle too. He's very subtle,
Yeah.
man.
Very.
Uh,
But the shorts that he dropped are very poignant. You know.
All right, I'm back.
Was you on the show when I played it?
Are you asking me or Sherman?
Oh, I thought he was talking about his Facebook videos. All right, watch
No.
this.
I was talking about all of his shorts that he drops on his channel. They're very poignant.
Have you seen this one? Oh, wait. What's this one? Let me watch this one. This is
Just wanted to quickly share something which struck me as mildly ironic, but nonetheless ironic enough to share. You see, back on December 20th, Dante Fortson put up this community post on YouTube, and jumping right in, it reads as follows, quote, "Check it out. Deconstruction mode, i.e. Haka from Sakari, deconstruction mode is going in on the false teaching and historically inaccurate teaching Blacktastic and Mr. Marvelous, i.e. Zadok, pushed on Berean TV." End quote. And then this second paragraph here is the part I really wanted to zero in on. And in that paragraph, Dante writes, quote, "Blacktastic said it was referring to the past, and Zadok said it was future prophecy. Both can't be right." End quote. Now, full confession, I'm currently not familiar enough with Blacktastic and Zadok's positions to assess whether that's an accurate assessment, but for the sake of argument, let's assume that what Dante wrote in that second paragraph is true. Dante tried to make a big deal out of two different human beings having different opinions, different understandings. And then Dante showed this video by Haka. So I'd like to play a quick clip from that video.
Genesis 15, I want to be clear. Genesis 15 is not talking about America. I've done debates. I've offered debates on it. We broke it down many moons ago.
Okay. Did anyone else find that ironic? If one were to echo the approach that Dante took in that second paragraph of his community post, one might put it this way.
Wait, pause, Yeshua.
Dante says Genesis 15.
So Sakari don't believe that Genesis 15 is America?
Yeah, they think it's Egypt.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, but they believe Ezekiel is talking about America.
Yeah, Ezekiel, what chapter are you talking about?
Ezekiel 4, where they count up 430 years or something like that.
Okay.
400 years of Ezekiel 4. He said, hey, that's actually the 400-year prophecy of America. So if you go to Ezekiel 400 years and put it there. In the Google. Do your Googles. You don't know about me, do your Googles. If you don't know about me, do your background check. Right, so Ezekiel 430.
Yeah,
actually it's 430 days, right? but they say each day is a year.
What makes them say that?
Let me look at the scripture. Maybe the scripture says it. It's been a minute since I looked at it. Let me see.
I think they're going off of Christian Science when it says, you know, a day is counted as a year for the Most High, or you know what I mean. So like the 7 days of creation.
1 day is 1,000.
So like the 7, right? But like the 7 day, right? The 7 days of creation, right? So it could be counted as, you know, it's basically it's more time than we could fathom. You know what I mean? It's out of our scope of understanding.
Yeah, that's what that's trying to say. But Ezekiel 400 years. Let me see if I can find it. Ezekiel prophecy is 390 solar years and 40 solar years. Oh, this is actually a site here.
We can't see your screen, by the way.
Ezekiel 4.
I'm trying to
This
share.
is someone saying, like the prophet Jeremiah, Ezekiel lived during the time of Babylonian captivity and was both a prophet and priest. Unlike Jeremiah, who escaped captivity in Babylon, Ezekiel was taken during the second deportation in 597 BC. There he was called to prophesy in 593 BC, Ezekiel 1 through 12. Continued to prophesy for at least 22 years, Ezekiel 29, verse 17. His life is typically divided into two periods from the time he was called to be a prophet to the final siege of Jerusalem. Ezekiel prophesied the coming judgment of Judah and Jerusalem. After the destruction of Judah, he preached a message of hope and resurrection. His prophecies, both the message and method, were often so extreme that he was labeled neurotic or even schizophrenic. In one of these prophecies, Ezekiel was to act out a scene that represented the coming siege of Jerusalem. He was told to engrave a picture of Jerusalem on a brick and lay it in front of him. He was then to use an iron pin as a wall between him and the city as he lay siege against it. So Ezekiel 4:1 says, "Take the towel, lay it before thee, and portray upon it the city, even Jerusalem, and lay siege against it and build a fort against it. Take an iron pin and set it for a wall of iron between thee and the city." So this is talking about the city of Israel. It starts off right here.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
They're going to say it's esoteric because they're going to say, "Oh, the city of Israel means all Israel, 12 tribes." Watch, I know these guys, man. Ezekiel 4:4, "Lie thou also upon thy left side and lay the iniquity of the house of Israel upon it, according to the number of the days. And thou shalt lie upon it, thou shalt bear the iniquity. For I have laid upon thee the years of their iniquity, according to the number of the days, 390 days. So shalt thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. And when thou hast accomplished them, lie again on thy right side, thou shalt bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. I have appointed thee each day for a year." Oh, so that's where they're getting that from. Where it says, "I have appointed thee each day for a year."
Right. That's what I was trying to explain.
So the now, but that would be 40 years. Unless he's saying add them together, then that would be 430 years. So this is their idea that this is talking about America. You know,
But so if you add the numbers up, it's actually 40.
yeah, well, 40 years for the iniquity of Judah and 390. Right, let's see right here, years for the iniquity of Israel. And they're calling this, they're saying that this is the 400-year prophecy that applies to America.
But actually, the numbers is like basically 30 years before the next siege.
I guess. You know, I don't know how you even apply this to America. Oh, 1619, add 430 years. I think it's just all a ploy to try to get more time.
I just never knew that Sakari believed that Genesis 15 wasn't America. So that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hey, so listen, real quick, can we jump into that other clip that you want to do? Because my phone, even though it's on a charger, being that I'm on StreamYard with my phone, it's like eating up more battery than it's charging. My phone is heating up.
Have you seen this one real quick, Sean? Have you seen this one?
You show
which one?
Example of the level of scholarship found in Benaiah Israel's documentary "Reclaiming the Throne." So consider this part, and as you watch this, remember that this was a paid documentary. You had to pay to see this.
You will even find the pronunciation of the name Yah hidden in some of the names of the countries where people will take it from, like Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Eritrea, Tunisia, Zambia, Namibia, Gambia, etc.
That was amazing, but it left me wondering why stop there. They neglected to mention some other places like Russia, Chechnya, Georgia, Albania, the former Yugoslavia, which itself got divided up into Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, and let's not forget my favorite place of all, the true land of the true Israelites, Khazaria.
You never seen that, Sean?
I saw that video.
Yeah, I seen that. Me and myself and Abu had in the comment section of that video that he posted on Facebook. We had a brief discussion, and I told him, I said, "Yo, don't forget about Yamnaya."
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny because they're naming modern countries when they're talking about those African nations. Like,
Yeah,
them countries didn't exist
at all.
Like 200 years ago, those countries didn't exist.
Yeah, you probably can type in Google right now the etymology of those countries, and it's not going to work out in your favor. Nigeria, get the fuck out of here.
Right. If anything, we know about Timbuktu. No ya in that.
Stop reaching.
I will never stop reaching. I will continue to reach.
In this video, I want to discuss the Obadiah.
This video is an eye opener, man, because I had no clue. Y'all see?
Yeah, we had a conversation about that earlier today when I did the Facebook. I reached out to everybody about 2:00 this afternoon to discuss it. Me and James had James and Elcom was on the call. You guys, everybody was busy, I guess, and I had a brief conversation with James on it. Certain questions that I had, I had posed to him, and he gave me his thoughts on it. But yeah, I was hoping that we covered this too. So go ahead, bro.
Are y'all talking about the Obadiah Alliance?
Yes.
Okay, just double check.
But this is really good what Abu did today. And he kept it very nuanced. He kept it very nuanced.
Yeah. I never finished it. I was busy today.
Alliance's Psak Din on the Igbo, and that ruling, that Psak Din, was first released in January of 2022, so it's now more than a year old, at least according to the Gregorian calendar. However, on the Hebrew version of the ruling, a date on the Hebrew calendar is given right at the top, and that date was Yud Bet Shvat, or the 12th of Shvat. And that happens to be today's date on the Hebrew calendar. So according to the rabbinic Jewish calendar, today is the 1-year anniversary of the publishing of that ruling, and therefore I thought it might be an auspicious time to discuss the ruling 1 year later. And auspiciously, Garfield Reed actually just interviewed the author of that Psak Din, Rabbi Yehonatan Elazar de Mota, earlier this week. It was a 2-hour discussion, and it was quite interesting. Rabbi de Mota is an interesting and impressive gentleman, and quite a scholar. And some of what they discussed had direct relevance to understanding the Psak Din in question, or at least it had direct relevance to the portions that I personally found interesting. For those who want to see the full interview, Garfield will be airing it on his channel next week. But he gave me permission to show a few brief excerpts in this video. So this video will be divided into 4 sections, covering 4 different topics. The first section will be on the scope of Piskei Din in general. Then after that, the second section will be on why DNA amongst both Igbos and mainstream Jews. That will be followed by the third section, which will be on a related question of more specifically priestly lines and their, the paternal lines of priestly claimants. And finally, the fourth section will explore the Igbo Psak Din's implications for those in the African diaspora in the Americas who have Igbo DNA. So jumping right in, let's begin with that first section on the scope of Piskei Din in general. And by the way, that phrase Piskei Din is the plural of Psak Din. And I have a previous video on this topic, and the question I tried to explore in that video was the scope, reach, or authority of any particular Psak Din. And Garfield asked Rabbi de Mota about that topic, precisely the question of the scope and authority of a Psak Din, in general, not of any particular Psak Din, but just the question in general. And the rabbi gave what I thought was a very helpful answer. So this clip, which I'm going to show, will run for a little over a minute and a half.
What is the scope of Psak Din within Judaism? Is it obligatory for all Jews to defer to its conclusion, or is it limited to those under the authority of the signatories?
Oh, that's a very good, awesome question. I love that question. So, a Psak Din, or a legal ruling from Bet Din, is not obligatory for all communities to accept. However, traditionally or historically speaking, when a particular community in one region issues a Psak Din, that becomes the law for that community. Mm-hmm. So what happens is then, if someone travels to another community from let's say community A travels to community B, that Pesach Din doesn't necessarily transfer to that place, because that's not how Jewish law works. So Jewish law, you have the laws in the Talmud, which are stipulated by the national court or the Supreme Court, the High Court of Israel, which we haven't had since the 5th century Common Era. What that means that everything that's in the Talmud and the laws that have been established therein are laws for all Jews, no matter where you're at. But when it comes to a Pesach Din, that's outside of the realm of national law. So it becomes a local ruling. That's what Pesach Din is.
Okay.
And now I'd like to switch to the second section, which is with regard to the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews, and the parallels that might exist between the two communities' respective paternal lines, or the question of whether there's overlap between the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews.
And this is why they need YAP. Y'all need YAP.
That's facts, though.
Because the route he about to go to try to explain, listen, there is overlap between Y-DNA among Igbo, which is primarily E1B1A and mainstream Jews, when it went over 1,000 times. To ad nauseum on this channel. The Sephardic Jews, 8% of Sephardic Jews, 8 to 9% of the Sephardic Jews are E1B1A, which is very significant, seeing that E1B1B is like, what, 20%. So it's like, yeah, like there is overlap of the Y-DNA of Igbo and mainstream Jews. And there are E1B1A carriers even amongst Ashkenazi and Turkish Jews. So there is overlap. It's just the problem, like, y'all, they don't have the explanation for that. They didn't go do the research for it. So they use other methods that I believe are imprecise criterion to establish these things.
Which would be what? Culture, which would be culture, how they practice the their historic culture and things of that nature.
Right.
Circumcision, separation of women during menstruation, the menstrual cycle, and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Y'all need YAP, man. Straight up.
But I found very interesting that as we go further on into this this particular video, is that I think that the Sephardic rabbi or brother here that was I guess he spearheaded the Bet Din. So it's Sakding now because they're still going over it. So they're still trying to refine the situation, refine the original Bet Din. But he was speaking on the halakhic part of it, which is something that I wish Rue was here for right now. So he was saying that under the constraints, he kept making this clear, under the constraints of rabbinical law, there's certain criteria in which you can be recognized as a Jewish community. But even though the Sakdin may have been given, that doesn't mean that, you know, throughout Jewish diaspora, that every time, like he said, community A goes to community B, and community B could be Israel itself, and they don't have to recognize that Sakdin or that Bet Din, you know, even though the Bet Din was given to community A in their territory. So it's very nuanced, and it's, you know, it's something that most people don't consider. So let's look at it like this: the rabbinical, the rabbis and the rabbinical or the Ashkenazi who pretty much run the show and says who is who, they pretty much hold the keys. All right, you know, to the car. Let's say Israel is a car. You know what I'm saying? If we want to take it to the streets or whatever, they have the keys to the car. They make sure who gets it. They tell you who gets in the car, who can't get in the car. All right. And so, like he said, if you go to certain communities, even though this the Bet Din has been given in community A, if community A goes to community B doesn't have to recognize it. And that's under rabbinical law. So I mean, as you continue through the video, you'll see what I'm saying.
And as I touched on in a tweet, which I posted roughly a month and a half after the Psaq came out, the following rather interesting statement can be found in the text of the ruling. Quote, the data of the majority of those who have reported their autosomal and Y-chromosome DNA supports that their ancestors migrated from the Levant Basin into East Africa and then settled in West Africa, end quote. Now, for me, that's intriguing. Now, I'm more interested in the Y chromosomal DNA than I am about autosomal DNA because, a paternal line can change its autosomal DNA rather dramatically over time as it moves into new areas. And that's actually a subject that Rabbi Demota brought up in his discussion with Garfield. But I was curious about what precisely was being referred to and when it comes to the Y DNA and what studies the author of the ruling had consulted. Well, about a week and a half later, a member of the Obadiah Alliance replied to my tweet and recommended a book. They recommended specifically Remy Ilona's book, Hebrew Igbo Republics. And later on, I got to take a look at that book, or more specifically the 9th chapter, which deals with DNA, but I did not find anything that really got into the overlap between the Y DNA of Igbos and the Y DNA of mainstream Jews. And now, to be fair, the statement that I quoted wasn't only about Y chromosomal DNA, it was also about autosomal DNA. So perhaps the book recommendation was made because that book deals at least with autosomal DNA. The section of the book that I looked at did indeed appeal to autosomal DNA, more specifically to Remy Ilona's own autosomal breakdown as per the MyHeritage DNA platform. But, I honestly was more interested in the My DNA question. Interestingly, Garfield also interviewed Mr. Ilona himself a couple of weeks ago, and it's my understanding that that interview will be public next week as well. Whatever the case, in their discussion, Garfield asked Remy Ilona about the Psaq statement on Y DNA. So here's the relevant portion, which will run for a little over 2.5 minutes.
The Obadiah Alliance's ruling on the Igbo stated that the Igbo have Y chromosomes, which reveal links with Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. When asked about the statement, Rabbi Demota directed those interested to you. Can you elaborate on the Y DNA connection between Igbos and mainstream Jewish populations?
Much of my work has been based on culture, religion, and history. I have only used DNA to support what I just mentioned. I think the best person to look at the issue of the relationship between the Igbo DNA and the Jewish DNA would be the chairman of Obadiah Alliance, who has spent more time studying DNA and how it works. My interest in DNA was only to find if Igbo people's DNA matched the DNA of people who are living in the land of Israel, and it matched. And I did not go beyond that.
Okay, because he's saying to come to you. He's saying we should go to you. That's what the person who gave me the question is saying. That's why they're asking. But let me ask you this. Let's use a simple example, because I think in the past I do remember you referring to your personal DNA. Have you put that out in the public before? If I remember correctly, your personal DNA.
Of course, my personal DNA.
Don't really mean to be that guy right now, but it kind of does seem like it's going back and forth when it comes to the DNA side of things, because from what I'm understanding, Obadiah Alliance is saying you got to go to Remy to learn the DNA, and then Remy saying you got to go to the Obadiah Alliance to learn the DNA. And yeah, you're right. They need Yap Game, bro. Like,
well, also they're not doing it because this is my personal opinion. Yeah, they don't. It's not just that they don't have a full understanding, but according to halakhic law, as you go further on into the video, they're going to bring that back up again. Okay. So halakhic law is not necessarily concerned with DNA because they know there's an overlap of different Y chromosomes, and all these Y chromosomes can't specifically descend from Jacob. You know what I'm saying? There only has to be one. So that creates a problem in itself, right? This would demarcate a whole lot of Jews. So what they're saying is they want to go through a conversion process, because once you're converted, you're 100% Israel. So you're going to see that they're flip-flopping on this and passing it back and forth, the DNA part of it, because it's something they don't really want to touch on, not just them, but the rabbinical community. So you're going to see going forward that he's going to really lean toward halakhic law, which is you're going to hear the Sephardic brother, start bringing up MT DNA. and using that as the basis because they don't want to touch the Y DNA. I'm going to yield right there. I'm not going to say too much more. And I'm going to let y'all finish hearing it. And then y'all could give me what you think on what I just said, on my assessment, as well as your personal opinions.
Man, I think, you know, it's very telling that basically what I got from this, and I think Garfield know what he's doing, is to discredit what Obadiah Alliance originally stated, that they looked at the Y DNA, autosomal DNA, and came to the conclusion that these people migrated from Levant to West Africa. And how he's going to discredit it is because when he interviewed Obadiah, the guy over the Obadiah Alliance, the guy from the Obadiah Alliance is like, oh, go to Remiona. That's how they got that second segment where it says Y DNA, autosomal DNA, go back to Levant with eBay. Then Remiona says, you know what? I'm not really a DNA guy. I'm a culture guy, even though he has a book. We covered it before. In his book, he does make the claim off his autosomal DNA that it shows that humans began in East Africa. Then from there, his people moved to the Levant. And then from the Levant, they were a part of the Israelite nation. And then from there, they went to Nigeria. You know, I don't disagree with that. I just don't think that he had strong evidence to argue those things.
Right.
Right.
And so I would say this to
That's what
that.
I was saying too. Yeah.
Right. So I would say this to that because the discussion I had with James and Elkham earlier when I tried to get everybody on the
Hello, can y'all?
I think we lost Sean.
Well, he said his phone was dying, but I don't know.
Adrian, so Adrian, it's Sean. We lost Sean. So hopefully we get him back. Hey, Sean, look. And then, you know, when he's posed this question, he's like, look, he refers him back to the person that referred to him. So
that's what I say. It seems like it's going back and forth.
Yeah, the optics look bad. It looked like there is no evidence to that claim because the guy he told him to go seek evidence from is telling him to go back to the guy who doesn't have the evidence. So it just looks bad. And I think Garfield's narrative gets a W on this, saying, well, y'all going around saying using this and this don't even apply to y'all. Y'all can't even back it up scientifically. When we asked where they got it from, they said Remiona. Remiona says go back to them. So really, there's no evidence here. You know,
and that's why they need Yap.
They need Yap, bro. Let me go to this presentation I did, bro.
Yeah, because I was listening to that and I was like, pause the shoot. It sounded like they're going back and forth. To first go to Obadiah Alliance, go to Remy, go back to Obadiah Alliance. Like,
now, this is from a 2021 paper, Biomolecular Insights in North African Related Ancestry, Mobility and Diet in 11th Century Al-Andalus. And it was discussing some E1B1A markers that are designated Palestinian and Egyptian. You need stuff like this, man. You know, yes, you need stuff like this, associate the E1B1A with his E1B1B brothers that went across the Pan-Mediterranean expansion, which would explain why you find those ancient Corsica E1B1A samples, which is here. You need stuff like that, man. You need Yap, man. You need
looks
Yap.
like we gotta get in contact with one of these people.
Yeah, because as you can see, E1B1A would have traveled in this because they're found with these chromosomes.
Yeah,
they would have been involved in this migration pattern, you know, showing Yap all over. You need stuff like this, man. You know, you need stuff like this. These are haplogroups from, where is this at? Let me see. France. As you can see, the EZ16056 is an E1B1A marker with their median estimate 5,439 years ago, right?
Right.
Eurasian admixture. right? So Yoruba have Eurasian admixture. The Masi have Eurasian admixture.
Everybody sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah. So it's like you need to have better arguments, bro. Y'all need Yap, man.
That's fair.
23andMe said this about Ramesses that was
They could at least mention that, but I don't even think they mentioned that.
Yeah, Ramesses E1B1A and his son E1B1A, and it says his ancient paternal line ancestors who probably lived in North Africa, Western Asia.
Yep.
It says the distinctive Eurasian admixture appears to have occurred over at least 3 time periods with admixture in Central West Africa. This is from the AGVP product. So you just keep going and going with this, man. It says subsequent studies based on LD decay and haplotype sharing an extensive set of African and Eurasian populations confirm the presence of Eurasian signatures in West, East, and Southern Africans. Right. In the West, addition to Niger Congo speakers from the Gambia and Mali, the Masi from Burkina Faso showed the oldest Eurasian admixture event approximately 7,000 years ago. In the East, these analyses infer Eurasian admixture within the last 4,000 years in Kenya, with the Chanya and Kwama showing possible South Asian admixture that may have been facilitated by medieval trade across the Indian Ocean. So we do this, man. Y'all need Yap, bro.
Facts.
Y'all need Yap. Let's see what else we got here. We showed this the other day. You can see the Eurasian admixture in the Fulani about 3,000 years ago, and the same thing with the Jola and the Yoruba, right? So we see that. I don't know what else to say, man. Like,
yeah, they gotta they gotta step up the DNA, the DNA.
Yeah, you gotta step your game up, man.
Even today, I found a person with a very interesting Y-DNA haplogroup E-P252 from the Middle East, and he also had mtDNA L1B1A.
Yeah.
Posted in the Genesis 49ers resource page. And
yeah, I tried to click it. I had to become a member of that group to see it. Yeah. I saw
yeah,
that.
that was the North African group. I'm a member of several North African groups.
Yeah, the Bantu.
Yeah, there's some E1B1As that's North African, Middle Eastern distribution. But go ahead.
Yeah, most definitely. I remember I saw one in a blog. He said it was E1B1A. It was EL something. I can't remember the last 2 numbers of it. But it says a more recent link is the spread of Bronze Age Levant-like ancestry in sub-Saharan Africa together with agriculture and the Bantu expansion. We quote this paper until ad nauseum. You need stuff like this, man, to paint
That's
that
right.
narrative.
To make it all come together nicely.
Yeah.
Because that, bro.
It's another reason they don't want to associate us with North Africa. There's an analysis based on autosomal markers found traces of West Eurasian related ancestry in this population, which suggests a North or East African origin, as North and East Africans also have such ancestry, likely related to expansions of farmers and herders from the Near East. Where did these people get this farming technology from? And then how did they get to the Bantus? They already had that package. You understand? They already had the agrarian package. They didn't develop into it. They just got it. That's because they come from these people, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much established that DE had its origin outside of Africa. Would have came in as Eurasians, basal Eurasians more specifically, but
Right. You have an old Eurasian migration 6,000 years ago. Then you have a more recent one that went westward and eastward 3,000 years ago. Stuff like that, man. Again, showing that the Wolof have this Eurasian admixture signal dating to 100 to 200, so about 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. Same thing with the Jola, same thing with the Yoruba, going all the way back to 7,500 years ago, and the Igbo. So again, the Iron Age may have been a key period for gene flow across the Sahara as well. That's from a recent paper in 2022. So I've already did this video, so I'm just skimming through it. Like, they need YAP, bro. They need YAP. This is pointing out that you see a L2A in Tanzania that brought in levantine farmer related admixture, and you've
Right.
also found a L2A in Syria. As you can see here, L2A1 in
Right.
Syria, 4,500 years ago. And you also see it in Tanzania, L2A, about 3,000 years ago.
So it's not just the men, it's the women too. It's both sexes.
Right. Shout out to Rob Moore. He recommended this book. I went and bought this book, Mobile Technologies in Ancient Sahara and Beyond by C.N. Duckworth. And it says these early introductory narratives sometimes also consider packages or combinations of species moving together into the Sahara, such as cattle, caprines, and possibly dogs, which arrived first in Egypt from the Levant and then spread gradually, reaching the western and eventually southern regions of the African continent. These are domesticated animals. In order to have domesticated animals, you have to have people.
Right.
It says later on, domestic animal species and possibly the chicken may also have been introduced through a Mediterranean route, perhaps transported by Phoenicians trade networks and then moved southwards, oasis by oasis. So chickens possibly came and was introduced below the Sahara by Phoenician-related peoples. So we need stuff like that. I'm not going to recapitulate this entire thing, man. Y'all need YAP, bro. Like, y'all need YAP. Y'all trying to kick against the pricks right now.
Having to go to this person, then back to this person, then right back to the same person you said to go to. Like, no, we can't be doing that. Because when I read the Obadiah Alliance paper, I was also wondering, like, where did they get this information from about the DNA? Because it wasn't quoted in the paper, but now I know it's from Remy's book. It's like, it's not bad that it's coming from his book. It's just, I thought it would be something different, you know.
Yeah, I thought they were just analyzing the scientific data, and they came to the same conclusion that we came to.
Right.
But that's not true at all. They just took what Remy said and ran with it.
And he mostly dealt with, from what I remember, autosomal from myheritage.com.
Exactly.
And everybody's
So-
not going to have his specific, you know, autosomal makeup.
Right. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, what if they don't have that? Then what? How do you explain it?
Right.
Again, autosomal DNA. Y'all can thank us for this, because we the ones who brought clarity to what an autosomal DNA test is, at least in this community. What a Y-DNA and mtDNA test does. We are the ones who clarified that for you. You know, these other groups wanted to keep you in confusion. They did, because it benefits.
Yeah, you're right. They kept it real simple and not explain the intricacies of it, you know.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, Ezekiel, that's the paper right there. I'm gonna take you to the paper here. Ezekiel said you never seen that source before.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So look,
Yep.
here's the paper here: Biomolecular Insights into North Africa Related Ancestry, Mobility, and Diet in 11th Century Al-Andalus, September 13, 2021. And if you go down, the paper talks about. I also presented this as well. Canary Islands, 16th century, Grenada. But it starts here with the Tafarat individuals, which the Yoruba do carry their DNA as well.
Yep.
Segments of their DNA autosomally.
Right.
So this chart here.
Right.
It says there's a pathfinder tree showing the position of the UE2298 MS0660 paternal lineage. Neighbor joining phylogenetic tree estimated with 256 Y chromosome sequences from worldwide populations. Colored circles indicate the number of derived green or ancestral red branch define the markers identifying an ancient individual. The branches colored in green indicate the path with the greatest support for the inclusion of UE 2298/MS060 within a clade containing present-day Spanish, Near East, and North African individuals belonging to EM310, which is a E1B1B marker. Shout out to my brothers in the building. You know what I'm saying? It says label for haplogroup A, B, and E provided on the right-hand side of the figure. The complete Y chromosome tree is shown in supplementary figure S7. So if you go here, we enlarge this. Well, now I got to share that. It's another pop-up. So I got those clades from here, right? You go to the E family. It's been a minute since I actually looked at this. Hold on real quick. Let me blow this up. And you can see all of the E markers, right? You see E1B1B. And you also see E1B1A. All right. Oh, you guys can see that, right? So you see that. So let me see if I can blow that up. Boom. So that's about as big as I can get it. These are all E1B1A clades. But this
you might be able to. Well, actually, people should be able to see that. Yeah.
This map will tell you what each color is. So, like the darker green, more teal, I guess, is Africa. The lighter green is Asia. The bronze yellow color is Middle East and North African. This is Europe. This brown color is Europe, and like this violet color is Australia. So you go to E, you see what they designate with each clade. So most of the clades are, of course, going to fall in the African clade, right? So you see Yoruba here, a bunch of Yoruba clades. And then when you go up, well, even here, right here, E1B1A, 1A1, I actually wrote these down, is EGY. I don't know if you guys can see it because it's such a bright yellow. That stands for Egypt. And then these two E1B1A clades are designated as PAL, P-A-L, standing for Palestinian. And it's yellow because it's Middle Eastern North African. And this E1B1A clade here, it's Palestinian, 5143. So there's 4 of those clades that are considered Palestinian. I mean, considered Middle Eastern North African, 3 of them being Palestinian, 1 of them being Egyptian. So this is the paper where I got that from. I just sat down and meticulously wrote out each clade and put it in my PowerPoint. You know, so right, look at our brothers, all that E1B1B associated with North African Middle East. Shout out to Yap.
Yep.
So that's where I got that from. So let me exit out of that. And then go back to this video.
I can't hear anything. Oh,
Really?
No, I can't hear anything.
Question of specifically the overlap between the.
There we go. Referring to your personal DNA. Have you put that out in the public before, if I remember correctly? Your personal DNA?
Of course, my personal DNA is even is on the cover of one of my books. I used the map produced by my heritage to make a front cover of one of my books. So it's out in the public domain. My heritage produced a map of what they found in my DNA, and the 3 greatest concentrations, the 3 places where the greatest concentrations of my genes are found are the Levant, Nigeria, and East Africa. Of course, getting into GEDMASH and doing the analysis, I have distant cousins in Latvia. Okay.
So after seeing that, I'd have to say that the question of specifically the overlapping the Y-DNA of Igbos and the Y-DNA of mainstream Jews remains open and perhaps inconclusive. The topic of DNA also came up in Garfield's discussion with Rabbi DeMota, but specifically Y-DNA was not really discussed in detail. Now, he put forth the disclaimer that this does not mean that the statement in the ruling is therefore false. But I do think that there needs to be more discussion about the degree to which haplogroups of these communities overlap. On the other hand, however, from a rabbinic perspective, and that's the paradigm that Rabbi DeMota and his ruling, his psak din, work within, from a rabbinic perspective, it ultimately might not matter, right? Haplogroups don't really matter within a rabbinic perspective in light of rabbinic Judaism's acceptance of converts and also rabbinic Judaism's emphasis on matrilineal descent, which is actually going to come up again towards the end of this video in section 4. But one place where patrilineal descent can still remain important is in the third section of this video, which is where we explore the question of priestly lines, of the paternal lines of priestly claimants, of Kohen claimants. You know, something which stood out for me in the text of the ruling when I first read it was this portion here. It appeals to the argumentation which is found in an earlier rabbinic text regarding anusim, which is to say the descendants of Iberian Jews who were coerced into embracing Christianity. And that source had argued that just as no one questions the priestly lines of mainstream Jewish communities, so too no one should question the Kohen lines amongst the anusim. Then the psak din on the Igbo builds upon that argument and proposes furthermore that the same reasoning could be extended to the Igbo priestly lines. And that struck me as a difficult passage, as it captured how we're approaching this from rather different vantage points, from rather different starting assumptions. If I can steal and reappropriate a line from Thomas Kuhn, we might say that this question is being approached within incommensurable paradigms, right? I have a previous video on mainstream Kohen lineages, and I'll share a link in the video description. But as I touch on in that video, I take a very different view on this topic of mainstream Jewish lineages amongst Kohen claimants. For me, from the available genetic evidence, I'm under the impression that perhaps half or more of mainstream Jewish Kohen claimants do not descend patrilineally from Aaron. And so for me, the logic reverses. I lean towards a line of reasoning that goes in the opposite direction from what was proposed in the ruling, which is to say a line of reasoning in which we can doubt a great many mainstream Jewish Kohen lineages, and thus we're under no obligation to simply trust Kohen lineages found amongst the anusim, which then extends to us not being required to trust the priestly lineages amongst the Igbos. But as I just alluded to, my secular genetic approach works in a different paradigm from that of the rabbinic halachic approach, which was taken by Rabbi DeMota in his ruling. And interestingly, he did briefly touch on this in his discussion with Garfield. So I'd like to play this clip, which will run for a little over a minute.
What I did with the ruling, just for you to understand legally how important this is, the ruling I cited at the end of the ruling, I cited various authorities, Ashkenazi authorities, Sephardic authorities, but I cited at the end a very important Ashkenazi authority who's known as Hazon Ish. And what the Hazon Ish does in his commentary on the legal presumption of those who descend from the lineage of Aaron, the brother of Moses, as priests, he basically says all priests today, all the Kohanim today, are Kohanim based on legal presumption. Why? Because no one can trace all the way back to the time of Ezra and all the way back to the time of Moses and say, yeah, I am a legitimate descendant of this lineage. And now we have genetics, and what we have seen is that, according to genetic studies, 70% descend or have what's called the Cohen modal haplotype.
Right.
Not 100, 70. So what does that mean? What that means is that some people adopted this lineage without being an actual descendant. That's what that means.
Now, I must confess, when I saw that portion of the discussion, I found it very impressive and thought-provoking. You see, when I first read the ruling, I honestly thought that perhaps Rabbi DeMota had not considered the genetic concerns, which I just alluded to. But in his interview with Garfield, he showed that he clearly was well aware of the genetic concerns. Now, we might not agree on the precise percentages, honestly, I think that a majority, as I said, as alluded to earlier, perhaps a large majority of mainstream Kohen claimants don't descend from Aaron, but the general idea here remains the same. However, he also makes clear that a rabbinic approach is not necessarily dependent on a genetic approach, hence why I describe these as two different and potentially incommensurable paradigms, right? It's fascinating, and I honestly hope there can be more discussion on this in the future. But moving away from that, we now come to the fourth and final section of this video, which is on the psak din's implications for members of the African diaspora, particularly those in the Americas, who have Igbo DNA and thus partial Igbo heritage, partial Igbo ancestry. If we start with the conclusion of Rabbi DeMota's ruling, which is to say if we begin with the assumption that the conclusion of Rabbi Demota's ruling is true, right, which is that the Igbos are Israelites, right? If we begin with that premise, what implications might that have for such persons as we just mentioned in the African diaspora in the Americas, right? If we start with the premise of the ruling, which is, or the ruling's conclusion, if we assume that the Igbos are Israelites, what does that mean for people in the Americas who have partial Igbo ancestry, right? And Garfield and Rabbi Demota discussed that, and I'm going to play part of the rabbi's answer. So this clip will run for about 2 minutes, but in the interest of brevity, I cut out a long portion in which Rabbi Demota discussed the issue of the descendants of mamzerim, right? And just for the record, for anyone who's interested, Rabbi Demota defined a mamzer as one who is conceived in either an incestuous or an adulterous relationship, right? But those who are interested in the finer details of his discussion on mamzerim, you can see that when Garfield releases the full interview next week. But for now, I want to show the rest of his answer to the question. So here's the clip.
Can those in the African diaspora in the Americas who have Igbo DNA automatically consider themselves halachically Jewish? Or would you say some of them still need to undergo a conversion process to fully join the people of Israel?
This is an excellent question. And this is a question that I am considering and asking myself as well. And that's the biggest question that when I look at this case and I take distance and I say, okay, if someone is a descendant, 100% sure, being a descendant of Igbos, basing and working from the premise that they are Israelites, can they be automatically Israelites? I will have to say no. That's my ruling. The Omanana elders, they will differ from my ruling, but I'm speaking from the point of view of Jewish law. I'm speaking from the point of view of Jewish law. So from this point of view, this person would have to convert. It cannot be automatic. I would say the following though. There are certain ports in the United States, so in the colony of Virginia, where we know the majority of slaves that came there, and this is all recorded. You can go look at it in the records. Many of them, the majority, were Igbo slaves. So if someone can trace their lineage going back there maternally, if we're speaking from the point of view of Jewish law, maternal link to an Igbo woman, then this would make this person Igbo and Israelite or Jewish according to this premise.
Okay, so the gist of that was that not just anyone with Igbo DNA will fit Rabbi Demota's rabbinic notion of an Israelite, of a member of the nation of Israel. And while I understand that some might initially feel scandalized by that, consider this analogy. By the same token, a person can get a percentage for Ashkenazi Jewish in a DNA test like with 23andMe and still not be halachically Jewish, right? Still not meet Rabbi Demota's rabbinic notion of a member of Israel, right? In other words, even though Rabbi Demota recognizes millions of Ashkenazim as part of Israel, you could still have a situation where a person might get 25% or 50% or 75% Ashkenazi Jewish DNA in, like, for example, a 23andMe test, right? And a person could get something that high, 75% Ashkenazi Jewish, and still not be halachically Jewish on Rabbi Demota's view. Now, you might be wondering, how could that be possible? Well, imagine if such a person, right? Like, imagine a person who's 75% Ashkenazi Jewish, according to 23andMe, right? Imagine if 3 of that person's grandparents were full Ashkenazim. But also imagine that his maternal grandmother, which is to say his mother's mother, was not Jewish at all. In other words, it's not just a matter of lineage. Rather, on the rabbinic view, which Rabbi Demota holds to, a question of maternal lineage remains important. Hence why Rabbi Demota referred to those who can trace their maternal line back to an Igbo woman. And hence why he alluded to how those of partial Igbo ancestry who cannot do such, who cannot trace their lineage, their maternal lineage back to an Igbo woman, hence why he said that they would still need to undergo a process of conversion. Now, I understand that some might balk at that, but it works within the logic of the rabbinic paradigm. You know, some Hebrew Israelites might wish to declare that they don't care about the rabbinic paradigm. And that would take us back to the issue of different approaches, different starting assumptions, and, as I said, incommensurable paradigms. You know, one is, of course, free to reject the rabbinic view. I myself am outside of the rabbinic paradigm. But to be fair, if one is going to undermine the rabbinic approach, one risks undermining the Igbo Psak Din in the process, as it clearly works within the logic of the rabbinic paradigm. So I only ask for consistency when attempting to explore this question. Now, there's a lot more to be said on this topic. One particularly interesting topic, which was not addressed in this video, is the ruling's reference to correspondences between rabbinic Jews and Igbos. In his discussion with Garfield, Rabbi Demota said that a letter from the Vilna Gaon addressing the Igbo can be found on Sefaria. I have not found that particular letter yet, though there is a perhaps related letter from the Ashkenazi community to the 10 Lost Tribes. I'm not sure if Rabbi Demota had that in mind or if he even considers them related. But that aside, Rabbi Demota also recommended a book by Daniel Lis, his last name spelled Lis. And I think he was referring to Lisa's book titled Jewish Identity Among the Igbo of Nigeria, but I may be mistaken about that. I haven't gotten into these sources yet, so that's why I don't have much to say on them at this time. Perhaps I'll return to the topic in a future video after I've got to look at the different sources. But for now, suffice to say, there is more discussion to be had on this topic. That's the point I'm trying to get across here. So I'm going to close this video here by saying that I really appreciate Rabbi Demota taking the time to sit down with Garfield. It was a great discussion, and I definitely recommend others check out the full interview when Garfield makes it public next week. But like I said, there is more discussion to be had, in my opinion. And on that note, I'm going to close this video here. As always, any comments, questions, corrections, criticisms, or objections are most welcome. As I like to point out in a lot of my videos, I do not censor anyone here, so please feel free to share your thoughts, whether they're positive or negative. And God bless.
You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake.
Hey, Avery, so I gave my synopsis of that earlier. I guess I give a quick one again. I want you to give yours. So the fact that the Y-DNA autosomal claim was Remiona's book actually weakens the argument. And I think Garfield meticulously interviewed both of them to try to show that, or hoping to see any chinks in the armor. And he found it right within that. I think that's just a weak argument for them to say that. Now people that are citing that paper as some kind of genetic proof, you're pretty much having it kind of fly in your face. Even though I agree with the assertion, I just don't agree that he gave enough ammo, or even attempted to give ammo, to make this thing solid. As far as the halakhic thing goes, Boo has a point. If you're going to shoot down the halakhic principle or rabbinic ideology, who can come into the fold of, their sect of Judaism, or Judaism as a whole, rabbinic Judaism, then you're shooting down the whole decision to declare Igbo's children of Israel. They do kind of work hand in hand because that's their organization and that's their belief system, blah, blah, blah. So those are poignant points. And I think it weakens the entire paradigm, or the entire utilization of that decision, because a lot of BHIs, a lot of brothers was trying to use that as like concrete proof to say that yes, West Africans are Jews. So that's just my brief synopsis of it. Avery, we can just give your thoughts and opinions on what we just watched.
Yeah, I would have to agree. First, dealing with the first section of the video when it came to the DNA, I kind of already gave my thoughts and opinions on that. But yeah, it kind of seems like it's just a spiral, a circle. You have to go to this guy to understand when it comes to why we say why DNA was part of ancient Israel. But then once you go to the guy, you got to go back to the other person you was just talking to, saying you have to go to the other guy. So yeah, that part definitely is a bit of an issue. And I wouldn't, for me, I wouldn't use that paper, the Obadiah Alliance paper, to like prove from a genetic point of view that we're Israel, unless you're going to go with the route that Sephardic Jews with E1B1A, that there are Sephardic Jews with E1B1A and Igbo Jews with E1B1A. That's the only way you can really do that. But then now dealing with the second half of the video, with the tracing of the maternal line, I already understand that from Jewish culture, and so I understand why Obadiah Alliance would do it. So there's not really much to say concerning that. I'm familiar with that. So
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's very eye opening, man. And yeah, I'm like, they gotta start doing better research, bro, and giving more evidence for claims. I know people gonna be mad at me for saying it, but it is what it is.
oh, I almost forgot to say this one last thing. My bad to cut you off, but yeah, it does seem like Garfield probably he either did it on purpose or did on accident when it came to the questions and how everything lined up the way it did. I don't know him enough, but you know him, so if this was planned, then it was planned well. If this was
Yeah,
an accident, then
Garfield has made himself clear that he is against the idea of blacks being anything other than blacks, and he's an Africanist, and that's what Africanists do. So this is an
what is a
idea.
black?
I
I
don't
thought
know.
blacks were cigarettes.
Blacks are, yeah, that's what he means. He wants everybody to be black and mouths, but you know, um, he he's obviously opposed to everything. So he goes out and try to find these certain people that he thinks he can dig his teeth into, and or ask certain questions to kind of make the entire idea, not just the community, the idea that African Americans have a connection to Israelites look, discredited or silly, But here's the problem: African Americans are a variety of haplogroups, and okay, you want to say E1B1A, which is we got a lot of proof and evidence leaning heavily on that side of things, saying that they're Eurasian, North African of origin, and they do have that background. Um, but if you want to say, oh, let's cut the E1B1A out, well, what about the African Americans that are E1B1B? What about the African Americans that are R1B, particularly M269? They would literally have ancestors or related ancestry that dealt in some capacity with the Levantine peoples. So you can't run nowhere. The reason why you can't run nowhere, because just like the rest of the planet, usually multiple haplogroups travel together. Even in sub-Saharan Africa, you see different haplogroups. The reason why you see an overrepresentation of E1B1A is because the bond to expansion, we dominated. Just like when you go to North Africa, there's a certain clade of E1B1B that dominated within the last 3,000 years.
Right.
I think it's EM181, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yeah, I know EM 81. Yeah,
they had a rapid expansion that was very recent. So, that goes back to the frequency argument. People look at certain areas like, oh, well, why? Oh, it's just a measly 10% or something like that. You don't understand population genetics and population history. You don't understand it. You can have people overrepresent or be dominant like Europeans. R1B overrepresents the Americas. But if I wind the clock back 500 years from this point, the landscape of America will be totally different. Especially when they were importing slaves. There were more slaves and Indians than West Europeans. But the idea of blanqueamiento, the idea of this racial hierarchical system where they were pretty much trying to outbreed, and you start to have a lapse of women to men ratio of Africans that made R1B or West Europeans outnumber Native Indians and the Africans being imported over here. So higher frequencies does not mean origin. Higher frequencies or lower frequencies don't tell you anything. It just says, okay, this haplogroup, these group of people outcompeted the other groups. They were more successful breeders than the other groups in reproduction. That's it.
Yep.
Or they outlasted or survived, or it's so many nuanced things that go into that, and you can tell a neophyte by his argumentum. You can sniff him out right there, Well, yeah, man, they need Yap, bro. They're desperately in need of Yap. So before we move on, do you want to cover that other video before we close?
What other video? I'm not for sure.
The one we watched last night.
Yeah, just put the speed on 1 because I already wrote down in my notes the things that was off. I still have those notes.
I'm gonna let you write. Dang it. I'm trying to remember the name of the video.
Let's talk about race. I think that's the name of it.
Let's talk about race. Let me see. Of course, that song come on. Let's talk about sex. How about alien sex? Peace. What's the name of the channel? On what?
Truth Unedited.
Truth Unedited. So my brother Ramal Yahoo wanted me to look at this.
All right.
So this is a video dealing with race. We covered it. We watched it yesterday, late, and we wanted to. Well, brother wanted us to cover this, so that's why we're touching on this today. My brother Ramal Young, who sent this to me. Fair use.
In these days, as we live during a period of time of mass deception, those that desire to live successful spiritual lives must engage in a way of life that is hard for most people to accept. The hardest thing for people to accept is that we have to live in humility. We have to at some point accept that all that we were brought up to know and think of in regards to this world is a lie. And everything that we know needs to be relearned in a foundation of truth, and with Yah and his word at the center of it all. We need to accept that everyone alive today, from the oldest generation to the youngest, as a majority, have been engaged in and under the strongest forms of mind control and indoctrination that the world has ever seen in history. It comes from our television and movies that's providing predictive programming, along with shaping our ways of morality and increasing our tolerance of evil, pushing new social norms that have never been accepted by society as a whole since the foundation of this world, while adding that every one of us who has been a part of the education system has undergone severe indoctrination that for most is unidentifiable. Well, what is indoctrination anyway? Indoctrination is the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically, meaning they teach it, you learn it, and accept it as fact, period. There's no question. And for every one of us that has been a part of the education system of our country, particularly in the United States, where every generation that is alive today has been influenced by that system. If you have not come to terms with the fact that much of how you look at things and what you feel about things is not based upon truth, but about indoctrination, that you have been given a certain...
And this is what we try to preach to the BHIs, man. Your whole concept, the whole, and I think the brother that made this video is kind of a victim of this too, which is kind of ironic, right? Very paradoxical that he's condemning something, but I think he's still fighting it, right? But that whole concept of who an Israelite is based off the racial concept, right? Continental race theory or whatnot. It's all based off who's black, who's white, yada yada yada, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the way our view, evil is white, black is righteous, right? Everything that the BHI and the arguments and the core arguments, the backbone, the spinal cord of the BHI ideology has its inception with these racial concepts. How you know who's Israelite? If you black, you're Israelite. You went through the curses. How you know that person went through the curses? Oh, he's black. So he obviously a descendant of a slave. You don't know that, but that's the presumption based off this modern racial theory, right? That's where they're deriving all their arguments from. And this is from indoctrination. Again, this is not a Mosaic concept. This is not a Torah concept or Tanakh concept. This is not an ancient Near Eastern concept. This is not an ancient Egyptian concept. This is not an Afro-Asiatic concept. You guys claim to be following those particular ideologies and ideologies that derive from those people groups and cultures, but none of this stuff about racial lines and colorism and the idea about being black authenticates your ancestry, or being white authenticates your ancestry. None of that stuff. All that stuff's foreign and alien to the ancient Near East, to the Afro-Asiatic cultures. From the people that came to the Trans-Caucasian, they didn't have that concept. None of these early people did. So where are you really deriving this from? You're not deriving from the Bible. It's not biblical. It's not Mosaic. It's not from the prophets. This is all coming from modern racial constructs, and that's it. Okay.
Thought process and belief that has been taught to all of us without question. If you have not accepted that much of the way you think is more about indoctrination rather than knowledge, then you leave yourself extremely open to spiritually demonic attacks that come under the premise of lies that you have unknowingly accepted. For instance, how do you know that the earth is round and there is outer space? Have you been there? No, of course not. But because we have been taught since—
But see, that's another. Here's another thing. He's teaching flat Earth theology or ideology here, and since you can't prove or ever, just like someone saying they've been on a plane. Oh, you never been on a plane, so how you know planes can fly? Like, that's silly. You don't have to directly observe something to know whether or not it's true or not. We have certain things called metrics. We have certain things called barometers. We're able to measure things. We're able to observe things through external apparatus. You don't need to physically be somewhere to know. Oh, how do you know Antarctica exists? Have you ever been to Antarctica? That's a silly and childish way of looking at things. Go ahead, Avery.
Yeah, this is my first issue that I had with the video. Like, he says some good points here and there in the video, don't get me wrong, but he does have some points that are also off in the video. This is the first one that I noticed personally, was the flat earth stuff, because he's almost alluding to the fact that, because we've never been in outer space, then the earth must be flat, and that the school system is teaching us this, indoctrinating us. It's like, that's not a good example, my guy.
Yeah, and then why doesn't the reverse apply? Oh, well, have you been out of space and seen that it was flat? No, they never do that. They never apply their own logic to themselves. It's just silly stuff like that. And again, it's anti-education, bro, anti-science. And again, we're always going to speak out on that here on the Genesis 49ers channel.
Yep.
This elementary school, since they have held these globes in our classrooms, since they made us do science projects of the solar system, since we believe what the older generations say that they saw on television, and what the news reports right now, we all have been indoctrinated to believe in the shape of the earth and the belief that there's an outer space. And listen, I am not starting a conversation about flat earth right now, so please do not get distracted. This is an example. I'm just showing that because our indoctrination on this topic has been so strong, we just accept these teachings as undeniable fact, which should never be questioned or challenged. As a matter
said outer space. Oh my God.
Matter of fact,
Avery. That boy said outer space, bro.
Outer space.
There ain't no outer space now. There's no vacuum in between planetary objects. Or
do planets even exist? I mean,
fallen angels, brother.
Oh
my God.
We find that the stronger the indoctrination, the stronger people are willing to fight for it, not to be challenged or exposed. There are many different subjects like this. I just used this big one to get your attention. Please do not get distracted.
Don't get distracted, you shoot.
We have been indoctrinated into a way of thinking about is about the subject of race or skin color. We have been conditioned to think about the color of our skin, but really only in regards to two races. And this indoctrination is a very strong, severe one, because it is all about spiritual deception that has been taught through the flesh. About a month ago, I started this series about understanding Israel. It has been a very important topic because as we get closer to the tribulation period, we will find that this period is all about Israel and Yah desiring to lead them back to him. We also have found that the many hijackers in regards to the faith have made it so that we have learned of Yah through them while rejecting the important influence of the Hebrews and Yah's direct steering and guidance of them. Instead of us learning about the success and failures of the only people who have been led by Yah directly, we have been indoctrinated into a very Hellenized way of understanding the scriptures, which has placed people in spiritual deception while making them feel as if they are truly in a relationship with our.
He said the only people. You understand? That's why I said the brother is probably a real moderate, right? But he said the only people. What did he mean by that? Who are these people? He alludes to what he means later on. And here's a problem with that. The Israelites were not a only people. The Israelites were a mixed multitude. They had different groups with them. Just naturally, multiple haplogroups, multiple groups, distinct groups usually travel together. That's usually how things go.
Right.
creator. When you fully understand how severe this all is, you really come to terms with understanding why Yahusha said the path to life is narrow and difficult, and few find that path. We have been taught such a broad way, and because of indoctrination, people have just been in pure acceptance of it all. Anyways, where we're going in the rest of the Understanding Israel series is going to be dealing with skin color, because as we move into more modern history, this is how the writers of history have documented it. And before we go there, we need to really get a handle on race. I want to clearly speak about this so that there is no confusion, and also in hopes that those that have been indoctrinated into Satan's way of thinking can humble themselves and realize the influence and shake it off. We all must come into a more biblical understanding based on Yah's way, and also the way that the people during these biblical times that we read of and try to learn about, how they looked at the world. In the series, many times I have said that we have to talk about race, and we are at the time right now that we need to talk about it. So please bear with me as I take a brief pause in this series to discuss the topic of race as it pertains to the Bible and Yah's will and prophecy. Let's begin. Okay, so this subject is not new. I spoke on this subject about 3 years ago. The information and understanding has not changed, but the teaching needs to be updated and refreshed. As I've been making this series about understanding Israel, race continuously keeps being mentioned, even though I have not mentioned skin color once. Yes, I do illustrate them in the animations, but that is not about race, more than trying to accurately depict history. I have also spoken about the fact that I believe that a portion of the scattered Jews are of those that were taken captive during the transatlantic slave trade, and then brought to the United States and the Caribbean. But again, this was not about race. But unfortunately, this is all that people saw. People unfortunately see skin color before nationality. The people that were taken as slaves had an original nationality. They had their own culture. It's not about the skin color. But again, skin color is the first thing people see, unfortunately. That's the indoctrination. But you know what the crazy thing is? This is not unanimous among all races in skin color. When we see Asians, we don't say yellow people. When we see Native Americans, we don't say red people. And I did not make those classifications up. That is history, and that will be explained here. Race is really only drawn out and thought about between two races, white and black. And unfortunately, many people don't see that this is occultic in nature and mainly supporting the occult idea of duality and the promotion of Masonic ideas in their black and white chessboard symbolism. But either way, we need to understand race and the idea behind it. Believe it or not, racism is a fairly modern idea. Over the history of our world, people did not classify people by their race or skin color. People were classified by their tribal names or by the nations they represented, such as the Persians, Greeks, the Jews, Saxons, Ethiopians, Egyptians, etc. This is especially true when we understand it from the Bible. The Bible does not speak about race or color of skin. That is not how the world was divided. But make no mistake, during the biblical times, the world was divided from Yah. There were his chosen people, who was Israel, and there were the strangers who did not know him, which were the other nations, the Gentiles. If you ever read the Bible, you will see him speak about the separation often. Now it shall come to pass, if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, to observe carefully all his commandments, which I command you today, that Yahuwah, your Elohim, will set you high above all nations of the earth. That's Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1. Go therefore, and make disciples of all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all the things that I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. Amen. Matthew chapter 28, verses 19 and 20. And he has made from one blood every nation of men to dwell on all the face of the earth, and has determined their pre-appointed times and the boundaries of their dwellings. Acts chapter 17, verse 26. After these things I looked, and behold, a great multitude which no one can number, of all nations, tribes, peoples, and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, with palm branches in their hands. As Revelation.
Yeah, these scriptures right here are obviously not racist. Look, these scriptures about a gathering of all the people that want to worship and serve the Most High. That's the end goal. The end goal is not to push some racial narrative, which I appreciate the brother putting the emphasis on Acts 17:26 and emphasis on Revelation 7 and 9. Letting you know the mind frame was not a racial exclusive club or a skin color exclusive club.
Mm-hmm.
Right, only for blacks or only for whites. That was never the mind frame of the people that wrote these narratives down, right? The prophets and the people of the ancient times, ancient Near East, when they wrote these narratives down, they never pinned these ideas that Ronald Dalton has about skin color, that Tail has about skin color, Sister E, Pastor Kelly, the Darbyites have about skin color. None of that's in the scripture. It's not interwoven in it. It has nothing to do with it. It's not the DNA or the nucleus of the scripture.
Right.
You know, that's eisegesis. That's those they're trying to read into their own biases and their racisms into the scripture, when we clearly see that that wasn't the case. As you see right here, all nations being included here in Revelation 7 and 9, Acts 17 and 26, making it clear that all people on the planet Earth come from one man, which is Adam. So I don't know how you guys are invoking Series B, Series A dogmatic doctrines and angels coming down and intermixing with humanoid women, creating an alienoid, humanoid offspring. How are you making that claim? And then saying, oh, well, I'm holding to the Bible. No, you're not. The Bible doesn't know of that claim. The Bible says all people, all surviving people groups today, descend from a common male ancestor, which would be Adam.
Facts.
Chapter 7.
You want to add to that or no?
No, facts. That's all I had to say was facts.
In verse 9. You see, there is not one mention of skin color here, or race. The world is not thought about by the color of people's skins, but by tongue, by tribe, and by nation. You will know and understand this very much from reading the Old Testament and understanding how Yah had Israel deal with the other nations. And then, if you go to Revelations, like I just read, you see that in the end, it's still looked at in this way. All nations, tongues, tribes, peoples, all came before the throne, before the Lamb. So as believers, we must look at people based on how Yah does, and not how we have been trained to. Again, like I said, we have been indoctrinated to look at skin color. So let's understand race a little more deeper. The world being divided by color was an idea that originated from a white supremacist in Europe after the Renaissance period. Johann F. Blumenbach, a German anthropologist born in 1752, he died in the year 1840. He was the first to divide humanity on the basis of skin color. We can attribute much of our racial divide today because of him. Now, don't misunderstand me. Racism already existed before this time. There was already a belief in scientific racism, which I will touch on shortly. Blumenbach did not create racism. He simply placed a classification system that is still used today. An official classification of people did not exist before Blumenbach. His work is considered one of the most influential works in regards to race. He classified that there are 5 chief races of mankind. They are the Caucasian, or white race. He was the first to use this classification for people of European origin. He believed the people of the Caucasus Mountains were the most beautiful people in the world. This is, of course, where the term Caucasian comes from. Then he had the classification of Mongolians, or the yellow race, which included all of East Asia and some of Central Asia. Then we have the Malayan, or brown race, which included Southeast Asia and Pacific Islanders. Then the original American, which was the red race. These were the Native Americans. And lastly, the Ethiopians, or the black race, was the sub-Saharan Africans. He was a white supremacist and considered the Caucasian to be the original race. So when we start talking about racial divide, this is where the conversation starts from. He basically color-coded the people of this world. He was a racist, and you need to identify if any of your feelings or thoughts come from this man. When you identify people based upon the color of their skin, you are not speaking through Yah, but your flesh, which has been influenced by Satan. Here's the deception. This classification system is a grand illusion by Satan to confuse the world and mask and hide his true intentions and place it around skin color instead of him being against bloodlines and nations. Satan hates humanity, but he above all hates one nation in particular, which is the nation of whom Yah chose as his own special people. But Satan, of course, does not come in full with his intentions. He masks them.
Yeah, where are they getting these clips from, bro?
That's stock footage. You thought he hired some actors to
Yeah. Hey man, I need you to shimmy your shoulders with these wings on real quick. You know. But I agree with him to some effect,
that's
that
stock footage.
they put a lot of stock in this racial identity, and that's what they look for first. They look to see, oh, what color is he? Not his ancestry. That's why, like I said, like a lot of people make the same thing. Oh, African Americans can't be Jews. Well, all African Americans don't share the same bloodlines. They don't share the same patrilines and matrilines. They don't share the same forefathers and foremothers. So how could you make that claim? You saying none of them do? Like none of them can have that lineage? That's the crazy part of it, right? So why do they think like that? Because they, like he said, they have been indoctrinated. I agree with him on that part and that aspect of the argument that it's all about skin color. It's all about this paradigm about how people look. And you can't get past that. You stuck. It's like a barrier to anything else. There are black people that have Arabic ancestry. There are black people that have Jewish ancestry. There are black people that have, like the Wayans brothers, Chinese ancestry. So you just can't look at somebody and be like, okay, yeah, I know for a fact you not X. Just like the geneticist, the Sudanese geneticist says, it's possible that population X does not look like population X of the past. It's just that simple. Matter of fact, let me get that quote real quick in my Kindle, man. Shout out to Moon Taser. Maybe one day I could interview that brother because I do quote his work a lot. Let me go to Ibrahim Mutaser's book on genetics of African populations. All right, Garfield gonna interview him next. Do you think these people could be Israelites? It's some Israelites that use your word.
Oh man.
And if he say no, see, this brother don't even like. The brother still did a great work. Whether he agreed, like Abu don't agree. And, I'm celebrating Abu. Abu doesn't agree with our narrative or our hypothesis or theory. He don't necessarily agree with that. I just appreciate Abu for being wise, and I appreciate his skill set and his ability, especially on linguistics and his understanding, and his ability to just break arguments down.
And at least taking the time to hear our argument out, hear what we're saying, instead of make assumptions about what we're saying.
Yeah, the brother's very analytical, man. That's why I appreciate that, brother, man. So,
Facts. Need more people like Abu, to be honest, especially on that Middle Eastern, North African side of things.
Mm-hmm. Then they need Jesus.
They need mixed grandkids.
That's why they probably mad. They probably mad because some Bantu is like with their mama and stuff. They don't like that,
Yep.
So let me go to the part where it says population X. So I can find that real quick.
All right.
As maybe I can get my notebook up real quick because it's an excellent quote and it's going along with the theme,
Mm-hmm.
What we're covering today. Yeah, but he talks about so much. I read his book before. I might have to reread it again here because we are going into Black History Month, and I got something for you guys this month, very special.
Right.
We're gonna be doing deep dives into West African history here. It ain't gonna have nothing to do with being Israelites too. Like, so don't get y'all hopes up. We can't make everything centered around who's an Israelite or whatnot, or could they be Israelites? Sometimes you just gotta teach.
Take a break.
Yeah, just take it. Just teach other stuff, man. Like, come on, y'all. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to talk about Israelites in the next 2 months when we get into the Joseph and Exodus and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of time.
Somebody gonna leave on here. Oh, he started his channel off trying to prove he Israelites. Now he's saying everybody is Israelites except us. This is emotionalism stuff, man. This is a good quote too. when he talks about populations are known to change language, change cultural identity. That's a great quote as well. On page 2. Y'all bear with me. I just want to bring this up. Yeah, man, he bangs on that too. Right here, and that currently there is no uniform particles of a single element emerging at one time. Populations, process, and assemblages not akin to monoliths consisting of uniform particles. It is important to remember, all other things being equal, that over time, a biologically defined group could change cultural practices in or language by adopting new customs or languages, and a culturally defined group can change biology via intermarriage. So that's another good quote here. Here, I'll show you guys while I'm trying to search for it real quick. It's a pricey book, but it's a good book here. The Genetics of African Populations by Ibrahim Mutazer. Here's a good quote here. It says, this notion of blackness derives from received race concept and its taxonomic schema modulated through tradition of stereotypes. The irony here, of course, is that the region that encompasses so-called Black Africa is the same place that contributed heavily to the emergence of our species. Like you can't have both. You can't say that everybody came from this area and then turn around and say, well, no, this is only for blacks, or this is the Black Africa. But it don't make no damn sense. If I can't find it, I'll drop it. Or look for a while the video's playing, give y'all something to see. I'm trying to find this. But it's a quote where it says population X could descend. I mean, a population could descend population X would not look like population X. And that's the issue. So you can have people that are Jews today that don't look like their ancestors. You have people that are European. Yeah, Limba, great example. You can have people that look African American but don't look like their ancestors, which are European. The same for Europeans don't look like Europeans. Like that's highly possible. And like I said, like 30 to 40% of African Americans do have some European lineage.
Yep.
Stereotype of what an African is. All right, so I'm getting ready to just drop it, and then so I brought it out before.
Bro, you sound sleepy.
Yeah, you know how they go. Let's see. Proto-Afrasian.
Let me see.
One trope that needs to be integrated. Majority of males in the region. This is one I've quoted a couple times already about many of the people with a haplogroup E marker are actually white, and many of them want the European marker are black. So you can't really judge people on how they look. Yeah, here it is here, where it says here, it is indeed ironic that those with what can be called the stereotype African facial morphology and very dark skin are precisely those with the European haplogroup, while others who phenotypically more resemble Europeans are often predominantly of the E haplogroup. So a lot of those white people, let's say they're in Sicily somewhere, they're actually Africans. Genetically, they descend from Africa. And a lot of those people that you see that are dark skinned, like your chatty people, actually descend from people from Italy, ancient Italy, Villa Italy. Who would have thunk it, right? Let's see. I like this. In summer, E haplogroups connect the region of Africa, obviously at varying degrees. This observation extracted from data of various Y-chromosome studies against the Saharan boundary. So, a lot of people say, oh, no, these people just stuck underneath the Sahara. That's not true. And he invokes the Green Sahara there in his book as well. This is a great quote here as well in his book. It says the frequencies and lineage of African origin increases. It said these data show that genealogical connections of substantial numbers of males from all regions of Africa, irrespective of phenotypes, so they can look completely different and still share the same common ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
The racial concept that's opposite to what the race teach you. The racial concept is you always look like you look and you look like your ancestors, period, right? But that's not what genetics is showing you. Genetics shows you the opposite. Like you can have ancestors that don't look nothing like you, right? Here it is right here, page 18. It says, many populations have multiple ancestries and there are multiple descendants. Identity is another matter. It is possible to be a descendant of X group, not socially identified as X at present, right? You can possibly be a descendant of a Jew, but socially you're not identified as that because most people associate modern Judaism with white European Jewry, right? And there's 1,000 more examples of that. You know, there are plenty of brothers that walk around here that are descendants of Scottish men, right? But socially, because we got this racial, schema going on, socially, you're going to identify them as, oh, you black, you African, you this, that, and the third. Well, really, that person goes back to Scotland, So, again, it is possible to be a descendant of X group, but not socially identified as X group. Social rules have a role to play in determining social identity, which may not have much to do with blood quantum. That none of that stuff has anything to do with DNA. It has nothing to do with your true ancestry. It does not have anything to do with who your forefathers and foremothers were. It's all conceived in someone's brain, right? It's in the imaginary of the people. It's not reality. All right. So that's this book here, man. Great book, by the way. The Genetics of African Populations, Health and Disease by Mutezi Ibrahim and Charles N. Rotimi. So with that being said, shall we continue?
We shall.
And puts deception around them. And while he is carrying out his attacks, people are being used by him, but they don't really understand the real reasoning behind it. For instance, if you really think that people hated the Negroes in America just because they had black skin, you are under severe mind control and indoctrination. And you have to reprogram yourself.
But see, that's the thing too, because that is why they hated them, because of the
like he's kind of going with the belief that they hated us because they knew we were the Israelites. Like, nah, your average bumpkin in the South did not think we were Israelites. They also hated Jewish people too. A lot of these races.
Yeah.
They like called Jews words that I would not say online.
They call them Jewish niggas too. There's actual newspaper clippings of them referring to Jewish niggas, and some of them were actually darker. So, but that was being said here in the antebellum South. There's a record in Arkansas where they was trying to claim a Jewish, someone that was Jewish had raped a woman or had forced relations with a woman, and they described him as a Jewish nigger. So how they said it in the newspaper clip.
In the civil rights movement, there was Jews that were killed by I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there was like a Jewish guy, a black guy, and like a white guy who was stopped by, I think, the Klan or cops, something like that. And all three of them were killed. I don't know if you're familiar with that case.
Yeah, I can see it, man. They
They
probably called them nigger lovers.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and when they made a movie of it, they had one of the people who stopped them say that.
Mm-hmm. That's what they would say about Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party and everything. Oh, they love niggers and all this other stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, that was based off racial hierarchy and racial supremacy. They was hating black people for the simple fact that they were black, because they believed that black was inferior. They believed that black was not human. You had a lot of polygenists back then. They believed that blacks deserve to be slaves because of the curse of Canaan. This is the thing they were teaching, and the curse. Yeah, they knew they was a Canaan because that skin color, the beast of the field. The Negro Beast is the book that talks about that. So it had a lot to do with this racial identity that's pretty much espoused to skin color.
Right.
Since you're black, you deserve to be a slave. Since you're black, you're the descendant of Canaan. Since you're black, and then it's a circle argument. Since you're black, you're the descendant of Canaan, and you're a slave because you're black. So it keeps looping. These people are hating our ancestors because of their skin color, nothing else, man.
Right. Literally, that was all. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
In truth, let's continue. So while we continue to learn about this belief in race and skin color, we go to the 19th century. In the 19th century, we have a French aristocrat named Joseph Arthur de Gobineau. He was known for his influence on legitimizing racism through scientific racism and developing the theory of Aryan master race. He wrote a 1,400-page book named An Essay on the Inequality of the Human Races. And this book argues that there are differences between human races, that civilizations decline and fall when the races are mixed, and that the white race is superior. He used the scientific racism theory, which was a belief that evidence exists to support or justify racism, simply racial discrimination, racial inferiority, and racial superiority. Scientific racism was common from the 1600s to the end of World War II, after the fall of the Nazis. Then all of a sudden, this programming disappeared from the minds of people, as mainstream news and education shifted the thought process. But these thoughts were definitely in the minds of people in this country, from the foundation that this country was built upon.
He's got 3 children, and evidently he feels that they will be accepted socially. And I don't feel that they ever will be. But the whole trouble with this integration business is that in the end, it probably will end up with mixing socially. And you will have, well, I think their aim is mixed marriages and becoming equal with the whites. But the only way they're going to do that is by education and by bettering themselves, not by pushing in the way they have here.
But yes, those way of thinking was publicly denounced as racist. It was this man, J.A. Gobineau, that really helped legitimize racism as being valid. Now, there were many others like Houston Stewart Chamberlain, 1855 to 1927, who wanted to advance the supremacy of the white Nordic race and its culture. What I'm trying to show is that these thoughts were not uncommon. And the point that I'm trying to make is that due to the influence of men like the men that I just shown and others, this is where we get the division of race today. They added a psychological value to race that made people believe it was so. Basically, being that at the time, European civilizations were dominating much of the world through inhabiting foreign lands and possessing major breakthroughs in technology, they believed that they were obviously superior and the others were inferior. This was racism, and it led to horrible racial philosophy and eventually the events led by the Nazis that was said to start World War II. So please understand, any view of racism, black people, white people, racial division, all of it is a very modern idea. It's not more than 2 to 3 centuries old. It is not how the world viewed and classified people before then. Now, that doesn't change anything, obviously. Knowing this will not change racism today, but it should change many people's understanding of where these thoughts come from. If you believe that your race is superior, it's because of the theories of white supremacists, starting from the 17th century. Looking at the white race as the ones that are able to get it together and hold jobs and be civilized is an idea of white supremacists. This is not a natural view that has been held since the beginning of time. Or the reverse can be said. If you believe that the black man is superior because he's physically more endowed, that is a twisting of white supremacy. You only see skin color because a white supremacist classified people in this way, and the world eventually adopted his thinking.
Exactly, and that's what we keep calling, Benaya, who else, Teo, Rondon, we call them aptly racist. They're racist, bro. Like, all you doing is reverse engineering white supremacist talking points. White supremacists already been there and done that. Got the t-shirt. They taught that blacks were not human. They were beasts, that they were son of Cain. And what y'all do, turn around, try to reverse it. No, actually, the white man is beast. White man are Cain. White men are not human. Like, y'all just reversed it, man. And you're using that because, again, you're using the same lens. You're viewing the earth through the same lens, the people through the same lens, through a racial lens. And that's how you view ancestry, that's how you view culture, that's how you view religion. This is the black man's book. Oh, this is the white man's book. Like, you had the KKK saying the only true Christians are white people. It's the same talking points. Therefore, you are the same as these people. These racist rednecks. You guys are racist. Oh, I'm not racist. Yes, you are. You are talking just like these people. It's the same talking point. It's the
I
same.
can't be racist. I'm black, bro.
I can't be racist. I'm black. It's just silly stuff like that.
And then formal education and mind-controlling programs like the Cosby Show kept the classifications going. You see, the powers that be want us to think in this way, and it's all for a purpose of division. This is racism, and that's the condensed history of it. You have to understand and place all of this in perspective. Before the times of the Civil War, America was much different than it is today. They did not need to teach on racism and the promotion of another because of skin color. Americans owned slaves, and they looked at the slaves as 3/5 of a person. Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution declared that any person who was not free, meaning slaves, would be counted as 3/5 of a free individual for the purpose of determining congressional representation.
They did not view you as 3/5 of a person. And the weird thing about it is people always misquote this. If you go back, he even read it. This had nothing to do with saying that slaves were literally viewed as only 3/5 of a man, as a lot of Afrocentrics try to pose this and frame it. It says declare that any person who was not free, meaning slaves, will be counted as 3/5 of a free individual for the purposes of determining congressional representation. This has to do with congressional power. In the North, and why it's called the 3/5 compromise is because the North did not want the South to have all of the power and all of the say-so and all of the leverage in the country. Because what did the North wanted to do? End and abolish slavery. From the get-go, they felt that it was a violation of the Declaration of Independence. All men being created equal. So they got into this argument with Southern states. Right? They got into this argument like, wait a minute. We can't let these people count all their slaves to boost their congressional representation, because the more populous you are, the more congressmen you can get. Meaning the more say you have in the White House. So it was like, no, y'all can't count y'all slaves. That's how it started. Y'all can't even count y'all slaves. First of all, that's a violation of what we stand for. And secondly, y'all damn sure ain't going to use that to boast of y'all numbers so y'all can outvote us and use it as a power grab in Congress. That's actually what it says. Oh, Rail Ruger, you don't think that's the history of it? Oh, my nigga, but come on. You mean to tell me that's not what this means? That's actually what happened historically. The reason why you feel that way, Rail Ruger, is because you've been taught wrongly. You've been told that this means that they viewed you as 3/5 of a human. No, this has nothing to do with that. Watch, I'll show you. I swear, boy, Afrocentrics have ruined your mind, man. All right, so now 3/5 compromise. Give you a little history lesson. And we just go straight to Britannica, man. Let's see. So let me share this tab here. Boom.
So basically what you're saying is this was more about politics than about us being human or not.
Exactly. It was congressional power. This compromise, this amendment was about congressional power. That's what it was about. The South did not want to count 3/5. They wanted to have all the slaves be counted because that meant they would have all the power. It doesn't say that, bro. It does not say they're 3/5 a human. It said they'll be counted 3/5 of a free person for congressional purposes. That's what it says. The man even put it on the stream. Let me go back. The man even put it on the stream, bro. For the purposes of determining congressional representation. That's what Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution says. All right. So, boom. And I give you this right here. Boom. Britannica. This comes from, people misrepresenting and spreading misinformation. The NOI has done it. Afrocentrics have done it. The left has done it. Oh, y'all used to be J. Cole said it in a song. Y'all used to be 3/5 of them. No, that's not what this is talking about. That is a myth. The 3/5 compromise, United States history. The 3/5 compromise, a compromise agreement between delegates from the northern and southern states at the United States Constitutional Convention in 1787. That 3/5 of the slave population will be counted for determining direct taxation and representation in the House of Representatives. I want to say something real quick. I got to shout out my teacher. I can't remember his name in high school because he correctly he taught this correctly when I was in T-High. You know what I'm saying?
At Texas High.
T-High, man. When I was out there, I did have a history teacher. I think in 11th grade, and I can't think of your name right now. I wish I could shout you out. But he taught this correctly. It says many of the founding fathers acknowledged that slavery violated the ideal of liberty that was so central to the American Revolution. But because they were committed to the sanctity of private property rights, the principle of limited government in the pursuit of intersectional harmony, they were unable to take bold action against slavery. Moreover, the Southern founders' thoroughgoing embrace of slave-based agriculture and that deeply ingrained racial prejudice solidified the barriers against emancipation. The Continental Congress removed Thomas Jefferson's statement regarding the injustice of the slave trade. See, people don't even know that happened. It says, and by implication, slavery. From the final version of the Declaration of Independence and emblematic of the founders' resolve to subordinate the controversial issue of slavery to the larger goal of securing unity and independence of the United States. Notwithstanding the initial disagreements over slavery at Constitutional Convention in 1787, the framers of the Constitution continued to privilege the maintenance of unity of the new United States over the eradication of slavery by resolving to again diffuse sectional tensions over the matter. So they was fighting and warring about this. Wait a minute, why do we have slavery here? If we're talking about independence, talking about freedoms, every man being created equal, that's a blatant contradiction. But the slaveholders like, hell no, we keeping our slaves. That was the internal beef. And to keep the peace, unfortunately, slavery kept going. And this country led to a war in 1865, the bloodiest war we ever had, happened on our own soil. It says, as they went about creating a new scheme of government, the delegates from the small and large states were divided on the issue of the apportionment of legislative representation. The Virginia or large state plan provided for a bicameral legislature with representation of each state based on its population or wealth. So now you know where this is coming from. You understand? To this day, this is how it works. Your representation comes from your population, right? It says the New Jersey or small state plan proposed equal representation for each state in Congress. Neither the large nor the small states would yield, but the deadlock was resolved by the Connecticut or Great Compromise, which resulted in the establishment of a bicameral legislature with proportional representation in the lower house and equal representation of the states in the upper house. No matter how to determine population was anything but trivial. Having failed to secure the abolishment of slavery, some delegates from the northern states sought to make representation dependent on the size of a state's free population. Right? It says southern delegates, on the other hand, threatened to abandon the convention if enslaved individuals were not counted. So southern states said, If I can't have my slaves count, they wanted slaves to be counted, period. It had nothing to do with, oh, we see these people. They thought these people were beasts. Some of these people thought these people deserved to be slaves. That had nothing to do with anything. They were like, listen, I want them to count towards my population so I can have more representation, and meaning more power, more say-so, and more votes in Congress. The Northern states said, no, y'all gonna run with this slavery shit? You can't count them and your population towards representation. This is the history of this. This sounds completely different than what you've been fed. You've been fed that, oh, they just, the United States government just thought we were 3/5 of a human. No, that has nothing to do with that. The racist ones wanted to count all the slaves because it was to their benefit. So they were warned. They were like, look, we're going to leave if we can't count our slaves. We're going to secede, secede from the nation. We're not trying to hear that shit. We want the slaves to count. So they come to a compromise. That's why it's called the 3/5 compromise. Okay? See, I told y'all, I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to educate y'all. I'm going to educate. So many agents of misinformation out there. It's so much BS out there. I think I have to take it. It behooves me to educate y'all, man. It says eventually the framers agreed on a compromise that called for representation in the House of Representatives to be a portion on the basis of a state's free populations plus 3/5 of its enslaved populations. This agreement came to be known as the 3/5 compromise. So if you have a slave population, we can throw a number out there. A slave population of 3,000. You can only count 3/5 of those. Right? You can't count all 3,000. Only 3/5. So let me do the math on that. What's 3/5? With my hypothetical number here. Let's say you got 3,000 slaves. Wait, hold on. 100 divided by 5 is 20. So 20 times 3, 60. So 60%, right? 60% of 3,000. So they can only count 1,800 slaves towards that representative, right? That's what this is talking about. It says here, representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed 3/5 of all other persons. That's completely different than the way these Afrocentrics teach it, or these leftists teach it. That's what the article says. It said it should be noted that neither the word slave nor the word slavery appears in this clause or anywhere in the unamended Constitution. Granting slaveholding states the right to count 3/5 of their population of enslaved individuals when it came to apportioning representatives to Congress meant that those states would thus be perpetually overrepresented in national politics. However, this same ratio was to be used to determine the federal tax contribution required of each state, thus increasing the direct federal tax burden of slaveholding states. Provisions were added to the Constitution for a law permitting the recapture of fugitive slaves, along with the moratorium until 1808 on a congressional ban against the importation of slaves, though in the meantime, individual states remained free to prohibit slave imports if they so wished. And that's it there, man. And you know what's going to happen after this? Oh, that's boring. I don't want to hear that political mumbo jumbo. I want to go to the other, the other interpretation that it means that we actually 3/5 of a human. Because again, y'all like exotic, esoteric arguments. Y'all like those type of things. That's what tickles your fancy. That's what gets the most views, right? Not actually what happened in history. Which again, he showed you that that's what this was talking about, because he quoted the part where it says, for the purpose of determining congressional representation. The North did not want the South to have all that power. It's like, you can't count your slaves. We don't agree with slavery, and to keep from going to war with y'all, and we keep the unity, we're going to let y'all do what y'all do down there. But you're not counting them to get power in Congress. And they had to compromise and say, okay, you can only count 3/5. That's it. To try to limit that amount of power boost they would get in delegating in this country affairs. But I already know what y'all gonna do. Y'all, I don't give a damn what the history say. I'm gonna just believe the more exotic version.
Will be counted as 3/5 of a free individual for the purpose of determining congressional representation. The 3/5 clause thus increased the political power of slave-holding states. Yeah, they thought of the Negroes as only being 3/5 of a person.
That's not what that meant. That's not what that. Southern slave owners thought very little of slaves. They didn't even think 3/5. Period. They just thought you was a beast or something. Or a lot of them were polygenists. They thought you was not human. You were not an atom. That had nothing to do with that.
Racism did not need to be taught during this time. The classification system was already there. There were the free and there were the slaves. Where the indoctrination came into play is after the Civil War. Racism was actually taught to this generation. And if you don't want to believe that, just understand that they had segregated schools. The foundation of the country as we moved into the industrial age was based upon segregation, where people were taught to hate each other because of the color of their skin. You must understand that schools didn't stop segregation until 1954, with the landmark Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court case that outlawed segregation in schools. So you have at least half a decade in the 20th century where people were taught racist ideas. Then we had their puppet boule member, Michael King, used as a bridge and an enforcer of the idea that the hatred that people had against the Negroes was just about skin color and nothing else. And then they passed the civil rights legislation that prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The country looked at this as all about color and racial identity. And then the next generations were taught about it in schools. We were taught about Michael King and his I Have a Dream speech. We were taught about it in our television shows.
Rudy, what are you... From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring from the heights Alleghanies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous slopes of California.
We were taught about it through our news and our politics.
Well, Ruger, that's what the historical document was saying. Yeah, 3/5 of the population. So for every you counted all the free peoples, you counted them. You didn't count Indians, but you counted 3/5 of the slaves. Why did the South wanted to count their slaves? Because so much of the population in the South was made up of slaves, and that bolstered their numbers and would give them more political power, because then you have more representation in Congress.
Race and color has been our primary way of thought. When you talk about skin color, you're only speaking about it because you have been indoctrinated to look at the world in this way. But again, this is not done specifically with all races of colors, but you will mostly always see this thought centered around the Negroes. Let me ask you, if you're a Caucasian and your family came to America from Europe, are all of you the same tribe of people? Do you not classify yourselves as Irish or Italian or Polish or something else? Well, they did back in the early 20th century after coming in through Ellis Island. Yeah, there was some different classifications of Caucasians. Or what about when we speak about Asians? Do we just say Asians? Or to really understand who we are talking about, do we say Koreans or Japanese or the Chinese? Yeah, the different classifications based on their nationality. But for some reason, when we identify the race we call Black people, we just look at them as Africans. Africa is basically taught to us as one type of people that come from there, Black people. Black people are African, and we all are part of the same heritage. That's it. This is unfortunately how people think. Yes, this is ignorant, but this is based upon the indoctrination of our education system. I mean, I want you to really think about all the world history we have learned about in schools. How much of history is
right there
about Africa? We are basically taught that these people...
I get what he's saying. Like, when it comes to Europeans, you know, you got your Germans and your Spanish and your French. When it comes to Asians, you know, we call them Asian, but you have your Japanese and your Koreans and your Chinese. When it comes to Africa, you know, he's saying that, you know, they just lump everybody as Africa and stuff like that. But at the same time, we do know that there are ethnic groups in Africa, though. So I kind of wonder if he's aware of the fact that you do have like Yoruba, Igbo, and Fulani, and Ashanti, and Akan, and stuff like that. Like, we actually know that there is like tribes of people in Africa. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's saying more to the fact that people don't view that. They don't give any separate groups. And you're right, there should be more people aware of it.
Yeah.
It's not a new narrative, Real Ruger. It's the original narrative. It's just that it seems new because everyone teaches the false or misinformed narrative. You know, you keep repeating something for so long, it becomes the truth. Yeah, you do. Africans are all the same, and that's not true.
What are you talking about? You know you a pygmy, you shoot. You fit right along in the pygmy tribe. Like being a tower over everybody.
I want to go over there and go to that secret Hogwarts school they got in the middle of the Congo.
I bet it's better than the one in the UK, huh?
Yeah, the brother did say what I just said, but he put that pseudo spin on it. That it was like, oh, they were saying that they were 3/5 of human. No, that's not what they're saying. It had nothing to do with how they view your humanity. That the Southerners did not even view a lot of the Southerners did not view black people as even being human. So that don't even make no damn sense. It was a political affair, bro.
People are all the same and their history is unimportant. I really want you to think about it. Even now, with all of this knowledge, with all of these DNA tests and all of our technology, how come it is still so that the people that descend from those that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade still have not been told where they come from and to what people they belong to? They have basically told us and taught us that we were just slaves. That's the extent to our history. We are taught that where we are defined and our heritage before slavery is not important.
I was just saying that part about the DNA is kind of wrong because that happens to anybody who takes a DNA test.
Yeah.
They get the broad, you know, generalization. And but then again, it even depends on the test that you take. So
yeah, because most people are surface level. They don't really know too much about.
Because if you go deep enough with the DNA test, you can definitely parse out who you belong to. Like when it comes to my DNA, I'm gonna release my DNA, all the different tests that I've taken, and I'm gonna show the people that I'm closest to. But yeah, you can do enough digging to find out, you know.
Yeah, that's because most American, consumers are not really educated in this, and they're not being inspired to be educated. It's like, just go take the DNA test. Oh, you're 20% Italian, blah, blah, blah. And that's all they care about. It never goes further than that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
With all of our knowledge, why is it that these people have not been able to have an identity outside of the land that they were sent to as slaves? I mean, the title African American is racist by itself. Look at this. This man is an African American, but he has a different skin color. He was born in Africa, but moved to the United States and now is a citizen. So he is African American. But we use the term African American to only talk about the color of people's skins, which is black. Again, this is indoctrination. I really want you to ask yourself, why is it that African American history is only about history after slavery and not before? Why were the slaves that were brought here not able to read the Bible on their own? If the Bible was such a tool of control for the Negroes, why didn't the slave masters educate them fully so they can learn how to read the Bibles for themselves? The point I'm making is that when we look at Africa and black people, if you do not understand the world through biblical eyes, you are looking at it through tainted eyes that only see skin color. And this view that you may see things from severely stops you from understanding big topics of truth, like the Understanding Israel series, that have so much more to do with the national identity and heritage of a people more than the color of their skin. During this series of Understanding Israel, when people would comment about race and why am I talking about skin color, I would make the same point to them that often just went over their heads. I would tell them that until they stop looking at the world through the vantage point Satan has created for them, they would not understand this topic. I was not talking about skin color, but I spoke about a group of people that are a nation of people. They were the Negroes. There was a reason for that name. And the Negroes are not the only tribe of people that existed in Africa. Africa is a huge continent, and there are many different.
You caught it too?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, making the generalization or the broad brush that Negroes are Israelites is a bit problematic, to say the least.
Yeah. And Negro is applicable to anybody that's dark skinned. That's what it was not a special identifier, because that's
Negro,
what
it literally means black in Spanish. I mean, like he's still using colors, even though he's saying don't use colors. He's still using a color. It's just in the Spanish language, because that's what the Spaniards call people south of the Sahara Negroes, because they're black.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of
Yeah, this idea. Oh, because I see it on a map, Negro land. The only Negroes is the people in West Africa, West and Central Africa. Even if you try to constrict it to there, West and Central Africa are not all the same. You got your RVAH Hattie people. You got your A3M13.
there.
Yeah, your Pygmies, your BM60 Pygmies. You know, then you got your Doggone tribe, which is a different clade of E, not the same as E1, B1A. It's an E1.
E1A.
Yeah. So no, Negro is a plastic.
And they look Negro too.
Right. There's a plastic term. It's a term that encompasses multiple groups that cut across geography.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a classification engineered and constructed to describe someone's physical appearance. And people took that, Germans took that concept and tried to apply it to everything else: culture, religion, ancestry, which is idiotic.
Broad brushed it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now he unironically is kind of doing the same thing.
Right.
Different tribes of people there. It is a fact that other tribes in Africa assisted the Europeans in identifying the Negroes to be sold in slavery.
Okay.
Those involved in the slave trade did not just go up and grab up random people based on skin.
Go back a little bit and then let it play out. I want folks to actually kind of hear it.
And the Negroes are not the only tribe of people that existed in Africa. Africa is a huge continent, and there are many different tribes of people there. It is a fact that other tribes in Africa assisted the Europeans in identifying the Negroes to be sold in slavery. Those involved in the slave trade did not just go up and grab up random people based on skin color. But because you have been indoctrinated into these thoughts surrounding race.
All right, so that's actually kind of what literally happened. They did kind of just grab random people off the coast of Africa. Anybody that was easy to get, and 9 times out of 10, it would have been other African tribes enslaving another African tribe. Typically, like we call them prisoners of war, and children and women, because they're the easiest people to give away. Give away your prisoners, sure. Give away the weak members of other people's tribes. And a lot of these groups in Africa that were enslaving each other and giving each other giving other tribes to the Europeans would have been other Negroes. It wouldn't have, like, it's basically going with the idea, which I've heard before from BHI, is that the Hamite Africans only took the Israelite tribes into slavery. And that's not true. You would have had other Negroes or other, I guess you could say, Israelite tribes enslaving other Israelite tribes, or selling other people, selling their other brothers and sisters into slavery. It's kind of weird talking about this from the perspective of an Israelite, but you would have had Africans selling other African tribes. Let me just put it that way. Other Negro tribes selling Negroes.
Right.
go
Like what the Keita says Negro tribe with question mark. What he's saying is the people that had that physical look, like it was not what he's saying. Like, oh, they were looking out for these Negroes because it's a special Israelite identification marker. No. Igbos were selling the Oyo, they were selling Igbos. The Oyo was selling Yoruba people. They were selling Igbo people. The homie was selling neighboring African tribes, and they were selling their own tribes. The Biogo, same thing. We keep going.
It was random.
The Akans, same thing. They was going out traveling, and it got so bad that people just had to start bombarding their homes. In the book, We the Negro Masters, they talk about people bombarding their homes to protect themselves from slave raiders at night.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
so
truth.
It pretty much was random. And he's saying it wasn't random. It quite literally was random.
It was random. It was a market. It was a trade. It was like, listen, we try to make as much money as we can. And it got so bad that the slave population, which I brought out a few months ago, the slave population was huge in Africa, in the west coast of Africa. I forget the percentage. While I was playing, I'll pull the book up so I get the source for y'all.
And skin color, unfortunately, the primary reason why you may think this. And what is desired is for people to remove themselves away from this way of thinking if you want to understand things from the ways of the Bible. Yah did not separate the world by skin color, but by nations. And the gospel is not to be preached to all skin colors, but to all nations. And in the last days, while the gospel is preached to all nations, Yah is still dealing with his nation he chose. This is not about racial superiority or putting people at a higher level than anyone else. This is about looking at the world through biblical eyes and not from satanically led views that we have been indoctrinated to hold. Please understand that. This is very important. And you have to be humble enough to recognize that your view of the world has been satanically tainted. Now, what I'm going to do is go over the history of the nations that I discussed 3 years ago as well, because it will help provide a strong foundation of the world from Yah's history rather than Satan's indoctrination. So let's understand the history of the nations. We will start post-flood with Noah. Noah had 3 sons. They were Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And from these 3 sons, the world was repopulated. So if we're to really classify people today, it would be proper to classify people according to this. There are the Semites, the Hamites, and the Japhites. Again, not according to the color of skin, but according to tribe. Now, the book of Genesis really provides a good basis of understanding of who these people are. When we read Genesis and we see those chapters about the sons of men, we often can just skim over that as useless info. But if we decide to dig deep to gain more understanding, we can really grow in knowledge. That info explains tribes of people, and if you follow the history of those tribes, you can follow the history of the world. This is why I speak of the Bible as the most known history book. We'll start with the Hamites, the descendants of Ham. I start with them because they are the beginning of recorded ancient history. They were the tribes of the great civilizations. Let's track it. Genesis chapter 10. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and...
So I found that source, y'all. So here, this is the book. No, Real Ruger, I agree with you. He sound like he breaking out of the mold. In my opinion, man. We just giving our opinion here. You take it as what it's worth. But right here, Jews in the American slave trade, 223 to 224, says here, what Manning calls an addiction, a society rational of inhuman activity. Rationale of inhuman activity seduced the people of Mali, Songhai, the Borno kings in Yoruba land, the rulers of Dahomey, and even the Oyos. All these West African groups sold slaves, right? They sold their own, sold other slaves, they sold other rival tribe slaves and stuff like that. As Claude has written open quote, in Senegambia and Dahomey, in Segu, in the Maori country, in Ansuru, and so on, or wherever such wars were waged, the armies went in the field every year, sometimes more often, to capture the 2-leg cattle, which was to supply the kingdoms, the market of dealers. Then it's the close quote. It says here, the trade proved so lucrative that at one point, slave blacks outnumbered free in the Niger Valley. about 3-1. 3-1. So for every one free person, there was 3 slaves.
Insane.
So let's say the population was 350,000. That's well over a million slave. Well, 350,000 free. Well, no. Yeah, let's say that. That's a hypothetical number anyway. 350,000 free people. That means there was like a million slaves. That's 3-1, a little over a million. That's how, lucrative and how random this was. This wasn't something where they would say, oh, I'm going to go seek out, who you say you Israel? Oh, you Negro? That's code word for Israel. Get his ass. No, that's not how it works. All right. So let's go back to the video.
And Canaan. The sons of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, Sabteka, and Nimrod. All of these sons were Cushites. They dwelt in this land, northeastern Africa, in the Nile Valley, south of Egypt. They spread along the tracts extending from the higher Nile to the Euphrates and the Tigris River. Of Cush's notable sons, we know of Nimrod, the father god of paganism. Chapter 10 says the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. If you look for the definition of Shinar, you will see this is another name for Sumer or Sumeria, later known as Babylon, after the Tower of Babel. After Cush, the other son of Ham was Mizraim. Mizraim is the Hebrew word for Egypt. The word Mizraim is plural form, meaning upper and lower Egypt. They were the second world empire after Sumeria, Babylon. Verse 13 of chapter 10 says, Mizraim begot Ludim, Anamim, Lebahim, Nephtahim, Pathrusim, and Cashlahim, from whom came the Philistines and Caphtorim. So you see, these tribes were where the Philistines came from, a tribe of people who were one time major opponents of the Israelites until they were wiped out. Let's cover another son of Ham, who was Canaan. This is obviously where the land of Canaan came from, and they were driven out of their land by Joshua and the Israelites. The Canaanites are what we know today as the Africans. It is written in the Babylonian Talmud, for when the Africans came to plead against the Jews before Alexander of Macedon, they said, Canaan belongs to us, as it is written, the land of Canaan with the coast thereof, and Canaan was the ancestor of these people, i.e. ourselves. Basically, in 332 BC, when Alexander the Great conquered the land of Israel, the Africans came to Alexander claiming that the land of Canaan belonged to them. Verse 15 says, Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, the Jebusite, the Amorite, and the Girgashite, the Hivite, the Archite, and the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. Afterward, the families of the Canaanites were dispersed. Sidon was the firstborn of Canaan, and where we get the Sidonians. In many history books, you'll read about the Sidonians under the name of the Phoenicians. The Greeks called the Sidonians Phoenicians. These were the descendants of Ham. Before Greek conquest, they were the power structure of ancient civilization, and they spread out amongst the continent we know as Africa. The Hamites' civilization included the continent of Africa, the land of Canaan, which is Israel, parts of Arabia, Syria, Phoenicia, Turkey, Babylonia, southern Persia, Iran, East Pakistan, and a large part of India. So when we think that Africa is just part of one tribe of people, that is ignorance. There are many tribes of people in Africa in that land. Let's keep going. It's important to note that what people have been taught about the Negroes is that the reason they were taken in slavery is because they were cursed. And this is absolutely true, but the deception is which curse? People are taught that it was the curse of Canaan. Then he said, cursed be Canaan, the servant of servants, he shall be to his brethren. And he said, blessed be Yahuwah, the God of Shem, and may Canaan be his servant.
Genesis 9:25 happened after the Exodus during the conquest of Canaan. That's when the curse of Canaan happened.
Agreed. It would happen in the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age. Yeah.
That's simple.
Because pretty much everybody had the Canaanites under subjugation. One, the Egyptians had the Canaanites under subjugation because the Canaanites were vassal states to the Egyptian empire. They had to give tribute and things of that nature. We even have scenes of it on the murals of Egypt and in the Amarna tablets. Also, Canaanites were subjugated by the kingdom of Mitanni in northern Mesopotamia. They were vassal states of them. And then the Israelites came in and took over the land of Canaan. And basically, scripture says that the Israelites made the Canaanites into servants. And that fulfilled pretty much all the different groups that ruled over the Canaanites. So,
Right.
yeah, that
It's
verse
that,
already happened. Yeah.
it's that simple, man. I bet you if you go to, and the brother understands this. Let's see. Oh, is he going to be like, which Canaanites?
The Canaanites in the Levant.
Yeah.
The ones in the Levant. Iron Age, late, well, actually, I won't even just say late, Bronze Age and Iron Age Canaanites. Levantine Canaanites.
See this. It says 9 versus what? 27?
25 through 27. But you can just pull up chapter 9, the whole chapter. But specifically 25 through 27.
I'm gonna go to Bible Hub because they always have the
Hebrew.
I mean that like commentary and stuff like that. And
Oh, okay.
Cross references.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Yeah, verse 25. He said, "Cursed be Canaan, and the lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers."
We can't see what you.
All
right, there we go.
And look what it cross reference with.
Yeah, cross reference with Judges period and Joshua period.
Yeah. Now therefore you are under curse and will perpetually serve as woodcutters and water carriers for the house of my God.
You're right. Yeah, the Israelites
to the remaining land. Yeah, this is what the curse of Canaan was. You know, Ron Dog talking about, so it's the pygmies. It's when the Bantus forced the pygmies to be slaves. You know, right here. And it came to pass when Israel was strong that they put the Canaanites to tribute and did not utterly drive them out.
Exactly.
You know,
we did not drive out the Canaanites. People always seem to think the Canaanites are gone today. They are not gone. They are still alive even today.
Because Canaanites were a mixed group, man. They were a mixed group.
Right.
But anyway, let's go back to this video.
Yep. Can't see the video, by the way.
Oh shoot, man! I keep forgetting to click over.
They came over the Negro.
Getting sleepy.
So, in continuing this discussion of the other nations, let's skip over Shem and go to Japheth, who we know as the Japhethites. This is probably the least discussed son of Noah. Genesis chapter 10, verses 2 through 5, goes over the children of Japheth. It says the sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Teras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Ripath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Verse 5 says that from these, the coastland peoples of the Gentiles were separated into their lands, everyone according to his.
Ramon Yahoo says something very interesting here. He says, was there anyone in other parts of Africa outside of North and East Africa? The answer is what time period? Because when you go deep into time, there is no evidence of large flung populations south of the Sahara. It's very, very small, especially West and Central Africa.
Weren't that many humans alive the further back you go in history as well.
But you see all the activity happening above the Sahara, like in that, like we brought out the Green Sahara region, and then in the Near Eastern area. These were pluvial areas, water deposits, river-centric people. There was resources there, man. So you get to these areas that are pretty much uninhabitable at that time. So you don't see that much human interaction. Matter of fact, the oldest modern human fossils that you even find in West Africa, it's sub-Saharan West Africa, it's only 12,000 years old.
Yep.
The damn top routes are older than that. You know?
Yep.
All right. So hopefully that help answer your question, brother.
Language according to their families into their nations. So Japheth occupied the Isles of the Gentiles, which was the shore territories of the Mediterranean Sea in Europe and parts of Asia Minor, from where they dispersed northward over the entire continent of Europe and a great part of Asia. Japheth's descendants traveled west, north, and northeast of the mountain of Ararat and the Caucasus Mountains. Let's talk about the sons of Japheth. Again, they were Gomer, Magog, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tetras. Gomer was the ancestor of the first Cimmerians and of the later Cimbri. These people include offshoots of the Celtic family and of the present-day Gaels of Ireland, Scotland, and the Hebrides Islands. Then the second son of Japheth was Magog. The Greeks called these people Scythians. The Scythians included all the wandering tribes who dwelt mostly near the north of the Black and Caspian Seas. They later migrated to Central Asia, Russia, and the Ukraine. The third son of Japheth was Madai, the father of the Medes. They were located at the southern part of the Caspian Sea, and they later united with the Persians to form one race. The fourth son of Japheth was Javan. From him came the Ionians and all the Greeks. We also find Ashkenaz, the son of Gomer, Japheth's grandson, and these people form the Germanic race that are known as the Germans. It is also where the Ashkenazi Jews of Europe descend from.
All right,
Look at the name
pause.
Ashkenaz.
I think we all already know, when it comes to this part, Ashkenazi Jews do not descend from Ashkenaz, son of Japheth, and they're not Khazars because he showed a map showing Khazaria. The only reason Ashkenazi Jews are called Ashkenaz is because of the geographical area. When they went into Germany, they just called it Ashkenaz, and so they took on the name Ashkenazi Jews, just like Ethiopian Jews take on the name, Ethiopian Jews because they were in Ethiopia. Same thing with, let's say, Georgian Jews in Georgia, Jews of the Maghreb, North Africa. All of these terms is just geographical areas, names. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to descend from said people in the scriptures. Final example, Mizrahi Jews. The Mizrahi Jews do not descend from Mizraim.
So part of the Jews do not descend from Sepharad or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so goofy.
So
look at the name Ashkenaz. This is a topic that should be understood deeper. In the 4th century,
he does
AD,
have a video
the
on that.
Germanic tribes were on the
to
move.
cover it. I said he does have a video on that if you ever wanted to cover it.
Yeah, we might get into it tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah.
Just let me see what it is, and then we'll go from there.
They were known under these names: the Lombards, Burgundians, Franks, Saxons, Angles, Jutes, Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Suevis, and Vandals. These 10 Germanic barbarian tribes settled all over Western Europe, and they intermingled with modern nations of Western Europe as we know them today, which is where we get Europeans. The children of Japheth are where we get the Europeans from today. Now we know that Europeans are what is classified as white today. So the question may be, were they originally white beginning from Japheth? This answer is difficult to say for sure. Anybody that feels that they can say this one way or another is speaking in absolutes.
Japheth would have been dark skinned just like pretty much everybody else 10,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Big facts. Cheddar Man, the people of Ireland, early Ireland, Swedes, they were all dark skinned.
There's technically still black skinned Japhites. Australian Aborigines, they're black and they're from Japheth.
Yeah. Negritos.
Indian people from India.
Mm-hmm.
They still black Japhites.
Yeah, Abkhazi and Negroes, they live in the Caucasus right now, and they're black.
Right.
That they should not do. But that's an introduction to the Japhites. Lastly, we will discuss Shem. who we know as the Semites. Chapter 11 of the book of Genesis goes over the sons of Shem until we get to Abram, who later would be named Abraham. Abraham was not only the father of the Hebrew Israelite nation, but also of the Arab nation. Abraham had two sons, Ishmael and Isaac. Genesis chapter 16, verse 1 says, Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children. She had an Egyptian and maidservant whose name was Hagar. Hagar bore Abraham's first son Ishmael. The Bible doesn't speak of his descendants, but other historians note that he married an Egyptian woman and had 12 sons. These 12 sons became the 12 tribes and inhabited the region from the Euphrates to the Red Sea and the Arabian Peninsula. And then from Abraham's other son, Isaac, we see his son Jacob, who bore the 12 tribes of Israel. The other son of Isaac was Esau, where we get the Edomites from. Edom meaning red. This was an ancient nation south of Israel and Moab. They were opponents of the Israelites. Herod the Great was an Edomite, but after Yahusha, their history is also a little vague. When discussing the Bible, this information should really assist with understanding who the Gentiles are. In the Bible, the Gentiles are also known as the other nations. When looking at the people in ancient history by their tribes, it really should drive that point home. Now, as we go through world history and begin to understand the Greek and Roman empires and how they intermingled with the other nations, you'll be able to understand more how skin colors changed in regions. One thing many people like to say in these videos is that they don't believe Jesus was black, but he was probably a Middle Eastern. What they mean by this is his complexion was of lighter skin and had different features than of a typical black American male. The reason why this view is held is because what we see today of the people in the Middle East is fair-skinned people, at least what they show us on the television. But this is because of the intermingling of the other nations when they were conquered by Greece and Rome. It is important to...
All right, pause. Right. Oh, yeah, you already know. So, yeah, modern-day Middle Easterners are not light-skinned because of the Greek and Roman invasions. And really, there weren't even invasions. For the most part, Greek and Roman occupation was typically on the coasts of the Middle East. They didn't go that deep into the inner parts of the Middle East very, very often, unless they were doing expeditions or unless they were doing some type of military raid. But they often didn't go even that deep into the Middle East. But basically, in terms of genetics, if you look at Middle Eastern genetics, DNA, most Middle Easterners don't carry Greek DNA, and nor do they carry Italian DNA. For the most part, you don't really see that. We actually see the reverse, whereas a lot of Italians and Greek people have Middle Eastern DNA, rather the other way around. But anyways, there have been light-skinned people in the Middle East as far back as really the origin of light skin, because the light skin allele started off in pockets of people in the Middle East. Well, really the more northern part of the Middle East. But just looking at Bronze Age Canaanites, they're really, really light skinned. Yeshub, if you don't mind, we can make this real quick. But just type in the Canaanite, Megiddo Canaanites, Tuthmosis III, and just show the people that these are Bronze Age Canaanites, and they would have been as light skinned as the Middle Easterners that he just depicted. Middle Easterners aren't light skinned because of Romans and Greeks. They've always been light.
You said Megiddo?
Yeah, Megiddo, Canaanites, Tutmosis III mural.
Yeah, okay, I got you. The images.
And you're going to see light-skinned depictions. There's plenty of other examples. I mean, there's a lot of different examples, but yeah, scroll down. Should be one. Push that one right there. That's from Reddit. But don't click the link. Just push it. No, up top. Go up a little bit. Right there. The one.
Oh,
with
I see, yeah.
And now scroll down. On that one right there that you're on currently. Yeah, keep scrolling down because there should be one. Okay, never mind. Go back out of that and just scroll some more, because it shows the whole mural.
Yeah, I can see it. There it is here.
Right there it is. That right there is Canaanites, and they look a lot like the modern day people in the Levant today.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one example, but you can also even just pull up the 9 bowls as well. But you don't
Yeah.
have to go.
So JL Tart, Avery's not saying everybody had that depict. We know everybody didn't look like that. The problem is the person was in the video thinks that you don't start getting phenotypes until the Greek and Roman occupations, which is not true. Those phenotypes were already there.
Right.
That's the point. I'm not saying there wasn't dark skin, but of course there were darker skin tones, and we covered that in the Southern Art paper. There were more dark to black people in the Levantine region than there were pale skinned people.
Mm-hmm. But we're just showing that there would have been light-skinned people in the Middle East. That's the Levant. Type in Sumerian statues. That's another quick. Or type in the Sumerian stele. Standard of Standard of my bad. And then look at that. Like that clearly shows like
big noses and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, the Armenoid phenotype. And that's in Mesopotamia. So light skin was there long before the Greeks and the Romans. And the standard of goes back to the Bronze Age, by the way. Just in case we don't know the date.
And no one's saying there were no black or Africoid peoples in these regions or darker skinned people in that region. J.L. Tyler, what he's saying is white skin in these regions existed before the Roman and Greek occupation. We know you can look at the what's that artifact with that's supposed to have the Scorpion King on it. I can't think. It has 2 long neck animals on it. I can't.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the net. I want to say Namor, but
yeah, Normer.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that picture, it depicts Asiatics with afros. Let me get that in the Norma palette. That's what it is.
Yeah, the Norma palette. Yeah, that's. I mean, there's even light-skinned people in North Africa. If you look at the Egyptian depiction of the Tamahu, and that's before the Greeks and the Romans as well.
Those people with those froze or whatever, those supposedly supposed to be like Asiatics. So no one's saying that you don't have those phenotypes in that region. What we're saying is white skin was already there too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're saying. Yeah.
Black, brown, and white.
2 things can be true, brother.
Type in, last thing I want you to type in is the Tamahu of North Africa. Like these guys were.
Oh, those are alienoid human hybrids.
And again, this is before the Greeks and the Romans. These depictions of the Tamahu is from like the Bronze Age? Yeah, Bronze Age, something like that. Look what that's a good example. Have the curly hair thing.
Tamahu far left. And the Amu people.
Look what Ruddy Brew said. Don't get it twisted, Ruddy Brew.
The Hamites are not black. You mean Hamites are not just black? I think that's a better framing of it.
Hamites are not just black.
Intermediate skin Hamites, lighter skin Hamites. Those people from Britain, I would consider them to be Hamites. They had haplogroup A. They was Caucasian.
And they would have looked like typical Mediterranean.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ruddy Brew. Hamites would have had black skin, brown skin, and white skin. It just happens to be that most Hamites typically have a dark skin. A and B markers, they typically.
You got black and white Japhite. We just talked about Negritos. Those would be Japhites.
Right. That's a good example. There are black Japhites as well, just like there are white Japhites. I would say most Japheth descendants are probably in the yellow-brown range because there's a lot of Chinese people on this planet. Chinese people range in 1 billion, and Indian people range in 1 billion. But white people, I don't think white people are like 1 billion. So Japheth has more yellow with brown skinned people than even white.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I got a book on ancient Egypt that Middle Easterners, how they were depicted by ancient Egyptians. Now, artistic depiction does not mean everyone look like that. We understand what stylistic things are, right? A lot of stuff is stylistic reasons. It's not like a photograph, But the idea, the argument is still stands that they knew that it was people that in these regions that had this certain look,
right?
Or they associate those people with a certain look, So let me see if I can find this in this book here. Let's see. This is the World of Ancient Egypt, a daily life encyclopedia.
We can't see your screen, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Hold on. I'm looking for it. So, when you understand that, you can defeat racism quickly.
Yep.
So let's see. There's a section in this book that deals with the what's that word for Asiatic? Amu, I think it is.
Yeah, Amu, retinue. What else? I know there's Amu and retinue. Retinue was typically like the Levant, Canaan, Syrio-Palestine.
Yeah. So let me see if I can find this. It's been a minute since I looked at this book. But it just talks about these depictions. Let's see. Placement of the pots, writing literature. Kim meaning black. Da, 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 da. Anyway, let me see if I can find it like this. I'll move people.
Or retinue. Retinue is like RET something something something. I don't know. RETN.
It talks about their depictions. Okay, that's the cult temples, the introduction with Egypt Black. I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna find it while it's playing.
Not to say it didn't happen, but they were very protective about who they made it with. This was their culture, according to their Torah. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verses 1 through 4 says, "When Yahuwah, your Elohim, brings you into the land which you go to possess, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when Yahuwah, your Elohim, delivers them over to you, you shall conquer them and utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them, nor shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to their son, nor take their daughter for your son, for they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. So the anger of Yahuwah will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly." And that was their culture. It's very clear. Now, when the Greeks Hellenized the world with their Greek culture, there was a lot of intermingling between tribes. So Japhites and Hamites and Semites were often being mixed together. And this is really easily understood when analyzing the Egyptians. The Egyptian Empire was a second world empire, and it's not very hard to understand or know that the people there were darker skinned black people. They were not the Negroes. The thing about black skin is that our melanin literally allows us to absorb the sun, which makes our skin compatible with the climates in the Middle East and Northern Africa. Now, after Alexander the Great conquered Egypt and established his major city, Alexandria in Egypt, it's very easy to see how the Greeks cohabited with the Egyptians. This happened in many places all over the conquered world. The point of this part is the history of the tribes of the world.
So again, he kind of goes into Egypt saying that they would have been dark skinned because of the climate and having melanin and stuff like that, and they got light because of the Romans. Again, not true. There's depictions of not pre-dynastic, Old Kingdom Egyptians. There's depictions of Old Kingdom Egyptians that are obviously light skinned and Caucasoid looking. You know, there's light skinned populations in Egypt long before the long before the Romans and the Greeks. Not to say that Egypt was all white, but it also wasn't all black. Probably had, you know, black, brown, light. Could have been mostly dark skinned, but still there would have been light skinned population.
Big facts. I found that page, that reference. What's this? So, this is the World of Ancient Egypt, a daily life encyclopedia, page number 202 and 203. It says later depictions show Mycenaeans with long tunics that were decorated with bookmark patterns running down the middle. It says here that some of the early figures in the tomb of Reckmeyer have been repainted with this costume covering the earlier type. This change suggests that the 15th century BCE was a period of cultural placement in the Aegean. Also in the tomb of Reckmeyer are also renderings of other groups of foreigners coming with tribute to the vizier, including the people of Punt, who are depicted bringing incense, trees, baboons, monkeys, and animal hides. The men all have short black hair and dark skin, ranging from brick red to black. They are dressed in white loincloths and angled down between their legs and have a colorful border around the waist and hem. The Nubians are shown representing the animals of equatorial Africa: giraffes, leopards, baboons, and monkeys, along with cattle and hunting dogs. They also offer ivory, animal hides, and gold. They have black or dark red skin and short black hair and are wearing animal hide loincloths. Syrians are rendered with lighter hair, and they offer amphorae of wine and oil, chariots and weapons, along with horses, a bear, and an elephant. The men have pinkish skin and wear a long white robe with sleeves decorated with red and blue stripes. Syrian hairstyles range from close cropped or shaven to long hair falling down below the shoulders. Some also have long pointed beards. So as you can see, these people, they were familiar with people with this lighter skin type. That's what that pinkish is, right? That's from the tomb of Reckmeyer. So let me stop that. Let me go back and go to the video.
All right. After this, if you want it, we can put the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and say anything. And then we can end it. You think, or what?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. That's weird. There's no sound, but it's playing the.
I did it again. I shared it wrong.
Oh, okay. Because I saw that the thing was on.
This was an idea created by white supremacists. I know it's hard to remember is that our they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. So the anger of Yahuwah will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly. And that was their culture. It's very clear. Now, when the Greeks Hellenized the world with their Greek culture, there was a lot of intermingling between tribes. So Japhites and Hamites and Semites were often being mixed together. And this is really easily understood when analyzing the Egyptians. The Egyptian Empire was a second world empire. And it's not very hard to understand or know that the people there were darker skinned black people. They were not the Negroes. The thing about black skin is that our melanin literally allows us to absorb the sun, which makes our skin compatible with the climates in the Middle East and Northern Africa. Now, after Alexander the Great conquered Egypt and established his major city, Alexandria in Egypt, it's very easy to see how the Greeks cohabited with the Egyptians. This happened in many places all over the conquered world. The point of this part is to give proper background into the history of the tribes of the world. The world was divided by tribes, and there were nations or tribes that conquered the world. We spoke about where the idea of racism came from, and then we discussed the tribes that inhabited the world. Will this end racism? Obviously not. But understanding that racism is an idea created in modern history may help put it into better perspective for all of us. The Bible teaches us many things if we choose to study it. There is no reason to judge anyone by their race and skin color. This was an idea created by white supremacists. I know it's hard to remove the classifications created. We have many stereotypes associated with our racial classifications as well. So this is something that's not going away. But racism is a tool used for division, and it will be used to create civil wars in different places in the world. We are all created by the same creator, and he has given us all the same chance of redemption and salvation through belief in Yahusha the Messiah. Yahuwah does not look at us by our race, so those that are saved through redemption of the blood of Yahusha must make real efforts to change the way we view others, and that we do not contribute to the racist mentalities that exist. There are many that would not worship Yahusha if they knew he was of darker skin. They love the idea of the white Jesus that has been spread by the Roman Catholic Church. That's not reality. And on the flip side, there are many that refuse to even believe in Yahusha because they all have seen the white Jesus images and they don't want to believe in this European religions. All of these are misunderstandings that come from the lack of information and study, while also being programmed through media and formal education. But there are just things that need to be better understood in order to better understand the true world that we live in, away from all the clutter they've put in our minds. After we now understand racism and how the world was really divided by tribes and nations, we need to understand more about the Israelites and who they are. And so if you understand this teaching, I truly hope that you'll move away from the thought about skin color when we say black people being Jews, because that is not what this series about understanding Israel is about. It is deeper than skin color. But the thing is that as we go through history and reading from historians, they do speak in reference to skin color, and there will be references made about skin color. But that is not the main objective being taught here. I am not elevating races over another. This teaching is not about black pride and all of that. Now, I do believe that people should know who they are and where they descend from, and this information has been withheld from us intentionally. But if you are understanding this from a thought process surrounding skin color, you're missing the overall point. Please do not bring racism into this. If you believe that the Negroes are not the descendants of Jews that were in the land of Africa and the slave coast during the transatlantic slave trade, then you need to discuss what tribe or nation of people was. Speak in terms of tribes and nations. Speak in terms of how Yah divided the world and has us understand the world through. When you're speaking about skin color, you are speaking in the terms Satan has created. Now, I will admit that it can be hard to do. This reprogramming is not simple. But if you're trying to understand biblical topics, you cannot apply it with race and skin color. When I speak of the people you label as black people being Jews, I'm not saying that all black people are Jews. I mean, that's ridiculous. Again, like I showed, Africa is full of different tribes, as we went over the line of Ham and his descendants. There was a reason why they picked the Negroes to sell them into slavery. It is also very important to not feel disconnected from Yah if you follow your lineage and you recognize that you are not a descendant of Israel by blood. This does not discredit you or make you unable to receive in the promises of Yah. You can be redeemed through the blood of Yahusha, but you must submit to him and believe in him and follow all he has commanded. It's important that you recognize your heritage and break iniquities and generational curses. There is nothing wrong with being a Gentile, and you should not feel threatened by this. You can be redeemed, and you should make it your business of life to be redeemed. Just follow Yah and believe in his son whom he sent. The importance of who Israel is all about fulfillment of end times prophecy and making sure we are not aligning ourselves with hijackers who have infiltrated the faith in order to bring about a satanic kingdom. It is very important that we live in truth, and that's why teachings like this have been brought forth. Reject the thought about skin color, and as we discuss these topics, do not look at it based on the color of skin, but of the nation that these people represent. You may hear references of skin color, and that is just to help solidify the understanding, but this is not about skin color or race. This is not about the elevation of one race or skin color over another. And I ask that you please review these thoughts and not apply it to these teachings, and don't come honest with them. There's no tolerance for it. I believe all can be redeemed through the blood of Messiah, and I reject all that say otherwise. But I am not editing truth to make it easier for you to digest. If you love Yah, love him genuinely, regardless of your color or these other divisions Satan has created. He loves you and desires that you come to him, and he has given you a way. And understanding the nation he chose and direct will. If you believe in Yah and follow him, then submit to him and align to his truths. Live through him and be a part of his set-apart body. We are here to live in his truths, so we must be bold enough to proclaim. Stand strong in Yah and rebuke the lies and ways of our enemy. Prepare for Yah's kingdom, because his day is upon us all. Be blessed. Hallelujah. Praise Yah. Okay.
All right, I think that's the end of the video.
You please like it and share it with others. If you,
But
I mean, I agree with some things and some things I disagree with.
Same. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I
But
disagree with his dissertation on marriage, interracial marriage. The Bible doesn't speak on interracial marriage. The Bible speaks on limiting marriage to those Canaanites because they're in that land
right.
and they're worshiping those gods. And he's trying to establish a theocracy where he's the prime deity to be worshipped, and he didn't want that to mess that up. That was the whole purpose of that. But what were you saying?
No, I agree with that. I didn't touch on that part where he brought up that verse talking about the Israelites weren't supposed to mix with other nations. I went ahead and let him just speak on that. But yeah, the Israelites mixed. They were not pure. I know he tried to use that verse to say that they were pure, but they were not pure. And Israelites were. I just gonna say that the Israelites were horny. they got with anybody.
Israelites are humans, like they admix with a lot of groups, so it is what it is. There is no law against interracial marriage. They try to equate that to interracial marriage, and there's no law against that.
But the link is in the chat, you guys, if y'all want to come up and address whatever y'all want to address. If y'all disagree with our viewpoints, if you agreed with it. I see that a lot of people are commenting to the Ruddy Brew. I would like for you to come up, Ruddy Brew. I want to hear your thoughts on everything that you're saying. And if anybody else wants to come up, and again, like I said, ask us questions if you agree or disagree with our assessment of the video, since it was recommended by you guys. But the link is in the chat. But especially you, Ruddy Hebrew, it would be nice if you came up because you're saying some very interesting things in the chat.
Yeah, he said something about the skin color thing. You have to really purge your brain of how you think and divide ancestry and peoples solely on skin color. And that's one thing I agree with the brother on the video on is how we look at the earth, even though he's got this Negro idea, which is hilariously paradoxical. But here's a great paper, man. The Southern Ark was a legendary paper, right? But the genetic probe into the ancient and medieval history, it clearly states that the Southern Ark, which includes like Anatolia, the Levant, it's a huge swath of land, right? Majority of the people, the further you go back in time, there would be no pale people, right? See that pink? That was still rare. Even in modern day, it's still rare. There's more of it's a higher frequency of it, but most people are intermediate.
Right.
Right. So and when he said, "Oh, that's because of the Greeks or whatever," no, look at this. Look, pink or pale people, pale complexions, they come into the picture around just before 8,000 years. Let's say that about 9,000 years is where you start seeing it, and then you see it still be rare, and it gets to its current frequency. In modern times, it's still not the majority. Most people are intermediate, right? And then you have your dark to black, then your dark. You go back in time, there was no pale skin here. You go 10, 12, 14,000 years, a lot of people are dark to black and dark.
Yep.
And intermediate. That's all you had there.
Ham, Shem, and Japheth all would have been black to intermediate.
All of them. So, yeah. So you can't just go off of color. There's another question here.
Click the link, you guys, if y'all want to come up.
Rel Ruger says, "Do you think climate change skin tone? No, climate alone can't change your skin tone." And this paper talks about that. So I wanted to, hit two birds with one stone. So if you go to the
people in Russia with dark skin,
exactly. Go to the PDF, and then we open the PDF here. Well, attempt to open a damn PDF. There you go. Share this tab. Let's go down. I believe this is the paper where he talks about the climatic theory. Let me see.
Yes, I think it's way further down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he just breaks it down. Like when you go to the Levant, watch this. Since we pulled this up, the supplemental.
There's another
Southern
one
Art.
that looks a little better, but
Huh?
further, yeah, like around there, yeah.
Yeah, here it is. So, as you see here, blow this all the way up. You can see their phenotypes of the people they found in the ground, skeletal remains in certain regions. If you look at the Levant, they had 44 sample size. 40 of the 44 had dark hair, 4 had light hair, 28 had black hair. So they had dark black hair. 1 had blonde hair, 15 had brown hair, 3 were blue eyed, none of them had red hair. 41 were brown eyed, 17 were dark skinned, and 6 were dark to black skin. And 21 were intermediate. 0 had pale skin. From the Levant samples they took. You know, so you as you can see, Iran, you had dark to black. Armenia, you had dark to black. Right? You had dark skinned people, but the bulk was intermediate. You know, even in Europe, you had dark to black, you had dark skin, 90 intermediate, and only 2 pale skin in Southeast Europe. So let me go to the climate thing here. Hold on. So because this addresses that brother Rail Ruga. Let's see, where is it at? Climate. Pigmentation, there it is. I think I just saw it. Yeah, here it is. Pigmentation, variation of southern arc to west Eurasians, and I'll just get to the point here. Talks about what historians would say about, skin color and its relation to, climate, because that's a very old way of thinking. Like as you can see, this is 1st century CE, 6th century BCE. That this is old. And
the Greeks call Ethiopians black only because of the sun. Burnt face. They were kissed by the sun when one of the Greek gods took the chariot of the sun and drove it across the Sahara Desert. That's why they believe it's a desert, the Greeks, because when one of the gods drove the sun, and that burnt the people there and made them black.
Right. They had these beliefs, and then people just stuck with them beliefs into the modern era and try to prove it out with science. But here's a problem: they had no proof of it, and they touch on that here. It's a great paper, by the way. Animated dark skin. Let me see. Where is it at here? Oh, it's in here somewhere in this part. It says ancient art, which was often polychromatic, furnished independent evidence of ancient phenotypes, but it's too limited by degradation over time. Questions about realistic versus idealistic portrayal of human figures. So I was talking about earlier. You have idealistic portrayals or stylistic portrayals of humans, not exact one-to-one depiction, right? And choice of subjects depicted in only rare cases, such as desiccated corpses of Tarim Basin, is direct evidence of phenotypes exhibited. Although in such cases, 2 post-modern chemical processes in the soil must be considered. There's Gabonal again, the races being mentioned here. Look, and inspired racist ideology in some cases, genocide in both the United States and Germany. With the REM master race.
Forgot about Oceania, and Australians were being mass murdered too.
Mm-hmm.
And India, apartheid was there as well.
Yeah. Let me just type in climate because it's been a while since I looked at this. Let me see climate. Let's see. Climate theory. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. This climate theory. Well, here it is right here. Their theory that these differences were linked to climate was fundamentally flawed, as we know that people with quite different pigmentation lived in more or less similar conditions. For example, Central Europe at the time of the Formers, or the medieval period of the steppes in the early Bronze Age at the time of the city of Samaritans, which they were familiar. Um, It says the promulgators of Aryan myth also started with the present day distribution of pigmentation phenotypes, came to a different conclusion that these were not due to climate dictating a different phenotype for the cold north and temperate south, but rather the existence of the primordial race of pale blood-eyed Pro-Indo-Europeans. So basically, that whole theory just it falls on its face because these people in the Southern Arc live in these cold regions and they ain't turning white.
Right.
They
The
ain't
first
turning white.
Proto-Indo-Europeans would have been black skin.
Mm-hmm.
The
They've been there
fathers,
40. They've been there 40,000 years, and they ain't turned white yet.
right?
So definitely, it's not climate. Those places have been cold for a long time. They addressed that here. They called it fundamentally flawed. Because as we know that people with quite different pigmentation live in more similar conditions.
Right.
You know, Central Europe at the time of the farmers. Central Europe at the time of the farmers, they had dark skinned people like Cheddar Man.
Right.
He living in the cold, frigid cold. How is he still dark if it's something based off climate?
Exactly. Everybody on the planet started off dark skinned. So Shem, Ham, and Japheth all would have been black to brown in skin tone. And then over time, humans got lighter. Around, I think, 6,000, 7,000 years ago, something like that, if I remember correctly.
Right. Around that time is when you start seeing that get ushered in. And that's what they bring it out here. Like, wait a minute, you got these other people living in these same frigid conditions. Why they ain't magically turning white? It's got to be something else to it. It's not just climate. And it ain't aliens coming down having sex with humans, man.
Wait, what? It ain't aliens, bro?
I know Run Dog watching. He was like, yeah, they did come down. I heard them playing this music here.
Telling me aliens didn't get the freak on with humans?
Yeah, they came down here, man. They came down here. Saw them a little humanoid, little dark meat, grabbed her up.
Gotta get you home with me tonight. Ooh, baby. Gotta get you home with me tonight.
So that's what happened, man. We got somebody in the building, T Higgins from the Bengals. We got T Higgins in the building. What's going on?
What's happening? Y'all can hear me, man?
Yes, sir. What's going on, T Edge?
Ain't a whole lot. How y'all boys doing tonight?
All right.
Good. I'm the Ready Brew, man.
Oh, you the Ready Brew?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I didn't hear that. Let me turn my volume up.
I said, what's going on, brother?
Ain't a whole lot. Ain't a whole lot. Just got in from the gym. Had to rest my food. I wasn't gonna jump on, but I decided to go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Then you work out. You work out at night, in the middle of the night.
Nah, but I do about a good 2-hour session. So
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good, man.
I have to get settled back in once I leave.
Yeah. So what's the deal, man? I see you going back and forth with somebody in the comments, man. What's the deal?
Um, I just push back heavy on the original man theory, which is what I find to be the standpoint or the basis for many of the arguments and positions of a lot of the scholarly work. Um, the idea that um, Nimrod and the Hamites were black, when clearly the people who are in the regions that the Bible name look like their foreparents, the same as we look like our foreparents. Um, and it's just I think it's been a stretch throughout history to make a point. Um, a lot of it because of slavery, but a big portion of it we don't realize how much of a major player the Catholic Church is and everything, and their position and how they had to make Shem a Middle Eastern man or race of people.
Beaver, you want to respond to any of that?
Yeah. So well, actually, first, when it comes to like the Bible and scriptures and all that, like, I just basically want to know, are you like an atheist? Or are you a believer in the scriptures?
No, I'm a believer.
Okay, I was just double checking because I wasn't for sure. All right, so when it comes to the Bible, well, the other question I'll ask is this concerning the scriptures before I go too deep. Like when it comes to like time periods, age of the earth, like how old do you think everything went down in the scriptures?
Well, honestly, from my position, I don't get into that because um, when it comes to trying to age the earth and age science, uh, in reality, it's all speculation. And I know that there are a lot of hypotheses and a lot of studies done, but I don't try to age the earth. I just go off of what the scripture says, and how history correlates to scripture.
Okay, got it. And before I'm just want to know your mindset before we go deep into this, conversation that we're about to have. But also, who would you say like all right, I guess I have to say, like, how would you divide up humanity in terms of ethnicities and things of that nature? Like, do you use DNA, or do you use like geographical regions, or do you use like I don't know, like skin
Again,
color? Like, how do you do it?
again, I go based off of scripture. Scripture lays the framework, and then everything else comes behind it and proves it out. Now, have there been migrations throughout history? Of course, but when it comes to the peopling of the earth, I think the scripture does a good job of parsing it out. It's just that because of the teachings that have come down through the centuries, there's been a lot of I'll just say there's been a lot of mismanagement of scripture and how it's been interpreted.
Okay. All right, now let's get a little bit deeper into the meat and potatoes. So, would you say that when it comes to Genesis 10 and everybody that descends from Shem, Ham, and Japheth, those would only be the peoples in the modern day Middle East and North Africa and the Mediterranean, correct? It would only
No,
represent
it's
them?
all peoples,
All peoples? Okay.
including Africans.
Okay. Just double checking. With that being said, like, who would you say, like, I don't know, African Americans descend from or whatever?
We descend from Shem.
Okay. All right. Was there anything you wanted to say, Yeshu?
Ah, man, I was gonna let you, do your thing, man. Y'all go back and forth, converse, because I'm sleepy,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, when I was reading the comments, it sounded like something else, but hearing you talk, it's a little bit more different than I thought. So, okay.
Well, I'll say this. I know a lot of people. I'm blocked from Berean TV because of of my pushback against the original man theory, but my position, I feel like this. You get people like the gentleman in video who was saying that and who say things like all the Middle East was black until the Roman invasions and the Greeks came through. And my position is, so with that ideology, you're really saying that black people are an inferior race because everywhere that white people come and they want to take over, they just push us out. And I stand against that because when you look at modern day history, we know that every country is trying to get a piece of Africa. And even though we have news reports on warlords and dictatorships and all that, there still hasn't been a successful push to remove the people from the land. So that I think goes into showing bias when people try to prove a point or try to prove their positioning so that things will fit their narrative. But the Middle East, when it lays out the foundation, the Bible says that the sons of Ham, Cush, and those, and then it names Nimrod as the son of Cush, and it says that he established Babel, which is Babylon. Then it says from him came Asher. Asher established Assyria. The place where things get messed up is the fact that Shem also had a descendant named Asher, and the theologians push the narrative that the Asher of Shem is the one who created Assyria in the Middle East. But it just comes down to, somebody said it earlier, I don't know if it was on the video of someone speaking, it comes back down to the idea that the populace didn't have the right or the control or the ability to read scripture for themselves for thousands of years, well, for hundreds of years, I'll say it that way. And then when people did
Wait,
begin
who
reading,
wasn't able to
they had
read
already
scripture?
been taught the narrative. Say again?
Who wasn't able to read scriptures? I didn't catch that.
The populace, the people.
Oh, okay.
The Pope was in charge of reading the scripture, disseminating the scripture, translating. I say the Pope, but the church. So if you weren't affiliated with the church, then the laity just had to listen and believe what was, being given to them. So, So when it comes back to how we understand scripture, we got to realize that there's been this this story told throughout the ages, and people don't check the facts. People go read to verify what others have said. And if you miss a verse here and you miss a verse there, and you skip this page and this paragraph just to try to establish what someone else said, you miss the whole narrative of the scripture. And so I think that's where we are today. When I listen, like someone asked if I was on Teo, I listen to Teo today, but I rarely ever go on their channel. But
What did he talk about today?
what did he talk about today? He was talking about the spy balloon, the Chinese spy balloon. So I was just listening to see, the ideas that people have on those types of things. But yeah, it's this idea that people have that the church has the complete understanding of scripture when the church has been the one who's finagled and misrepresented scripture throughout history because they needed to spin a narrative in order to keep their reign going.
Got it. So I'm going to just ask a few more questions, then we can probably shut it down here in a minute. But what was your why did you say this? Hamites are not sub-Saharan Africans. What do you mean by that?
Hamites are not sub-Saharan Africans. The Bible tells us, like I just said, the Hamites peopled the Middle East. The Bible is clear on that.
So we know that the Bible said that, you know, you had people in Egypt, Hamites that are Egyptians. We also have Hamites, Cush, which is in
Cush is
Sudan.
Iraq. Cush is Iraq.
Cush is Iraq.
Yeah, that we just said that. Nimrod established Babylon. Babylon is Iraq.
Yeah, well, all right. So if we go that route, we know that Nimrod was in Babylon, but didn't say like the rest of Cush's sons was in.
It said he established Babylon, and it says that these were the nations and the lands and the people of Ham. So it didn't say it. Well, it gave a full layout from Tyre to Sidon, the land of the Canaanites to the Philistines. We know that Egypt is Mizraim. Then it says across the Jordan, the land of the Amorites, and all throughout their land and their nation. So the Bible is clear, but like I said, it's because of the spin that there needs to be this narrative that the Hamites are Africans, are the black people.
All right. So who would you say pygmies are? Because they're in sub-Saharan Africa. Who would they descend from?
They would definitely have to descend from Shem if they're sub-Saharan African.
Oh, okay. What about the Khoisan?
Sub-Saharan Africans are Shemites.
All sub-Saharan Africans.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if like they're Nilots or if they're Nubians. Because you know Nubians are technically in sub-Saharan Africa. So
we have Indians that are in India. We have Pakistanis in Pakistan. We have it's like saying these different tribal members can't be in the same place because they all don't look alike.
Well, can we stick? Let's just stick with Africa instead of like other parts of the world. So basically, every population in sub-Saharan Africa is going to be a Shemite. It doesn't matter if they're Nubians, which you know there was a kingdom in sub-Saharan Africa, Sudan called Kush, the kingdom of Kush. Nubia, those are Shemites.
Yeah. What does the Bible say?
But wouldn't it make more sense that the kingdom of Kush represents the Kushites that the Hebrews would have talked about in the Iron Age and Bronze Age?
What does the scripture say? I mean, if we're trying to go off, if you want to base it off of what the hypothesis is, then I mean I can understand that, but like I said, I deal with the scripture.
Oh wait, what hypothesis are we
well, I'm saying you're saying
real quick,
that
you woke me up. Let me interject.
Go ahead.
So you say you go off the scripture, but the scripture is written in a geographical context, correct?
Yeah.
Because people that wrote the scriptures lived in that world during that time, so they will be right. Like today, we live in a world where New York exists, where Texas exists, Dallas, Texas exists. So if someone writes about Dallas, Texas, it's because they're familiar with Dallas, Texas, right? Because we live in this
That's correct.
time. If I want to write about Native Indians that lived in Dallas, Texas, now that wouldn't make sense because Dallas, Texas is a present day city, right? Because there was no Dallas, Texas when Native Indians, ran and ruled what we call North America. But people will understand that because we're reading it. We're reading it from our modern perspective. These people that lived back then, they wrote it from their perspective during that time. So during that time when they wrote these things down, where Kush is, right? Like when it talks about the Parka, and it talks about they should raise their hands from the land of Cush. Where is this region talking about? According to that time period.
You have the floor. Say it. According to that time period, where is Cush?
Well, according to all the, I'll answer it, but I was just asking you the question. According to that time period, when you start like 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th century, Cush has always been designated by the Egyptians and other surrounding places as Northern Sudan.
Now, this is the understanding. Well, I'll say it this way. Just as someone said a moment ago, because this one area is said to be Cush, and really it was Ptolemy who called this the land of Cush. But because this one area is designated as Cush, doesn't mean that the entire continent belongs to the Cushites. Because the Egyptians were also Hamites. They were also descended from the same person that Cush was. The Egyptians were also the same people, or descended from the same people as the Philistines, as the Canaanites, as the Amorites, as the Hivites, as the Hittites, as all of those people, making all of them Hamites. But if you pay attention, all of those spread back toward the north, back toward the Euphrates, back toward that area of of the land. So the Kushite Empire, as a matter of fact, the story of Esther, the king, her king at that time, ruled over, excuse me, all of Ethiopia. Well, Ethiopia at that time was the land of Kush. Translated, it was from India to Iraq. But because of the conflations of history, because of people wanting to push the original man doctrine, they made his kingdom from well, they just said he ruled over all of Africa, when that's not true. It's a conflation. It's to push a narrative.
Wait,
And I think, go ahead.
who you say ruled all over Africa? They said
The king of Esther, and the book of Esther, the king, the Bible says he ruled over all of Ethiopia.
Oh, that didn't mean all of Africa though.
But that's the narrative. What I'm saying is that's the narrative that's been pushed. So many people, like we're saying before, have this idea that the land of Kush is Africa, when the land of Kush started in Africa, but it went back to the north, where all of the Hamite or Hamitic people settled, according to scripture.
The scripture say that?
Yeah.
Can you show me what book, chapter, and verse it says that Kush started in Africa and spread into the Near East? Because I have a different understanding. I think they just dispersed in the Middle East and in Africa.
Well, let's see, because I'm on my phone. Let me pull up my Bible on my computer here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a sec.
Also, Yeshua, did you want to address pygmies or descendants of Shem?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that next. What was he? What was his reasons to associate everybody that's in sub-Saharan Africa with Shem? That's my second one, but I want to get to this one first.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so let us. The gentleman in the video went through Ashkenaz. Let's see, and it says we'll begin Genesis 10:6. And the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Phut, Canaan. The sons of Cush, it goes through all of their lineage. Cush begot Nimrod. It goes through all of that. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, in the land of Shinar. This is verse 10. Shinar, we all know, is the land of Iraq in that area. We know that Akkad is in that same area. We know that Erech is in that same area. It says, and out of the land went Asher and built at Nineveh. We know that Nineveh is in that same area. All of these places are Hamite places. And then it says, and Mizraim begot Ludim, Anamim, Naphtuhim, Patrasim, Casluhim, and Caphtorim. Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn Heth. Goes through all of that. The Arvadites and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar, even unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, Zobaim, and unto Lashah. So we understand, or we should know, that Sidon is around or near the area of Syria on the coast. Gaza is in the southern plain as you go into Egypt. This was the land of the Canaanites. Again, the Bible lays out the entire settlement. It says 20, these are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. So these were the nations or the countries and the lands of the Hamites. But because of the conflations of history and scholars and theologians and those pushing the narrative, we don't look at this. We say things like these people don't exist because they can't exist if we push this theory that the Hamites are Black people or are the Africans.
Yeah, but it's easy. It's simple to me. It's not really that difficult. It's just that what you have is upheavals and population replacements. We have upheaval and population replacement. You easily say, okay, at one time these people densely populated one area, or they were there, and then an event may happen, famine, war, which we know those regions were known for that, and push some of those people out. There are still quote unquote Paleo Africans, if that's who we believe the Hamites are, Paleo Africans, that still
Well,
are in that
don't
region.
sorry for speaking over you, but don't we believe that the scripture is true when it says that the Israelites or the Shemites migrated into the land of Canaan, and that later on, a few centuries through and through, they were exiled to the areas of Babylon and Assyria? Do we
Yeah,
believe the scripture when it says that?
I,
So if that's the case, it would make sense that there are darker skinned people who have been in those lands for ages.
Wait a
yeah.
minute, I got a quick question. Do you believe that Israel and the land that Nimrod ruled and all that, you do believe all of that is in the Middle East, right? The Levant for Israel, Mesopotamia, Iraq for Nimrod.
Yeah, I do, but
Okay,
I
just double
also
check.
believe the scripture that the Hebrews didn't have their origins in the Levant or the Middle Eastern areas. That's
Okay.
again, that's theological spin. The idea that the Hebrews have their origins in those lands.
Okay. You can go back to your question, Yeshua. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No,
go ahead.
I was just saying this, like the Hamites that were in those lands, we do agree that they were Hamites, but we don't agree that they stayed there indefinitely. We don't believe
But
they
how many
always.
populations?
Hmm?
Again, I apologize for speaking over you. But how many populations, even now, with our technology, our advanced modes of transportation, how much of our population now just migrates away from the land of their foreparents?
A
I
lot.
mean, even in the present age, only 6% of the world's population is immigrant. So that means 94% of everybody in the world is where they've always been.
No, that's not what that means. That means during the present age, that may be a rate. But when we look at world history, the Europeans are not the original Europeans. You look at Chinese people that they're late, they're Johnny come latelys. The Hans, they're Johnny come latelys. They replaced the original people that was in China or Sunderland. Um, America replaced 20 million plus native indigenous people from Western Europeans and African born peoples all over. Like we can just keep going. Africa was displaced. Sub-Saharan Africa was displaced just 3,000 years ago, known as the Bantu expansion. You get Bantu people spreading eastward and southward into Africa and pushing, displacing, reducing autochthonous Africans in those regions like pygmies and Khoisan related people. That's all over the earth, bro. The Middle East, the Levant, just about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, people from the Caucasus range came down and pushed many of the autochthonous people from the Levant out.
So again, with those migrations, did they completely how can I say, did they completely swap out the population of the people who were previously there? Because if that's the case, then how do we know who was previously there?
We know who's previously there because you can test different skeletal remains.
But is that the case? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Are we saying that the skeletal remains show that everyone who's in these areas have no relation to the people who are now in the land?
Wait, what are you saying? What
Are
land
we
you talking
saying
about?
that
What land? Are you talking about in the Middle East?
any land? You said that we can test the skeletal remains of the people in these lands. My question again is, are we saying that when we test these skeletons, the skeletons are showing that there's absolutely no relation to anyone that's left in the land?
Yeah. So if I go back to the Natufians, I use the Middle East. If I should go back to the Natufians, a lot of the people that's in the Middle East don't trace back to the Natufians. Well, not the Middle East, the Levant. Let's say the Levant. A lot of people that's in the Levant today don't trace back to the Natufians. There's a
Do
large
all people not trace back?
No, there's a small percentage. We understand
So
that.
that's the point I'm making.
There's a
We can't
remnant,
say,
brother.
okay, with the remnant, the remnant means that they were the originals, right?
No, that's not what remnant mean.
So what's the remnant?
We're remnant in America, and we're not originally American.
We're not a remnant of the American population, though. The remnant of the American population are the Native Americans, and we know and we can see who the Native Americans are from now back through history, even though a vast majority of them were annihilated either purposely or imperpusely.
Yeah,
Are we
but
going to get to that other question you shoot?
Remnant doesn't mean the smallest group of people. Remnant means a remnant. Well, like we're very small in comparison to the bigger populations. Like if we compare ourselves to Europeans, we're small. Like in North America, we're 13%, right? The number gets smaller when you go to South. I'm in Central America and the Caribbean and stuff like that nature, and mostly South America, with exception of Brazil. You know. But my point is this. My point is, no, when you look at the planet Earth and you look at their populations, all things considered, you have what you call upheavals, population replacements, and migrations. So you can't just be like, okay, whoever's there now has always been there. No, there's no such thing as a static population.
So how can we? I guess all in all, because it seems like we're I hate to use the word argument because I don't see this as an argument, but seems like we're arguing in a circle. It's not the point is not that hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago there couldn't have been other populations there. When we're talking about, do you believe? Because I know some people don't believe the Bible completely. Do you believe that there was a worldwide flood?
Yes.
According to the Bible.
Yes.
So were there people who lived pre-flood?
Yeah.
That have a different makeup than those who live after the flood. The point I'm making is, according to Scripture, it says that all of these lands. It says pertinently that these lands were populated by the sons of Noah in their lands and their habitations. So if we're going off of that basis, then we can't bring in other arguments saying that, well, I understand what the Bible says, but there were other people who lived in these lands before. I mean, we understand that, but if we go off Scripture, the Scripture says the land of the Hamites, the land of the people of Japheth, the land of the children of Shem. Excuse me again. It's just that again, because of the spin that had to happen, because of the narrative that had to be drawn in order to make a case, we now have these ideas and ideologies that were created that no one cares to look into, because we just, as our foreparents did, we just hold to what we've been told, and we base all of our conclusions on that information instead of actually going back and checking into what was originally said.
Well, we know what the Bible says, but it's how you interpret it. So when you say these events happen, when did this event happen? When did Nimrod happen? When did the Tower of Babel happen? And we have to establish that first.
Nimrod happened after the flood. The Bible says that clearly.
I got you. What time period is this?
Like I said earlier, I don't get into time periods because I don't believe that there's a way. I mean, everything is hypothesized. I don't believe there's a way that we can say distinctively this happened then, this happened at this time. Again, just going off of Scripture, if this happened after the flood, then that means that everything that happens after Genesis 10 is post-flood and not pre-flood. So even now, the things that we are discussing are regarding the sons of Noah, and not trying to find out, well, who was in these lands before the Bible says that these people were.
Well, I mean, I think that's important to the argument, because it's like, if we don't know what time, then we can't really determine who's who, because you're saying Ham has to be in these lands, but what time period? Because these lands have always been here. People are very old. There's people that are tens of thousands of years old. What period do you put them in? Well, I'll tell you what period I put the flood, between 100 and 200,000 years ago. That's where I put it. So after 100,000 years, people move, people disperse. It won't be the same. So it's like, where do you put yours, so we can, like, so I can determine how to discuss this this angle.
Again, I don't try to date the Scripture, and I have an appreciation for your ideas and your ideologies. Again, as my initial statement was, I just give a strong, hard pushback against the original man theory, because everything, even all the science that you guys go over, is based on the idea that the Black people are the Hamites, when clearly the Scripture tells us that the Hamites are not the African people. So to continue to make the claim, it just shows to me that there's this refusal to, one, study for ourselves, and two, to go against the status quo, because we don't want to be people who rock the boat. But that's never been my, like, I've never had a problem um, with being one who rocks the boat, because I believe in standing for what the truth says and what's spelled out. And then the Bible clearly spells out everything that I'm discussing.
Let's actually transition to that. So, dealing with the topic and subject of Africa and sub-Saharan Africa and things of that nature. You said that all sub-Saharan Africans descend from Shem.
Yeah.
So that will mean like Pygmies, Khoisan, Nilots. All these groups are Shemites.
Yeah.
All right. So why would you believe that? Like basically everybody in all these countries right here, everything south of the Sahara are literally Shemites. Doesn't matter. Like, that's a yes.
Yeah.
So why is there a border? Like, for instance, let's say there's a Shemite in Egypt. Are they still a Shemite, or are they a Hamite?
So of course they are Shemites if they migrated to Egypt. We know per scripture that the Shemites regularly were in Hamite Egypt.
Right.
So to
couldn't
go ahead.
Hamites migrate into sub-Saharan Africa then, if Shemites can migrate to North Africa?
But again, that's to make the argument that Hamites are black people, when we see that the Hamites reflect the resemblance of the people that they come from. So it's like trying to round robin this idea that, oh well, the Hamites just, they left their area and came to Africa, so now everyone in Africa is a Hamite. Well, majority of people in Africa are Hamites, when reality it's the people of the north who are majority Hamites, and not the people of the south.
Right. So I'm basically, you're saying that no, Hamites could have never migrated to sub-Saharan Africa.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the overwhelming majority of those who are sub-Saharan African are Shemites, although there could have been some Hamites. I mean, when you go through the DNA, you guys are great at that. You blatantly state that many of the quote unquote Africans have Levantine DNA. So we know that there was some mixing of some sort in sub-Saharan Africa. It's just that the idea that the sub-Saharan Africans are the Hamites who mix with the Levantine people is backwards, because the people of the Levant are the Hamite people. Their lineage is that of Ham.
Okay, so all right, so you're kind of using phenotype from what I hear when it comes to Hamites and Shemites. Hamites would look like the modern day people today in North Africa, the Middle East, correct?
They look like their foreparents. So the
All right,
scripture
let me pull
says
up.
that this is their land. If this is their land, then the people that are in the land are the descendants of the people who were in the land before them.
So let's just use like the Berbers, the Amazigh people. Like these would be Hamites to you, correct?
They are Hamites. Where's the Cushite mountain range? Do you know?
Before I answer that, I just want to make sure. So these are Hamites,
Yes.
and these would be Shemites.
Yes.
Okay. Before I go too much deeper, is there anything you want to share, Yeshua, before I go ask any more questions?
Nah, you got it, man. Pilot the ship, brother.
All right. So when it comes to now, I got to pull back up the other picture I had. Hold on. So I showed you at first the Berber peoples who are in North Africa. You said they will be Hamites. And obviously they look, I guess you can say tanned or whatever, light skin.
I'm not basing it off of color. I'm basing it off of land. The Bible says this is their land. It doesn't say it doesn't say they look like these people. It says this is their land. So based off of what the scripture says is their land, these are the Hamite people.
Right. But so let me show you this really quick. I have to flip to different things, but all right, so I'm going to show you this map really quick here. So everybody basically in North Africa and the Middle East would be Hamites. And hold on, I'm going to show this as well. When it comes to this, all right, so I'm about to show you something. So would you say that this is an accurate like distribution of the Hamites? All of this blue, like this would be where the Hamites are. You see in North Africa, East Africa, the Middle East, stuff like that. All of this is Hamitic territory, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the distribution of E1B1B. Now, when it comes to Shemites, you're saying that this would be everybody south of the Sahara, correct? So would this be a good distribution of Shemites? This,
yeah,
what you see in the brown?
Yeah.
All right. And when it comes to, all right, let's just stick with this. So if you're saying that that the people in this photo right here are not people, you're saying that the people of this distribution, actually this is a better image. If you're saying that the people of this distribution are Hamites, all the North Africans and stuff like that, then you will be calling us Hamites too, because E1B1B is the brother of E1B1A. We're literally cousins to North Africans.
Okay. I mean, so again, we understand that, as was stated earlier, the Hebrews or the Israelites, or however y'all want to term it, did a lot of mixing with the Hamite populations. So there's not an issue for me stating or having that understanding. It's like again saying that I don't know that, well, as you say all the time, that just because a person looks this way or that way means that they're this or that. I'm not saying that a person's look necessarily determines who they are. Again, I'm going off of what scripture says, that this land is the land of these people. And when you go off of what the scripture says, then I mean, there's really there's going to be mixing. There's admixture all over the place. As dark skinned as I am, I have a good bit, not a whole lot, but I have a good bit of European ancestry. I have some Pakistani ancestry. There's different mixes that happen throughout time and history.
Okay.
But overall, when it comes to the land, this is the land that the scripture says belong to these people.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, that the land of Ham is typically North Africa, East Africa, stuff like that. But according to the scriptures, but where in the scriptures does it say sub-Saharan Africa is the land of Shem? I haven't found that yet in the scriptures.
It says that their dwelling was from Misha as thou goest to Safar, a mount of the east. Safar is a mountain in Yemen. Being in the east, to go back west would be to go back into Africa. The scripture also tells us that King Solomon had fleets of ships in the Red Sea to go to Ophir for exotic treasures and goals. We know that Ophir was a descendant of Shem based on scripture. In the book of Joshua, Joshua also says that the fathers of the Hebrews lived on the other side of what the Bible says, the flood. We know it's not the flood of Noah, but the great river of the Nile. So there are a lot of scriptures that support it, but again, it's because of the spin. It's because of the story that had to be told.
If I'm all right, so I'm a little confused. So, if the land of Shem is sub-Saharan Africa, then why is Israel in the Levant?
Because the scripture says that Abram was told to leave his people and go to a land that God would show him, and he ended up in the land of Canaan. So, and then the scripture also tells us that God promised the descendants of Abraham the land from the great river of Egypt to the Euphrates, which is the entire land of the Hamites. So we know that this wasn't his original inhabitation.
All right. So you see this right here? Do you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
This is the distribution of haplogroup A. And it's in sub-Saharan Africa, but you do know, like, when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa, there are tons of different lineages. Let me just actually switch to this. There's tons of different lineages in sub-Saharan Africa. You have R1b, you have A, you have B, E1B1A, T, like right here in Somalia, etc. A bunch of different haplogroups. So would all these groups be Hamites because they're in the geographical location of sub-Saharan Africa?
No, they wouldn't be Hamites.
They would,
like
or
I said earlier, they would not. Like I said earlier, it's like saying that all the different peoples that we see in Europe, all the different peoples we see in Asia, just because they're different haplotypes or haplogroups, that they can't be the same people, when that goes against what scripture tells us.
But haplogroup is what that word haplogroup means, a group of individuals that share a common ancestor. With the Y-DNA, what you're seeing right now is Y-DNA. That's male specific. So if you share the same haplogroup as someone on the Y-DNA, that means you share the same fathers. Ham is a man. Shem is a man. They have Y-DNA. So their children, you're not going to have their children be completely different, separate haplogroups that have nothing to do with each other.
And that's why I was saying, if you're making the Hamites North Africans like the Berber peoples, then you'll be making us Hamites because we're literally related to the Berbers, North Africans, and people with E1B1B.
I mean, again, when it comes to what the scripture says, and I respect the science. You'll never hear me say that the science is no good, but I'm one who says that when it comes to the science, because we're trying to pinpoint an exact definite that is never going to be done, because everything scientific is hypothesis until it can be proven. There's no way to prove one way or the other that this is not that this is that, or that is not this. So like I said, I understand what you're saying. I just also understand that when it comes to the science, when it comes to haplotypes, haplogroups, people married. Not all men had babies, or should I say, had boy children. Some men only had girl children. Girls don't get to pass on their father's wife, but yet they're still a part of that same that same lineage. So, I mean, like I said, I respect it, but I'm not going to say based on just that science that the Bible is incorrect, or that upholding what the Bible says is a wrong position.
Well, it's not really saying that the Bible's incorrect. The Bible and science actually mirrors together perfectly, but it's honestly like in personal interpretation of the scriptures is when issues start to occur. But was there anything you wanted to say, Shu, concerning any of this?
No, not that. But I did want to show. JL Tart had a question about the Andaman Islanders. I
Yeah,
just
we
wanted
can
to show
do that. Yeah.
real quick, and then we'll wrap everything up.
Yeah, because it's getting late.
Yeah, I'm literally falling asleep in my damn chair, to be honest with you. But let me go to.
Yeah, I know. That's why I quickly called you. I'm like, this dude about to go sleep.
Yeah, I've
Look,
been
I
trying.
appreciate y'all bringing me up, bro. I'm gonna sign off.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
Peace.
Shalom.
Peace.
So let me
What about the Andaman Islanders?
So he thought the Andaman Islanders always been on the island isolated. I think it was further up. Let me see if I can go to it.
No, they were not isolated. I mean, they had to migrated there.
Right, they migrated there. Right. He said, what about people like the Andaman natives? They are believed to be the same people from those who left Africa like 60,000 years ago. So I gave him the up to date science on that.
Unless he's talking about those people off the coast of India. No, those people probably had no contact whatsoever since they migrated to that part. Remember, are you familiar with that story about that missionary who tried to go to that island?
Oh, they
government told
shot
you
arrows at him. They shot arrows at him.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about the Jarawa tribe.
Right.
I think that's them, yeah.
Now, those people are isolated. You can definitely say that.
Yeah, so JL Tart is why I dropped in the resource group. And it's from this book here, great book. A little expensive, so don't rush out and try to get this. I'll just, put sources from it. But here's the table here. And let me see if I can blow this up. There we go. Blow this up, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. It says alternative scenarios for the settlement of the Andaman Islands. So there's 3 here. But only one is in concordance with the archaeological record, in concordance with molecular data estimates for the Andaman specific clades. So as you can see, good here, good. But this one is poor, which that's putting him around the last glacial maximum 20,000 years ago. So it's probably not likely that it happened here. And saying it happened about 45,000 years plus or minus 12,000 years, it pretty much doesn't line up at all with the archaeological record and what we know about the DNA. That's the people that have the DNA there. Most likely it probably happened in the Holocene, less than 10,000 or less years ago. And it says from extant, meaning surviving mainland Southeast Asian population. A lot of people don't understand that our people that in Southeast Asia have the same male specific and mtDNA as the people on the island, right? They came from Southeast Asia into the island, right? And it could have been within 10,000 years ago. So just something, you can look into. There's other pages I put in here too. You can read on your own. We're about to get out of here. And it discusses the theories, the different haplogroups there, the routes. As you can see here, boom, that route going into Andaman. You see a route going across Asia, whatnot. Bada bing, bada boom. Anyway, it's on the resource page, so you can look into it yourself, brother. You see the mtDNA traveling in here. Just depends on what theory you go with. I think it's more plausible to go with the 10,000 year ago theory versus 20 or the 45,000. All right. Yeah, no problem, brother. Anytime. All right, man. Avery, you want to say anything before we get out of here?
No. Are we coming back tomorrow? Is the show tomorrow or is it off day?
Yeah, we come back tomorrow. I might do the Green Sahara show tomorrow.
Okay, well, just tell me what time. And I'll show up.
Let's get it done, man.
All right. There's a cool documentary we can probably look at too that deals with it. Depending on how much time we have. I don't know.
Yeah, we gonna cover everything we need to cover, brother. So say that clip, and we'll get to it. And remember, people, stay shiesty. Yep.
You know, tough. You're crazy, man. Go crazy, man. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. They should put me in a straight jacket. Like I'm running on a Greyhound. I'm hearing voices in my head, I'm going crazy, I don't know who to trust. Chrome hearts are hearted broken, I don't know who to love. I'm holding United on the road with a suit and tie. Everybody putting work in when it's do or die. One orange chicken or bologna, I'll let you decide. I keep a Big Mac on me, yeah, that's supersize you. Go crazy, I'm riding around with 2 Drakeys. Wayne Gretzky, the ice on me, don't test me. I won't let you a fuck about probation. I'll spray with these cake clips, play with me. Go crazy, man. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. I might be crazy, I got 2 chop and shoot a baby, don't got it all. If it's blood on my shoes, I'ma wipe it off. I don't know, cause your friend, I was not involved. I might just crash a performance, just might shoot shots off assumptions. I'm Michael Myers on Halloween. Shit can get tactical, I nod my head. When I'm carrying this fiend, they knock off dreads. If you see me on the 10, it's bop blade 'em. Left all these toppers in the street, yeah, my mia. Say why your comments from the gram, I'm not gonna see 'em. Go crazy, man. Go